Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. Day 16 of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. And just in case one half day of cross-examination of Jen McCabe wasn't enough, God, we get more. We get even more. Not only do we get more, I just have a sense that we're going to get the good stuff today. Not that yesterday wasn't fun, but overall, there was no, she didn't get dropped yesterday. You know, if I'm just going to continue my boxing analogies. Alan Jackson was able to, kind of connect with her. He's able to touch her up quite a bit. But nothing I saw that was really like flat out knocked you down. This is so bad, so damaging. We're going to have a hard time wondering how you're going to come back from that. A lot of stuff that's real sketch. Absolutely no question about it. But that's kind of the $1 million question is he going to be able to take that sketch and turn it up to a point where this is just beyond any type of reasonable explanation away that you might be able to, or inclined to offer to this jury. I'm sure while staring, desperately at them, please believe me. So I expect another day of shock and horror. I got some education after going off the stream last night. My husband has some background in the East Coast, and I was informed that shock is more of a Long Island thing. Shock, in the "o" kind of sound, and then Massachusetts, up there it's more like shack. It's like Y is shack. So shock and horror. I think I'm doing it. I think I'm doing it better now. But you'll have to let me know how I'm doing with my accents there. Well, once we finish with Jen McCabe, then we're going to get into Kerry Roberts, and that's honestly, it's going to be the transition between those two that is one of the most interesting things about today for me. We're going to have a full day, so should be plenty of time to get through most of them. Of course, just depends how much more cross we have of Jen McCabe. But I'm very interested to see how these recollections align. How do they correspond? We have seen Jen making a lot of, kind of snideish asides about Kerry Roberts. She runs on and on. Just not necessarily. I was horrified by the stuff she was saying to the police. She just doesn't seem to. It's just more of that contempt that I kind of pointed out yesterday. A lot of contempt coming out of Jen McCabe, and it kind of indiscriminately lands on whoever it happens to be around her. And so Kerry Roberts has definitely been the recipient of some of that. Doesn't sound like they were particularly close or even necessarily knew each other going into this. But we saw quite a few communications between them the day that John died. And so I'm kind of interested to know what happened between these women. Did they develop a friendship? Did they not develop a friendship? Was there some kind of falling out? Are they still close? I really don't know. And that's just part of the sub story, what's going on, the sub narrative of what's going on with this whole scene, this whole group of people. Karen and John, never really close to them except for the McCabes because of the kids. Karen now hasn't had really any communication with any of them since then, which I can understand that. You're being accused of a pretty horrible crime. And certainly, now once things are rising to the level of a federal investigation, this suggests, they might have a little more going on, a little more to hide with this situation than you thought going in. Yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily want to be friends with those people either. So I kind of expect the breakdown in that relationship with Karen, but we've heard some little hints about some fractures in other areas as well, like Brian Alberts and Brian Higgins aren't friends anymore. Did I pick that up during Brian Alberts' testimony? And that their friendship ended sometime in February 2022. Did I pick that up in Brian Alberts' testimony? That Makes me wonder why. Why would that be? Why did that happen? Could be just another coincidence. Of course, it always can. But the coincidences are really, really piling up in this case. And just one more thing to sort of wonder, is anyone going to crack? Is this group going to stay solid? Problem is, you got that family core, like they were pointing out with Jen yesterday. Got that family core. Family is the most important to everyone, but not everybody in this group is family. And so not everybody is going to have that same loyalty. Not everybody is going to have all that buy-in. And Brian Higgins certainly, not family, now seems to be on the outs. And at least the way that Jen McCabe talks about Kerry Roberts kind of sounds like she's probably on the outs now too. I just don't know though. I mean, it could be, Jen could just be one of these people that's how she talks about her friends. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't stand to be around somebody like that. But I'm more of a keep my circle close, kind of person. I don't need friends who are going to be treating me like garbage. So that disconnect, that transition, this is what I want to see between Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe, because so many of these little details and the explanations, it's the explanations that Jen McCabe is offering to everybody that we need to see if they're going to hold up, like really at all, or are they going to completely fall apart? What is Kerry Roberts going to say about this driveway meeting, about driving past Fairview, stopped at Fairview? Did you pick up Nicole? Whose idea was this? Why are you going in Jen McCabe's car? Jen McCabe doesn't know these people, and you're taking your daughter over to Sergeant Lank's house. Why is she your chauffeur now? Why? What's the story? And a conversation for an hour in the driveway. I gotta say, that seems like quite a lot, even for somebody who can go on and on and on and on and on. An hour in the driveway, sitting in the car, talking to somebody. Okay, so first off, do you guys, what else do you have going on with your lives that you got this time to just hang out in the driveway, having chit chats with people? I guess the opportunity comes up, you can make the time, but why? Why is it so important? And just then with how that all lines up with the text with Nicole Albert, we're going to learn more tomorrow. And we haven't heard anything else that happened tomorrow. We haven't heard anything else that would give us context for what they would expect to be learning or why. How did this all get set up? How did this meeting get set up? Because if Nicole Albert's text is talking about this meeting with Lank, then obviously it was pre-planned. So how and why did they get that set up? And what role did Kerry Roberts play in that? I'm gonna be interested. I'm gonna be very interested in that. Now, I don't know much about Kerry Roberts having given previous statements, previous testimony. She's a little bit of a dark horse in all of this for me, because she doesn't seem to be under anywhere near the kind of scrutiny that, obviously Jen is. Jen's the one whose phone data is blowing all this stuff apart. And then the feds seem to have targeted specific people, and it's hard to tell right now exactly who that is. Is it Jen? Is it Brian Albert? They seem to have bits and pieces of information from all these people, but haven't really heard anything about Kerry Roberts. And honestly, I'm not sure why they would, because she's the collateral in all of this. She's the one that kind of got sucked in. She's not, as far as I know anyway, like the law enforcement family, part of the core here. So I, not expecting that like, oh, the feds got her phone records or anything like that. That would be pretty unusual. It's a pretty intrusive step for somebody that isn't volunteering it. Unless you're pretty crystal clear sure they've got, solid evidence on their phone of some kind of crime, it's pretty intrusive to go looking into somebody's phone. So it's not like you can just walk up to the judge and ask them for a warrant to be able to, scroll through somebody's texts and stuff like that. You got to make a pretty good showing. And so the likely way that they would get something like that would be through interviewing her. Does she have some kind of contradiction in her account with the other people involved, probably most likely with Jen, and those text messages or those phone calls or whatever she might have is going to tend to discount what Jen McCabe has to say. That's the type of situation where, okay, you can get into a little battle of the forensics, right? But we haven't heard anything like that. At least I haven't. I haven't seen anything to suggest that she is under that type of scrutiny. So it just makes me wonder what, if any, kind of toolbox the defense is going to have to work with when she gets on the stand. When you go on the stand in a trial, when you're preparing for a cross-examination in a trial, it's very, very different than what you're doing in the investigative stages. Like if you take somebody's deposition is extremely different from pretrial testimony. An interview that you do of a witness before trial, very, very different than what you're doing in the pretrial testimony. And the reason why is because the testimony is not the time to be exploring the limits of what the witness knows. That's the classic situation that can get you into a lot of trouble when you don't know what the answer is. You don't know what you're going to get, and you can get knocked pretty off kilter by trying to be too exploratory in the course of a trial. So you do all that stuff ahead of time. You read what they told the police, you interview them, you ask them about it, you get the follow-up, you ask them if they have, anything that will corroborate what they're telling you, any text messages, are you willing to turn it over? If not, then maybe I'll get a subpoena. Just that type of stuff is all what's going on in the pretrial stage. So then by the time you get into that trial testimony, you don't need to explore. You already have them pinned down on the facts that are helpful to you. And that's all you're trying to elicit on cross-examination. You have your list of like, this witness can establish A, B, C, D, and E. And that's really all I'm doing. We're establishing those things and we're sitting back down. It's not about... Although I will grant, in a high-profile case that's being televised nationally, there's more showmanship stuff that I think is going to get factored in. You're not just playing to the jury; they're playing to a national audience. So there is a little bit more of just the game, the cat and mouse game, the trying to needle the witness kind of thing, that just in a normal everyday, not being shown on TV trial, people don't typically do that. It's not effective. It's not really what you're there for. The jury, wants to get to the point. So you go up on cross-examination, you're armed with the facts that you have already ascertained from your pretrial preparation. You've got that evidence that you were able to develop that's going to be able to establish them. If they wiggle now, if they decide I'm going to move off of this version of events, well, I've got your transcript from when I took your deposition. Now I'm going to be able to deal with you on that. You told me there were text messages, and now you're going to like get fuzzy about that. Well, conveniently, I went and subpoenaed them, so I have them, and now I can confront you with them. That type of situation. It's all very murky what's been going on with the defense, with Kerry Roberts and all this stuff. So on the one hand, that can mean there's not necessarily going to be a lot. It could mean that, yeah, she and Jen, they got their stories tied up perfectly tight together. They're going to be in alignment. She's going to be on script. there just isn't really much to develop to be able to challenge her. Or the other possibility is that, she's deviated. She was not able to walk that perfect straight line. And I gotta say, with somebody like Jen McCabe, could you ever walk straight enough? I mean, just using the wrong words, I can practically see like the smoke coming out of her nose when you say the right thing, but you use the words she doesn't like or something. Just so like emphatic about saying things her way, her narrative, her control. So very, very possible that Kerry Roberts has had to deviate from the path of what Jen McCabe wants her to say, either just innocently because she actually does remember things differently and she's trying to tell her story as best as she can, or just inadvertently. Sometimes you let something slip that you didn't mean to slip. Like when TMZ was going to be alerted about the divorce filing. Sometimes that kind of thing really does happen. Maybe not as dramatically as that kind of moment, but it does. And then especially if you've fallen out and you're getting the sense this person doesn't have my back, why am I going to have theirs? Well, that's kind of what we're waiting to see in this trial, isn't it? We're waiting to see if somebody is going to break, because the lies at this point are pretty evident. The lies don't prove that they murdered John. I mean, the lies don't prove really anything about what happened to John, but it just proves that you guys are acting so shady. You're trying so hard to hide something around some kind of guilty knowledge that you have. And so it seems like it's inevitable that there is going to be separation between all of the different accounts. I mean, we've already seen it even with the people in the family, that they have different versions. They have inconsistencies. The McCabes are the only ones who have suddenly brought up this Jeep, being parked near the mailbox, where everybody else apparently saw other cars going. Why? I mean, I don't know. I really don't. It seems strange to me. And I will say this is one of the things that kind of cuts against the hoax theory. It does seem kind of strange to me that you're not going to be all in alignment on pretty key details like that. If you're looking at it from the hoax standpoint, then your thought process is probably, well, she found out what Ryan Nagel had to say, and that Ryan Nagel saw Karen sitting alone in the car with the dome light on. That sure makes it sound like John got out of the car. We need to cover that up. So we're going to try to impeach that story by putting the car in his way, putting it in his line of sight. He couldn't have really seen, what he claimed to be seeing, because his view would have been obstructed. But it's just a strange theory, because he's going to know. He's the one that was in the driver's seat, between the two of you recounting things. He's the one with far less incentive to make it up. He doesn't even know any of these people. He's not the insider to any of this. So, it's just a strange detail to have hanging out there, where you're different. Your position is different from all of these other people. If it really is a hoax, you do kind of expect everybody to be on the same path, on the same message, the same script. And so just these little deviations are potentially ways that the Commonwealth could point to and be like, look, if this was a hoax, it wasn't a very good one, because you got all these people, with this different messaging going in different directions. Now, that said, the only thing that really matters that everybody is on message about to maintain the Karen did it message is John never came in the house. So as long as everybody is on message with John never came in the house, then maybe it's okay that there's fuzziness around the edges, that there are disagreements about some of the details of stuff, because that is normal. That's the Rashomon. That's what you expect when you have more than one people remembering some type of event. They're going to remember things slightly differently, and that's just how it is. But it is interesting to see how they react to being shown that their memory is off, isn't it? Like when we got Jen yesterday getting confronted with those phone calls, the phone call records to Nicole at the morning, and her reaction is, well, that's what the record says, but I know for 100% that she didn't answer the phone. You gotta compare that back and how that comes off with somebody like Anthony Nuttall, the firefighter, the first firefighter that we heard from, and he's the one who remembered John being in a big puffy jacket, and he remembered it so clearly that he remembered they had to they couldn't use the trauma shears; it would create a big mess, so they had to literally remove the jacket from around his hands, and that's how they discovered that his fingers were very stiff and cold and hard to move. So he had this very clear memory of it, that once he's shown, this is what John was actually wearing. That certainly doesn't look like a big puffy coat, does it? You get a very different reaction from somebody in that type of situation who's just kind of like, oh, like astounded, like it's crazy. Yeah, memory really is a funny thing. They don't double down on, no, I swear this is not the right picture at the right time. He absolutely was wearing it. It just didn't get documented or whatever. And so just such a contrast between how people handle being confronted with their inconsistencies. And so far, Jen McCabe is not handling that well. One of the things that occurred to me as I'm watching all of this, and I'm still continuing to just try to wrap my head around this bizarre Commonwealth strategy of doing the pre-Buttle case, putting on all of the defense witnesses in your own case, and one of the reasons why this is such a terrible strategy is because you're giving the defense a trial run into everybody's version and everybody's presentation to the jury. How are they going to come off? What's their affect? What are they likable? Are they not likable? But you're also laying out all these inconsistencies. We've gone in order now, and so we have it open for the defense case to recall all of these witnesses and confront them with what the subsequent witnesses have said that contradicts their version of events. And it's just kind of mind-blowing to me that they're creating, the Commonwealth is creating this opportunity like that. If they had simply left the defense case to the defense and required the defense to put it on, the defense is going to get one run through all of them. And then if the one at the end says something completely different than the one at the beginning, let's say, for example, Kerry Roberts comes on and has a very different story of the Sergeant Lank driveway meeting. Well, the defense is going to be able to call Jen McCabe back to the stand. Be like, hey, we heard Kerry say this. Yeah. What do you think about that? And they have handed them that opportunity. If the defense had to, do all of this in their own case in chief, you don't get do-overs like that. You're not gonna get to go call back Jen McCabe after Kerry Roberts testifies and confront her with the stuff that Kerry Roberts says that contradicts her. But because of the choices the Commonwealth has made here, that's going to be viable. I don't know if they're going to do it, but it's certainly going to be an option that's available to them. And so they're getting a chance now to see all of these witnesses, who comes off well, who doesn't come off well. And guess what? The ones who don't come off well, bet you anything they're going to want to recall them because you just want to. That's what they're going to want to emphasize is these people that don't have good explanations, that don't handle pressure well, that get angry when it's pointed out that what you're saying doesn't align with objective reality, with evidence here that contradicts you. People that don't handle that well look guilty. So that is absolutely just a weapon. It's just a freebie, really, that the Commonwealth has handed to the defense by choosing to conduct this pre-Buttle case in this very just strategically bizarre manner. So it looks like the court's a little bit late getting started this morning. I have a note that I wanted to, because of course, when I closed the stream last night, somebody had mentioned, where we were talking about the other law tubers that are covering this channel. And of course, there's lots of wonderful channels and I love lots of them. And I made what I should know by now, a rookie mistake. I started calling some out because as soon as you call some out, then when you shut the stream off, you remember, oh shit, I didn't mention. You start remembering who I didn't mention, because I didn't mention Alita at Legal Bites, who is doing some awesome recaps of this case. And also Pete Tragos, lawyer, is covering this case and putting some really good content out there as well. So I didn't mean to forget them when I was yesterday off the top of my head, just spitting out the good law tubers to go follow. If you like this kind of legal commentary, just ideas about the strategy and kind of what's going on in the background and stuff like that. So, okay, I guess court's on. Let me find it now. All right, here we go. And I'm not sure we have sound yet. So yet another morning, starting with stuff we need to pre-clear with the judge before we can get to the witness. Having a little sidebar chat. Well, how do you guys think Jen McCabe slept last night? How do you think Alan Jackson slept last night? Alan Jackson is amped. I mean, all of these guys, Alan and Mr. Yannetti and the young lady as well, who I'm sorry, I don't remember her name. Elizabeth Little, is that her name? They're amped. They're like having a major adrenaline dump throughout the entire trial. So they're probably running on a lot of coffee and not much sleep, up at night with the wheels spinning. It's just how it is when you're in the middle of a trial. The trial is important to you. You put so much time and effort into it, and obviously you want to do a good job. It really has a way of just taking over your life. But it can wear on you over time. So I do hope that they're...
You are unmuted.
I do hope that they're not going over the top with stuff like that.
hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Doing this again.
Laughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. The county was kind enough to come in last night and make sure that the air conditioning was working. They were here late. They did a really terrific job, so I think everybody should be comfortable today. I do have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
Looks like a
Were you
nice
also able to
houndstooth
refrain from doing any
pattern
independent
on
research or
Karen today.
investigation into this case?
Very
Everyone
fine.
said yes or nodded affirmatively.
I like that look
Did
a
anyone
lot.
happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their hands. All right, may we have Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, please?
Karen's like, how dare you? She does not like being mixed up with this girl.
You shall please with the evidence give the court and jury in the case never heard the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Tan today.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, as a matter of housekeeping, I wanted to show you a quick set of documents that you saw yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with the court's permission.
Sure.
Same page like Can you just take a look at that and tell me if that appears to be the same set of documents that we talked about yesterday that included the group chats, for lack of a better phrase?
Yes.
Okay. Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't need to rush you.
That's good.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that this set of group chats that have been authenticated be moved, marked and moved to evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Exhibit 98 from Martin. Does that cover more than what you covered yesterday?
Exact same document, I just failed to do it yesterday, my fault.
All right. So is there still more? I'm just curious if my form's different then.
Yours should be the exact same.
Why don't I take a look at the exhibit, please? Why don't you come to sidebar, please?
So much messiness with these exhibits. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure why they're having so much trouble. Did they need to go in and redact it or something? Or is it just because they have different exhibits from different sources, different extractions and stuff like that? It's just very strange to me that this seems to be, it's being made far more complicated than it really needs to. And I'm attributing a lot of that to Judge Bev. She's had some very strange evidence handling and rules that have kind of gone back and forth. Very early on, she was telling the Commonwealth, go ahead and play your video and then move to admit it as an exhibit. That's very backwards. You move it and then you play it. And then she was getting on the defense for, it has to be admitted before you play it. All of this like hyper technicality, but it doesn't seem very consistent. And it seems like something that would be kind of frustrating as a lawyer in her courtroom.
Yes.
All right, so that will come into evidence, and jurors, sometimes I do have to repeat myself a bit, but this is, again, before you can consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent these messages was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the person who was identified as doing so was the person who authored or sent or transmitted the electronic communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. So, all right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, you'll recall yesterday we talked about the 12 times in your grand jury transcript that you talked about statements that you attributed to my client. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
And in those dozen times, you never used the word or the words or the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
And your explanation for that was, well, I wasn't asked that specific question, correct?
Correct.
You were, in fact, on January 29th, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You did, in fact, on January 29th, seek to ask an officer to come back to 34 Fairview for the specific purpose of telling that officer something that you thought was important, correct?
Correct.
Which officer was that?
Michael Lank.
And about what time did you ask Officer Lank to join you back at 34 Fairview?
I'm not sure. I know it was in the AM. I'm just not sure what time exactly.
Somewhere around 9 a.m. Does that sound about right?
Possibly.
Okay, so this literally we're talking about just a couple of hours after the incident in question.
Correct.
Okay. Sergeant Lank came with Sergeant Gallagher, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Came back to the location at 34 Fairview and gave you an opportunity to provide whatever information you deemed relevant at that time to impart to him, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that at that time you didn't tell Sergeant Lank that my client said, I hit him? What you said was that my client said, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Incident report, page,
Lank's wrong again.
second to the last, or third to the last page. It's Lank's report.
Didn't we hear somebody gave somebody
Take a look at
Lank's
that
personal
report,
cell
just
number?
the base page, and tell me if that appears to be an incident report associated with this case. I know you didn't draft it, but you recognize that that's an incident report from the police, Canton Police specifically.
Yes.
Could you turn to the tab that's the little light blue tab, maybe 3 pages from the end of that report?
Tab
Yes.
it. Make
I'd
it
like
easy
you to
for
read
him.
that paragraph to yourself, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Julie Albert gave her Lank's number. I knew I remembered something. Couldn't remember who it was, but I remember that was in there. Shady.
Do you have that in mind?
I do, yes.
Okay, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What you read just now appears to be a report of the incident in which Sergeant Lank came back to 34 Fairview to give you an opportunity to tell him whatever it was that you thought was important, correct?
Was that a full report or is that just an excerpt from it, that paragraph?
That right there is a full report of that incident of Sergeant Lank going back to 34 Fairview. Would you agree?
Well, that's not a full report of what I said, but if that's his full
Oh,
report, it's
God.
his full report.
Okay. And in this report, what he writes that you said to him,
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
isn't it true that what you actually told Sergeant Lank when he returned is that while driving around with her and Roberts looking for the victim, Miss Reed said something to the effect of, quote, I hope I didn't hit him, end quote. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, because she said that when we were driving around.
And then you went on to say that, quote, she, Karen Reed, made these statements again at the scene when the victim was discovered, correct?
Correct.
And then you went on to say, she, Karen Reed, I'm sorry, that you thought that Reed may have made these same statements in front of a police officer, but she was not sure, meaning you were not sure, correct?
I was not sure if she made what the police officers may have heard. That report is his recollection. My recollection is I told him that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I told him that he should ask the responders if they heard that, because it was a great possibility that they heard it as well.
But none of that, you'll agree, you just read the report, none of that is in his report.
That's a very brief report.
I didn't ask you if it was brief, I asked you if it was in it, correct?
Correct.
And that's a report of a conversation that he had at 34 Fairview with you for the specific purpose of memorializing what you told him, correct?
Correct.
And what you told him, according to Sergeant Lank, is she said one phrase, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
That's what's in the report.
All right. And again, this was 2.5, 3 hours after the incident, not 2.5 years later, correct?
Correct.
Ms. McCabe, we talked yesterday about this unrecorded meeting that you had in front of Sergeant Lank's home on January 30th. Do you
Yes,
remember
tell
that
us more.
conversation?
I remember the conversation, yes.
Tell us more.
Have you had any other home visits with any other police officers involved in this case?
I went to drop off. It was not a visit. It was myself with Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off. There was no involvement of Mike Lank on this day.
Have you been to the home, the personal residence of any other police officer involved in this case? Ever?
Yes.
Tell me who?
Kevin Albert.
Who else?
I went to Elizabeth Proctor, the wife of Michael Proctor's house.
Who does Elizabeth Proctor live with?
Michael Proctor.
So you actually went to Michael Proctor's personal residence, didn't you?
I did, yes.
That was in September of what year?
23. I went over.
23.
Yes.
Why'd you go to Michael Proctor's house in September of 2023?
I met Elizabeth Proctor in approximately July or August of 2023. We are two mothers that are being viciously terrorized and harassed by social media. Things that were stated in this courtroom and allegations that were made have torn our lives upside down. We receive hate letters saying that they hope things.
Why? I know you want to give a narrative.
She gets to answer this. Mr. Jackson, the door's open.
Your Honor, if she could answer the question why she went to the house as opposed to the narrative behind her motivation.
It sounds to me like she's explaining why she went to the house. The door was open, Mr. Jackson.
Go ahead.
We receive letters, we receive emails, we receive calls. People drive by our house. There was a rolling rally outside of my house where people just screamed at us. They take pictures of our children. They took a picture of my daughter and put semen on it and said property of some named blogger that I think the defense is very familiar with. So that is why myself and Elizabeth Proctor got together. Michael Proctor was not home. We are two mothers trying to get through the unthinkable together.
So you were upset about the public outrage concerning your family's involvement in the death of John O'Keefe.
I was outraged because I am a state witness that is being tortured because of lies.
Because of public outrage concerning
Your lies.
your family's involvement in the death of a police officer, correct?
No, it's a social media witch hunt.
I see. So you decided that the best way for you to address that angst that you were feeling is to go to the lead investigator's home, personal home, in this case, correct?
I went to visit Elizabeth Proctor. Michael Proctor was not home.
So just like when you went to when you went to Sergeant Lank's house, and the only person you met with was his wife, when you went to Michael Proctor's house, your claim is the only person you met with was his wife.
I personally did not go to Mike Lank's. It was not Jen going to Michael Lank's. It was Kerry Roberts dropping her daughter off, and I happened to be in the car with her.
It was your
Elizabeth
car, wasn't it?
Proctor I met with because we couldn't take the torture any longer.
And you were later asked about this unrecorded visit at Trooper Proctor's home by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Can you remind me?
Sure. Did you have a conversation with a trooper by the name of Tully, who interviewed you specifically about your contact with Michael Proctor?
Could I see the report to refresh my memory?
Do you not remember having a conversation with Trooper Tully?
I've
Yes.
had many conversations.
Way to
over
nail
the
her
last
down.
2 years.
Way to nail her down.
Over the last 2 years with a number of troopers.
Okay. All I'm asking you is, and I've got a report that can refresh your recollection. I want to know, first of all, do you remember having a conversation about your relationship with Michael and Elizabeth Proctor with Trooper Tully?
I know I had a conversation with a trooper about it. I don't remember exactly which trooper.
Fair enough. May I approach?
Yes.
Well, she remembered that. You shouldn't be giving her the report yet. Work on her a little bit more.
Thank you.
Take a look at the face page of that, read it to yourself. And then I'd ask you to turn to the tabbed page, which is paragraph 27.
Let me star that. I'll get back to it.
Okay.
You have that in mind?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, that you had a conversation or an interview, formal interview, with Trooper Tully about your relationship with Elizabeth and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
And you told, actually, let me back up for a second. Okay, was that somewhere in the vicinity of September, late September, early October, when you had that conversation?
Is there a date on it?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There's a date stamp on the bottom. Take a look at that date stamp on the bottom and tell me if that refreshes your recollection of about the time that that conversation would have taken place.
Well, the date stamp on the bottom is when it was, I'm assuming, entered into evidence.
Right.
But that doesn't say when the interview itself was.
Right, so if you'll agree with me, you know that you had the meeting with at Elizabeth and Michael Proctor's home sometime in September 2023, correct?
Correct.
If that's dated October of 2023, that's what I'm trying to get to. I don't know the date because it's not dated.
So I don't either.
So do you think it was between September and October?
It must have been.
Had to have been, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
She really thinks she won that.
Before I get to that, I've got a couple of other questions. You had, at some point, multiple phone calls with Michael Proctor after January 29th, 2022, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember all the phone calls that you had with him?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a log of your phone calls?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
That'd be great. Would
Is
it?
this what was marked 00 or
It's
00
not.
this morning?
That will be next.
Okay.
This is just a full, the ones that are tabbed, highlighted.
Thank you.
Take a look at that and tell me if you, specifically, there's a lot of calls there. There are blue tabs. If you could look at those blue tabs and then tell me when you've taken a look at those.
Okay.
A lot of blue tabs.
Okay.
Oof.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Question of the day. Who would play Jen McCabe on the Netflix special?
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Having looked at this set of records, does this appear to be an accurate reflection of the phone calls that you shared with Michael Proctor at some point on and after January 29th?
Yes,
Just to summarize those, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a call on the 29th at 10:55 a.m. with Trooper Proctor, correct?
correct.
There was a call on the 29th at 12:49 p.m., correct?
I didn't memorize them.
I understand. Would you?
So if you want to give me the paper back, then I could probably answer correctly.
You want to do
Okay,
it that way, we certainly can. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
thank you.
I didn't memorize them.
First call, January 29th, 10:55 a.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 17 seconds.
Correct,
Next tab, January 29th, 12:49 p.m. Trooper Proctor calls you for 1 minute and 8 seconds.
correct,
January 30th at 9:51 a.m. You called Trooper Proctor, 4-second call, probably a voicemail or something.
correct,
January 30th, a minute later, 9:52 a.m., you then call Trooper Proctor again, 21 minutes and 31 seconds for that call.
correct,
January 30th, same day, 4:45 p.m., Trooper Proctor calls you, 9 minutes and 43 seconds.
correct,
January 31st, the next day, at 11:51 a.m., you call Trooper Proctor for 2 minutes and 53 seconds.
correct,
That is the sum of those call logs, correct?
correct.
Can I approach?
Yes.
6 phone calls.
Those aren't all the calls that you had with Trooper Proctor. That didn't stop. It's just where these logs stop, correct?
I'd have to see my further call logs.
Do you believe that you've had additional phone calls with Trooper Proctor after that last call on the 31st?
I know I did in 2023.
Okay. In 2022, did you have additional phone calls with her?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at phone records.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, this has given us
May we approach briefly?
something else on January 30th that could be the we'll know more tomorrow. Couple phone calls. January 31st, more phone calls. Well, she definitely got to have her moment there with the harassment and the we're being tortured and the social media. And you know, I get it. I'm sure that's a very, very uncomfortable place to be in. Nobody wants to be dragged. People are doing some pretty despicable things. I've certainly seen some, despicable stuff coming from people who have already decided Karen Read is guilty and should be in prison. Doesn't really surprise me that there's bad apples out there. There's bad apples on social media. It's kind of a toxic cesspool in so many ways. So So I think that she's certainly speaking true to her experience. I mean, I have no doubt that that's her perception of what happened. That's how she feels about it. She does feel like she was being tortured. She does feel like it was being awful. Social media witch hunt. Don't think it was very effective to try to land that on Karen, though. It's done by a blogger that we think has connections with Karen. Well, but do you know?
Thank you, Tori.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have the records in front of me. That you will, they'll be found before the end of our conversation. But in the meantime, for expedition, do you remember a call on February 14th with Trooper Proctor lasting about 17 minutes?
I don't know.
You remember a call on February 17th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't know.
Do you remember a call on February 28th lasting about 2 minutes?
I don't recall. Again, it's hard.
I expect that your answer is going to be, I don't recall, but I want to make a record if I could. So this is not a test of your memory at this point. I don't expect you to have it memorized. I just want to ask if maybe one of these stand out in your mind, or all of them. What about a second call on February 28th lasting about a minute?
Don't recall.
On March 1st, another call with Trooper Proctor lasting about a minute.
I do not recall.
Apparently a second call on March 1st lasting about 2 minutes and a few seconds.
I don't recall.
On March 11th, another call in the afternoon lasting about 12 minutes.
I don't recall.
And finally, a call toward the end of March, March 29th, lasting about 4 minutes.
Again, I don't recall.
Okay. Understood that this is not a memory test, and I don't have the records in front of me, so I apologize about that. Based on the conversation that we've just had, does that jog your memory that you had multiple calls in February and March with Trooper Proctor, as well as the calls we've gone over with the records in January?
To be honest, I had calls with many people. I was in a state of shock for months.
Oh, shock
following
again?
this. So if you have the record, I can answer off of that. But besides that, just reading them to me does not jog my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You wouldn't quarrel with the idea, I don't want to hold you to a number, you wouldn't quarrel with the idea that you had multiple calls with Trooper Proctor in January, in February, in March, correct?
Well, the ones I've just saw on the record, yes, there were multiple calls there.
And of course, you met him in your home on January 29th.
Yes, I did.
And he came into your living room, you had a conversation with him.
In my dining room, yes.
I'm sorry, your dining room.
Mm-hmm.
And also, Kerry Roberts was there
Kerry Roberts was not there.
on the 29th.
Kerry Roberts was not at my house on the 29th. No.
When was she at your house when she was interviewed?
I believe that was the Tuesday, whatever the date was.
Maybe first? That sound right? First or second?
Yeah, something. It was the Tuesday following.
Okay. And was that with Trooper Proctor or a different trooper?
A different trooper.
And with Trooper Proctor on the 29th, when he was interviewing you in your dining room, that was the day that Brian Albert was also there.
Correct.
And was Brian Albert also interviewed on that day?
I believe so.
So Trooper Proctor was in your house for, gosh, it had to have been an hour.
I'm not sure. After I interviewed, I went upstairs and then my children started waking up and I was tied upstairs for a while. I'm not sure when or how long he was there.
But your memory is clear that not only did you meet Trooper Proctor on that day, you had a full conversation with him. It was in your house. That was in your dining room. And another witness was interviewed by Trooper Proctor in your home as well.
Correct.
And then you had multiple conversations with him in January on that day, the day after, and the day after that. You've already seen those records, correct?
Yes, correct.
Then in either September or October, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That's the report that you've already seen.
Correct.
And in that interview, you were asked specifically, whether or not you had a relationship with Trooper Proctor and when that relationship started, correct?
Correct.
And you said, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, correct?
I did not say that.
So yet again, this is another example of a trooper completely getting it wrong. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
In your view, did Lieutenant Tully get your statement wrong that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023?
Objection.
Is that true or is that wrong?
Lieutenant Tully knew I met Proctor prior to that because Proctor was the one who did the
That's not the
initial
question.
interview on January 29th.
Does it make you wonder why he wrote in his statement, quote, you've
Objection, Your
never
Honor.
met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
So the objection sustained.
Did Tully record his interview?
If you indicated that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, that would be a false statement, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that, Ms. McCabe.
I met Proctor January 29th. It's everywhere.
Not the question.
If you said it, would it have been false? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. On January 29th, in the early morning hours, I want to take you all the way back to 1:30, 1:45 a.m. when you left 34 Fairview on the 29th. After you dropped off the girls, where did you and Matt McCabe go?
We came home.
After you got home, you indicated that you went upstairs, correct?
Correct.
After you went upstairs, you indicated that you got on the phone.
Correct.
On your cell phone, correct? After you got on your cell phone, you indicated that you started searching for stuff.
Correct.
So if there's GPS, that you've seen the forensic extraction or part of it, correct?
Which one are you referring to?
The forensic extraction of your phone.
I saw what you showed me yesterday from Celebrate.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Right, part of it.
I saw, yeah, the phone calls, yes.
Okay. You're aware that that extraction shows that you got home after 2 a.m. or so, so that would be generally correct.
Correct.
The Celebrite extraction shows from your Apple Health data that you actually went up a set of stairs. That would be accurate, correct?
Accurate.
The Celebrite data shows that you actually logged into your phone, did a login, either Face ID or a passcode, opened up the phone. That would be accurate.
Correct.
The Celebrite data shows that you were
I like this setup.
engaging with an app called Safari to engage some Google searches, correct?
Yes.
That would be generally accurate as well, correct?
Yes.
So after you opened up Safari, you indicated that you Google searched something about Ozone basketball. Is that right?
Yes.
That was sometime after 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
What was so important about Ozone basketball at 2 a.m. that it couldn't wait until the morning? Why did you search it then?
Well, first I was home, I was wide awake, and I had been texting about a basketball chat, and basketball was clearly on my mind. My daughter had been invited to join a team. I didn't know much about the team, so I just was like Googling to see, because the woman who had given my daughter the offer had wanted an answer.
So you say that basketball was on your mind, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else on your mind in the early morning hour time frame?
Don't believe so.
Ms. McCabe, if you wanted to know in general how long it takes for a human being to pass away because of exposure to extreme temperatures, right? If you wanted to know the answer to that, what would you Google search? What phrase would you use?
I'm not sure. All I recall is what the defendant asked me to Google in the morning.
If you wanted to know, I'm asking a different question.
Mm-hmm.
If you personally wanted to know, how long does it take for a person to die of exposure due to extreme temperatures, what would you put in? What phrase would you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, we don't have to guess at the phrase that you would use if you wanted to know something about dying of hypothermia, do we? Because you actually Google searched it.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask that differently, please.
Did you, in fact, use a phrase to Google search how long it takes for someone to die of extreme temperatures?
I did in the morning at the request of your client.
Okay. And what phrase did you use?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Correct, I was,
2.5 years of this, you don't know the phrase that you used?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
there's so many lies and misconceptions
question.
on social media.
Question.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Are you telling me you don't remember what Google search you put in?
Karen was screaming. My hands were shaking, and she was saying, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
And what phrase did you put in your phone? I'm just asking you to say it.
Why don't you show me it?
You literally don't remember?
Again, she was screaming, Google hypothermia, how long does it take to die in the cold?
How about,
And I picked up my phone and I started Googling.
and you literally to this day, right now, under oath, you're saying you don't remember that phrase that you used.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that at her,
Do you remember it or do you not, Ms. McCabe? That's a simple question.
that morning, I don't remember specifically what I Googled, but I do know what you've put out to the social media.
How about this? Hoss long to die in cold. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, it's been
Why
everywhere
does that sound so familiar?
because you've put it out in social media.
Well, I
Put it
haven't
out on
anything
social media,
in
put it out in
social media, 'cause
court.
I don't personally have social media.
I'm sorry, Turtle Boy did.
So if the world happens to know it, that's not on me, is it?
I guess not.
I guess not.
Ooh,
Hoss
she
long
hurt
to
herself
die in
there.
cold is what you put in to the Google search, right?
If you say so.
Is there a reason that you don't want to admit to that?
Absolutely not.
It's a simple question, right?
No reason.
So say it. What Google search did you use?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were seeking at some point to Google how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
And you made a mistake and mistakenly typed Hoss long to die in
Hoss
cold,
long.
correct?
You could show me it. I'd appreciate it.
You later
You could
Google
show
searched-
me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
While she looks at that, Mr. Jackson, can we bring our clerk back upstairs?
Of course, yes. I think we're back to this.
Thank you very much. Can you text Jimmy and tell him?
Take a look at that report and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be an accurate page from a Celebrite extraction from your phone?
It does.
Okay. May I have that back? I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
May I have that back for a second? Did you see the actual search phrase? Does
Yes.
that now refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What was it?
This marked as next in order.
Make her say it now.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Jim?
Man, she really hurt herself with that social media stuff. She was doing so well.
Yes.
Had to blow it up in her own face.
Is that, Madam Court Reporter?
I'll talk about that at the break.
Thank you.
Move to publish this, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now let's all look at it. Let's feast on it because we're going to follow this up with the video of her not being in the car with Karen, aren't we?
Does this appear to be the document that was just marked as Exhibit 99?
Yes.
I know it's a little bit small, Mr. Jason. I like this. You see this column,
Yes.
third column from the, actually it's the fourth column from the left. One, some dates, some data, and then a Google search, correct?
Correct.
What does that Google search say?
House long to die in cold.
Yes, you made her say it.
Now, you indicate that you did that, you made that search at 6:23 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then you indicated that you did it again thereafter at 6:24, correct?
Correct.
At 6:24, you misspelled the phrase and you spelled it as follows: how long T-I die in C-I-K-D, correct?
Correct.
Now you claim that those two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. respectively, correct?
Objection.
Phrase it differently.
Sure. You've indicated under direct examination that these two searches were at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., right?
I don't know if I gave exact times, but I said it was in the morning and Karen had asked me to do it.
And you, exactly, you claimed that you searched it because Karen was screaming at you and yelling at you, Google hypothermia, and you Googled how long does it take for a person to die, I'm sorry, she said something like how long does it take for a person to die of hypothermia, and you Google searched it at 6:23 and 6:24. Is that right?
Again, I'm not sure about the exact times. I just did it after Karen asked me to do it.
Would you quarrel with the idea that those were about 30 seconds apart?
Okay.
And you're aware, Ms. McCabe, that both spellings, both misspellings of that phrase result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Well, you Googled them, ma'am. You're looking on your phone and you Googled how long to die in cold and how long to die in CIKD. Both of those. You Googled them, right?
I did, yes.
And they result in the exact same search results, don't they?
I have no idea.
So my question to you is, why the two searches?
She was standing next to me screaming, shaking my hand. My hand was cold. I was trying to Google it. Obviously, maybe whatever came up first didn't make sense because I had some misspellings, so I did it again.
So Hoslong to die in cold results in articles concerning dying of exposure, doesn't it?
We never got the chance to read it.
Well, you're the one, when you say we, who's we?
Karen and myself.
Well, you're the one holding the phone, Ms. McCabe.
Correct.
So you're looking down at your phone and you see exactly what comes up, correct?
I don't remember exactly what came up.
Well, what came up was something about dying of hypothermia, didn't it?
That's what she asked.
So why do it again? Why do it again, Ms. McCabe? You had the result. Why the second search?
I cannot answer that beyond telling you that my hands were frozen. She was shaking me and screaming at me.
And you see the time, let me scroll up, please. According to the Celebrate data, you see this first search that says Hoslong to die in cold?
I do.
What's that time?
You've got the, it's right over at 2:27
AM or PM?
a.m.
Ms. McCabe, you made that search at 2:27 a.m. because you knew that John O'Keefe was outside in your sister's lawn dying in the cold, didn't you?
Absolutely not. I did not make that search at that time. No.
Realized the next morning, after John was discovered, after 6 a.m., that you had an incriminating search on your phone, didn't you?
Absolutely not.
To cover your tracks, you searched it again in order to overwrite the original search at 2:27, correct?
Again, absolutely not.
But you were nervous and you screwed it up. So the first search you made at 6:23 was Hoslong to die in CIKD, wasn't it?
No.
When you see the search, right there, correct?
I see the search, but I disagree with your narrative.
And what's the time frame of that
Her
search?
narrative.
6:23.
And you agree that that time frame is accurate, right?
Again, it's what the report says.
And that comports with your memory of that morning, about 6:23 in the morning and 51 seconds.
Correct.
There's a second search, correct?
Correct.
And this one, at 6:24, says Hoslong to die in cold. 6:24:16, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, 18. That was our break. And that comports with your memory as well.
I remember Googling it at the request of the defendant. Yes.
About 27 seconds apart, correct?
Yes.
But the reality is, your first search didn't comport with the 2:27 a.m. search, did it? It was a different spelling, wasn't it?
I never searched a 227. That is not reality.
But the 6:24 search did exactly mirror the search that, according to this report, took place at 2:27, correct?
I'm sure Celebrite will be able to explain it to you. I can't.
And then of those three searches, one of them ended up deleted. Isn't that right?
I never deleted any search.
Take a look at the Celebrite report, top search, and the column marked deleted. What do you see?
I see a yes.
Mr. McCabe, the
Not
reason you
reality.
deleted that 2:27 a.m. call is because you realized that if you were caught Googling how long it takes for a person to die in the cold 3.5 hours before John's body was found, that would incriminate you, wouldn't it?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Oh,
Did you
that's a
delete
totally
that
fair
search because
question.
You knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone.
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
But he's not your family, is he?
Family and friends.
Is he not
Objection.
your...
Sustained.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:23, don't you?
In the morning I did, yes.
You acknowledge that you made the search at 6:24.
Multiple times in the morning, yes.
Of the three searches that show up, that were all found on your phone, the one that you disavow is the one that took place at 2:27 a.m., which would implicate you and exonerate my client, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Can I ask it differently, Mr. Jackson?
Of those three searches, there was only one marked deleted. Isn't that right?
Correct.
That was the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a
That's not what I
search.
asked you. The one according to the Celebrite report that was deleted, the one at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's awfully convenient for you, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
What? That's it?
May I approach briefly?
Didn't give us
Yes.
the video.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Going back a little bit, you were asking questions about Life 360 application that you had on your phone, is that right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that app and familiar with sort of using that app to see where your children are at various times, is that correct?
Yes,
And from your experience using that app, how accurate is it as far as location and time or anything in regard to it?
pretty accurate, varying some of their locations and sometimes weather.
Have you ever had instances in which you were told someone was somewhere and they were not there?
Yes,
You were asked some questions about Ryan Nagel's truck, correct?
yes,
And do you know, or did you on January 29th, 2022, did you know Ryan Nagel?
I did not.
Did you know what kind of vehicle he drove?
I did not.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally, please.
Do you know whether or not that was actually somebody else's truck?
I do not know.
Do you know whether or not on January 29th, 2022, Ryan Nagel had a friend named Ricky?
I do now.
But on the 29th, did you?
No,
On the 29th, did you have any idea what kind of vehicle he drove?
no,
This person you didn't know.
right, correct.
Now, when you looked outside as far as the truck was concerned, did you even see a truck?
I just saw lights, vehicle. I didn't focus much attention to what was over there.
So fair to say you weren't paying attention to a truck you didn't see, a person you didn't know, that you had never seen before, correct?
Sustained as to that form.
Now, you were asked some questions about texts between Ryan Nagel and Julie Nagel, correct?
Yes,
And as far as when those texts were sent, you don't know, do you?
can you clarify?
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel texted his sister Julie before he had even pulled onto Fairview Road?
They were texting at, about his arrival.
Texting about his arrival, but do you know where Ryan Nagel was when he was texting Julie about his arrival?
I believe he was outside.
But you don't know. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not Ryan Nagel was on Cedar Crest or somewhere else when he texted Julie?
He's
that he
trying
was
so
about the
hard.
driver that he was there?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you know that?
I don't know that now.
As far as the defendant's motor vehicle and the truck that Mr. Nagel was in, did you see either of those vehicles arrive in front of Fairview?
Yes.
You saw them pull up?
No, actually, are you asking if I saw them pulling up or if I saw when they arrived? I did not see them pulling up.
So at some point after they arrived, your attention was drawn outside.
Yes.
And when we're talking about you going to the door and looking outside, how long a period are you looking at?
Not long.
So would you describe it as either a glance or more of a, were you staring intently at the vehicle out in front of the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
How would you describe the manner in which you were looking out at the SUV in front of the house?
I would go to the front door. I look out. I saw the vehicle. I believe I sent a text and I went and sat back down.
Now, in any of those times that you went to the door, and do you know how many times you went to the door?
I don't know exactly.
At least twice, is that correct?
At least, yes.
Now, in those at least twice that you, well, at least twice that you saw the vehicle and once that you saw that the vehicle was gone, correct?
Yeah, so I guess actually it was more than twice because I saw the vehicle move as well.
And when you say as far as you saw the vehicle move, did you see the vehicle physically move or it was in one place and then you came back later and it was in a different?
It was in one place and then when I came back, it was further up.
Now, at any of those points in time, did you took a glance out the storm door? Did you see anybody outside of the vehicle?
No,
Did you see inside of the vehicle?
no,
Did you see anybody outside other than Julie Nagel on the front lawn, or front walkway, or anything else?
no,
At any point in time while you were at 34 Fairview that night, did you see John O'Keefe?
no,
At any point in time when you texted John O'Keefe after you arrived at Fairview, did John O'Keefe respond?
no,
At any point in time after you arrived at Fairview, or after you hung up from the 12:18 a.m. call in which you were describing where 34 Fairview was in reference to Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe ever again?
no.
And during that about 20-minute or so period of time when Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant's SUV is in front of the house, you never heard anything from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And did that strike you as unusual as far as him not responding?
I thought it was strange, but then I thought that they just might have decided to go home or had gotten into a fight or Kaylee wanted him home.
Now, you're looking out through the storm door and you see the Lexus with its lights on, right?
Correct.
And from that area, the secondary area, up by the flagpole and the fire hydrant, that's the same area where you found John O'Keefe the next morning, correct?
Correct.
And with reference to that area, is there any lights as far as street lights or anything that you're aware of in that area?
No, it's a dark area in the corner of the lot.
Now, at any point in time, were you looking or were you expecting to see John's body on the lawn?
Absolutely not.
What kind of question
And
is that?
then when you're looking in the dark, in the snow, from a storm door out towards a vehicle, not the same conditions as if you're standing in a courtroom or sitting in a courtroom today, about 10 feet away from somebody during the daytime with lights on, correct?
Correct.
Do you only see what you're expecting to see, Mr. Lally?
In fact, when you go back to Fairview the next morning, and again, who was the person who requested or directed to go to Fairview?
Karen.
And so when you go to Fairview along with the defendant and Ms. Roberts at the defendant's direction, sometime around 6 a.m., when was it that you first saw Mr. O'Keefe?
I wasn't the one to first see him. Karen was.
So she's banging on the door, asking it to be let out. She goes directly over to the body, correct?
Correct.
And neither you nor Ms. Roberts, well, you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe on the lawn until after she did that, correct?
Correct.
And that was after you had already sort of driven a little bit past where he was, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to you get home from Fairview around 2 a.m. or somewhere in that time frame, you go up to bed and you do some searches on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so there's a Safari tab or an application on your phone. That's where you access Google.
Yes.
Is that typically where you would access Google?
Yes.
And you were looking at Ozone basketball. You're also looking at Hockomock. Is that right? Objection.
Sustained.
What, if anything else, were you looking at beyond the Ozone basketball you talked about?
We had an exciting game earlier in the night against a local town that has a very good basketball program. So I went on Hockomock Sports to look at the recap, and typically I'll do that to see how other teams did, etc.
And around that same time, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, within when you did that, as far as looking things up on Google, were you opening up new tabs within Safari as you were looking at different websites or different topics?
No.
And when you went to bed or you went to sleep that evening, at some point you turned off your phone, right?
Correct.
And did you X out that box, that Safari tab that you were doing those searches with regard to Ozone and Hockomock?
No, I used to always leave my tabs open and my kids would yell at me.
As far as having
Oh, yeah.
multiple tabs open, is that correct?
Drains my battery, etc. Yes.
So then, flash forward to sometime after 6 a.m., you're on the side of the road and the defendant asks you to conduct or look up something with regard to hypothermia or how long to die in the cold, correct?
Correct.
So when you open that up and you go into Google, did you open up a new tab or did you just sort of go into what you had already open in the Safari tab?
I went to what I already had opened.
And that's where you perform the search, is that right?
Excuse me?
That's where you.
She remembers all this stuff. She doesn't need to be shown.
Yes.
And you never made any search like that at 2:27 in the morning, correct?
I did not know.
Now, again, you've been shown what's been called a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with how many Cellbrite extraction reports were conducted in reference to your phone?
I think a couple. I'm actually not sure.
And prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever seen a Cellbrite extraction report?
No.
As you sit here today, do you even really know what that is?
Not really, no.
You know what a wall file is?
No,
You know what an SQLite database is?
no,
You know what a knowledge profile C database is?
no,
You know how information is stored and kept within your cell phone?
no.
Now, as far as, let me ask you this, you had 4 children and you were a mom, a homemaker, correct?
Correct.
At some point you did work though, right?
Yes.
What did you do for work?
I was an elementary school teacher.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
One question and we'll see where this goes.
What grade did you teach?
5th.
And how long did you teach 5th grade?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to see counsel.
What the hell is this? This is so fakey pandering between the basketball coaching and I was a 5th grade elementary teacher. We're supposed to believe that has some relevance to this case. What does it have to do with anything? This is ridiculous. Suddenly, she remembers the details of her tabs. She doesn't remember the search, doesn't remember the language of the search, but she remembers crystal clear exactly what she was searching for that night in bed on the phone. Where are those searches? I mean, I'm guessing they must be in the report. That's why that's her cover story. That was
I'd like
sustained.
to take you back to 4:53 in the morning is when you get that first call from Kerry Roberts. Is that correct?
Correct.
You answer that call and then the defendant is put on the line, correct?
Yes.
And so what is the first sort of iteration of the story that the defendant tells you happened the night before?
That they got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and he never came home.
And at some point later, you confront her with that you saw the vehicle out front of the house, correct?
Correct.
And so then what is the defendant's story changed at that point?
That they went there and it changed multiple times. I'm not sure exactly. She said, at one point, oh my God, I don't even remember
Fancy
going
that.
there. She was telling other people that he was dead, that a plow hit him. The story changed multiple times that morning.
You didn't tell the police any of that.
On cross-examination, you were played a voicemail. Do you know whose phone that voicemail was from?
They never said no.
Fair to say that you're on 911 in the background of that phone call, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't your phone.
Correct.
And there's 2 other people beyond that as far as Ms. Roberts and the defendant there, correct?
Correct.
Was Kerry on the phone at all that you saw?
No.
And so with reference to the timing of that phone, you had called 911 and you were on the phone with 911 at the time that recording starts, right?
Correct.
So you had gotten out of the car, you had gone around and then seen where the defendant had run over to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
As to the form, it's sustained.
What had you done before you placed that 911 call?
I got out of the car. I ran behind the car over to the body. I was in a state of shock for a couple of seconds. Kerry
Oh, I
and
thought it
looked
was for
at each
months.
other, and I said, I'm going to call 911.
And there was a period of time when you made the call before it connected and you said you got bounced around to different agencies, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't moving at
This is
all.
After the defendant
During
had hit
that
the door
call.
and run from the vehicle over to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, right?
Yes.
So it's not your phone, and it's not Ms. Roberts' phone. Fair inference is the defendant's phone, correct?
Correct.
And so this phone call had been made or started recording at some point before you had even gotten out of the car, made your way over to Mr. O'Keefe, been in a state of shock for a few seconds, called 911, connected to 911. So at some point, it had to have been made in the car, correct?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Do you know when that voicemail or that recording that you heard, do you know when that call was placed?
I don't.
Now, at the time that you are making the 911 call, where is the defendant in relation to the vehicle?
She is over with Mr. O'Keefe.
Because he doesn't want her sitting in the car? That's the deal?
You mentioned that the part beyond the 911 call where you heard yourself talking, you're at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
And why are you at the rear of Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
In the beginning, I'm at the rear gathering towels or blankets. And then a few times I go to the rear because I'm trying to speak with the 911 and Karen is screaming hysterically. And then Kerry starts screaming at her to calm down. It was quite chaotic. So I was moving away so that I could be clear with the operators.
You did not move on that call. We heard the wipers unremitting the entire time.
Some
Same
point
sound.
You went into your sister's house at 34 Fairview, right?
Yes.
And why did you go?
Officer Lank asked me to go in and wake them up.
So you were asked to go in there by the police to wake them up, correct?
Sustained.
And at some point, you indicated that you had called Officer Lank to come back to the house, right?
Yes.
And how did you get his number again?
Julie Albert.
And as far as, were you aware whether or not Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, or any of the other people that were present had Officer Lank's number?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you ask Julie Albert and not Brian Albert or Nicole Albert?
Because I knew she was the only one that had his number.
How'd you know that?
You were asked some questions about when you were on scene, and you indicated in your testimony on direct that you heard the defendant say, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
You also, early in your testimony, had indicated that earlier in the morning, the defendant had phrased that differently as far as could I have hit him or did I, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You heard the defendant make a variety of statements over the course of the night, correct?
Yes.
And more to my point, as far as you recall testifying at another hearing under oath in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked some questions specifically about this topic?
Objection.
Allowed. Okay.
Nobody has said that Karen said a plow hit him. Nobody said that, including Jen McCabe on direct or on cross. Nobody has said that. Oh, the evolution. It's just wild. We are going to talk so much more about these Amber Heard vibes. Oh, I wouldn't even know how to go in and delete a search, just like I wouldn't even know how to leak a video to TMZ. I wouldn't even know how to do that. It's this self-referential plea to truth. It's absolutely, absolutely astonishing to see this exact same playbook. I don't even know how to edit photos. I don't even know how to turn up the saturation and stuff like that to make it look like I have a big red spot on my face. I wouldn't even know how to do that. Show me the document. Show me the document. Show me the report where it says that. You remember those audios that we heard? Bring all these people in that saw it. Oh, Travis saw us. Bring him in. Let him tell me to my face. Show me the stuff. Does this ring any bells for anyone? This is these could be sisters. These could be sisters. Absolutely the same playbook. When I get a little more time on the break, I'm going to talk a little bit about this, why certain narcissistic types of tendencies get manifested like this. Obviously, we're not diagnosing her, but we can see her personality with our own eyes. We can see she is enormously disagreeable. We can see that she is haughty and arrogant. She drips with contempt for all of those around her. And the thing that's going to be really critical in this context is the self-referential definition of reality. When she says that's not reality, that I did the search, it's because she's decided in her mind that's not what reality is. And for the mind of somebody who has their self-regard above and beyond any other type of consideration, you get to define what reality is. So how dare you point out something objective that disagrees with my assertion of what reality is. That's going to trigger a cognitive dissonance. That's why you see anger. That's why you see an emotional reaction. That's why you see these accusations. You put it out there on social media. Lady, this is a court case. He brought it into court. And here you are still in court, having to try to explain this. He put it out on social media. She just torpedoed all of that sympathy she had built up for herself with we've been tortured, we've been harassed, all these bad things that the blogger has done to us, because you just highlighted to the jury that you were attacked because of stuff going on in court. And you're trying to blame Karen Reed for this when all Karen Reed is doing is pointing out your shady shit in a court process where she is defending herself, as she has the right to do. She has the right to point out, what the hell is this shady Google search at 2:27 in the morning? She is going to point that out in court. This is not Alan Jackson put it out on social media. This is not Karen Reed put it out on social media. This is you being touchy as hell about social media because this tarnished your perfect little image on there. Nobody likes to be dragged on social media. Obviously, that's not a fun place to be. Social media is so cultivated. It's so showing you what you want people to see.
Sidron?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. McCabe, as I was asking before, in June of 2023, you testified in another procedure, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions specifically about those statements that you heard the defendant say on the morning of January 20th, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall specifically what your testimony was in regard to that portion of you, in regard to those statements?
I don't recall specifics. I know what I know. I know what happened.
May I approach on?
Yes.
A lifeline. Finally, by the time they got to the federal grand jury, she must have said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Now I'm giving you 2 pages. Direct your attention to the bottom of the first page and then into the next page. If you could just review that yourself and look up.
The page again, Mr. Lally?
You're on 816 and 817.
Thank you.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Yes,
Is
curated.
the memory refreshed as to what you said in that prior proceeding in regard to those statements?
Yes.
What did you say?
What did I say in that? I told them that Karen looked straight at me and said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And I said that there was, I believe, an EMT that overheard as well.
Now, do you recall in that same prior proceeding being asked any questions sort of at different times, the defendant saying different iterations of that same statement?
Objection.
Standards to form, no leading, Mr. Lally.
With respect to that that's testimony in that same prior proceeding, what, if anything else, were you asked about statements the defendant made to you that morning?
I was asked what were some of the statements that Miss Reed had made, and it was like, repeat, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I have a cracked taillight. And then I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And so with respect to questions and as far as did I hit him or could I have hit him, and the statement I hit him, those were at different times, correct?
Correct.
Now, you met with Trooper Proctor on January 29th, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that the first time that you had met him?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, was with him when you met?
I believe it was Trooper Yuri.
And subsequent to that date, did you meet with other troopers on the scene?
Yes.
And by other troopers, I mean not Trooper Proctor and not Trooper Yuri.
Yes.
And with respect to meeting with other troopers, was it at that point that they had talked to you about taking your phone?
Correct.
And they asked you for your phone, is that correct?
I had shared my Life 360 and my Life 360 and my texts, and they asked if they could take a copy of my phone.
And did you agree to that?
I agreed to it, yes.
And were you presented a form at all in regard to your agreeing to hand over your phone?
Yes.
And beyond what you had testified to earlier as far as things, were there any limitations that you put on what they could look at or take from your phone?
No limitations.
Any approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Of course not. You already told us you deleted the stuff you were concerned about.
I'm showing you a document. Again, just ask you to look at it. Just in general, ma'am, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
This was the consent form for my phone.
So that's the form you filled out with the troopers in regards to giving over your phone.
Correct.
Any approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to seek to choose the next exhibit.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay, thank you.
Exhibit 100.
Thank you.
Now, again, Ms. McCabe, initially following that the events of initially that morning around 6 a.m. or so, at some point you were seeking or you had actually asked the defendant for Kerry Roberts' phone number, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you were looking for Kerry's number specifically?
Well, the driving conditions were terrible. She was driving to Braintree to pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe. And then they were heading to the hospital, and I was just looking to see how John was doing.
You had mentioned
Follow up
at some
on
point,
this,
did you speak to Ms. Roberts
Jackson.
in regard to updates as far as how John was doing?
Yes.
And you mentioned that later on, either that day or the next day, that you had gone over to Mr. O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving at the time that you went over to the O'Keefe's house with Ms. Roberts?
Kerry was driving.
And so when you left the O'Keefe's house, where was it that you went?
Kerry went to drop her daughter off at her friend's house, the daughter of Mike Lank.
And you were just in the front passenger seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You had mentioned as far as getting together with Ms. Roberts at the request of someone to talk about a timeline, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that came about or who was making that request?
Kerry called me and she told me that she had talked to Peggy, and Peggy had,
No, I'm going to allow it.
And Peggy had suggested to Kerry, you guys should write a timeline. You don't want to forget anything, when the time comes, meaning when the trial comes, you don't want to forget anything that happened.
And just to be clear, when you say Peggy, who are you referring to?
Mrs. O'Keefe,
John's mother?
John's mother, correct.
Now, you were asked some questions about subsequent date as far as hearing bits and pieces or portions of Ms. Roberts' statement to troopers at your home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not that was the first time that Ms. Roberts had talked to troopers or officers or anyone from either the Canton Police or the State Police?
I believe on the 29th in the afternoon, troopers went to her house. So that would have been the first time.
So the time that she was at your home and speaking to troopers, that would have been at least the second time that she spoke to troopers, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you know, and why do you know this
With
without needing to see a
reference
report?
to, Ms. Roberts and her phone. Was Ms. Roberts, the time that you handed your phone over to the troopers, was Ms. Roberts present there as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you see Ms. Roberts do with respect to her phone and the troopers?
She turned her phone over as well and signed the consent.
Interesting.
Now, during that time, you had indicated that you had heard a statement that you said was horrified you in some way. Is that correct?
From Miss Roberts?
Yes.
Correct.
And what was that? What was she talking about?
Objection.
The door has been opened, Mr. Jackson. That means you can answer.
Okay. So basically, Kerry is a talker, and once she started,
I think just focus on
Okay.
what she said.
okay, she said something like, John really loved Amy, and in my eyes, Karen was just a babysitter with benefits.
And is that what made it memorable to you as far as what had transpired at that time?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ever coordinate your statement or Ms. Roberts' statements with her prior to testifying at any hearing or any proceeding at any point in time?
No.
Door was open to that by who? How'd she open her own door?
Let me ask you, when you came to the area of 34 Fairview Road around 6 a.m., and you saw Mr. O'Keefe, was he in the same clothes that you had seen him in earlier?
He had jeans and I believe the same shirt on, yes.
And nothing additional as far as a jacket or anything like that that you saw?
Not that I recall.
Now, again, as you were driving down Fairview Road, if the defendant did not bang on the door and essentially jump out of the car and make a beeline over to Mr. O'Keefe, would you have stopped the car?
No.
Recall when you were leaving 34 Fairview Road earlier, as far as sometime between 1:30 and 1:45 when Mr. McCabe is driving. Do you recall whether or not the roads were plowed or treated or anything that you saw at that time?
I know there was snow on them, but I can't recall specifics.
Now, as far as the defendant coming over your house shortly after 5 a.m., was that something that you were expecting at the time?
No.
And what was it prior to the defendant showing up and sort of screaming in front of your house? What was your sort of plan as far as based on the information that Ms. Reed had told you?
My husband and I were going to go out and we were going to drive over to Tom Beatty's house to see if John was there.
Now, as far as the 911 call that you were making, that information that you were providing, what was that based on?
What I was seeing.
But as far as how Mr. O'Keefe had come to be there at 34 Fairview Road, when you're communicating any of that to the 911 operator or to officers on scene, was that from your observations when you were inside 34 Fairview after the waterfall or from some other source?
Well, It was from what Karen was saying as we were driving there.
So as far as him being dropped off or anything like that, that came from the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as you had been asked and you had testified about going over to Trooper Proctor's house to meet with his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about certain incidents of harassment that you had undergone, as well as Mrs. Proctor, is that correct?
Correct.
How long had that been going on for at that point?
At that point, it started in April, and now I believe I went over there in September.
And what, if anything, was the frequency of the harassment? Was it sporadic, or how often were you experiencing that?
Daily, sometimes hourly.
And in addition to what you've already testified, what, if any, other incidents do you recall specifically involving either you or your children or your home?
People come by my house, they take video, they scream. They've gone to my child's sporting events and called me names. They've written letters to my daughter's colleges and said that they shouldn't allow them to play. And then they've attached these horrific articles that have been complete lies about all of us. They send me Facebook messages. They call my phone, home phone and cell phone, all hours of the night. They tell me to kill myself. They tell me I'm a terrible mother. They harass my children. My daughter testified here the other day. We didn't even get out of the building, and people were, saying horrendous things, that she's a liar. Your mother should die. It's just, it's unimaginable what my entire family is going through. I go to the beach, they take pictures, they post it, they threaten that there are eyes everywhere. I'll never be able to live a normal life again. I am a witness. That's all I am. I am not on trial. I am.
She
a
cries for
witness.
herself.
And these people
Let's see her cry for herself.
Sustained as to that part. I'll strike that part. Everything else is stand.
Okay.
And so, your understanding that Mrs. Proctor had sustained similar issues as you had?
Correct.
Now, again, Trooper Michael Proctor never met him prior to January 29, 2022, correct?
I have never met him prior, no.
And the time that you went over to meet with Elizabeth Proctor, was Trooper Michael Proctor home at that time?
No, he was not home.
And had you ever been over to his house prior to that or any time subsequent to that?
No, never.
Now, you did have some conversations with Trooper Proctor following this day and around let me ask you this. You testified a bit about a rolling rally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what that was or what occurred on that day?
So that day in July, a group got together under one blogger, and they all met and they decided to go to different houses. So Michael Proctor had been made aware of what was happening, so he had reached out to tell me, what was going to be happening and how they had set up some cameras. It was a Saturday. I had just come home from vacation with my children and my husband. Mrs. O'Keefe picked up my two younger children and brought them out with her so they wouldn't be home for this. And my two older children and my husband were in the house while about, 50 to 75 people came to my house. They screamed, they yelled, "There's a murderer." They just caused an absolute ruckus outside.
And prior to that, did you have any conversations with Proctor or any other troopers from the state police about knowledge of that incident occurring prior to its occurrence?
Yes.
And as far as setting up sort of whole cameras around your house to memorialize whatever is going to happen?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions with regard to the Google search. Again, that was initiated after 6 a.m. Why again?
because Miss Reed asked me to Google how long to die from hypothermia. She said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. She was shaking me, screaming at me to do it.
And she's shaking you as you're typing, is that correct?
Correct.
Johnny did it.
There was some misspelling, correct?
Correct. I also have MS and I have
Well, I'll allow that.
I have MS and I have, issues with my hands. So I, a lot of times Google and make errors, but the cold also makes my hand go completely numb. So I'm not surprised that that's how it would come out.
When you were in your bedroom sometime after 2 a.m., fair to say the defendant wasn't there shaking you when you were Google searching for ozone basketball or Hakamak?
Objection.
Sustain.
One moment, John.
Yes.
Nothing further, John.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Oh, I think we're getting recrossed.
Concerning statement, I hit him. He gave a statement on January 29th to Sergeant Lank. Called him over to specifically give him a statement, correct?
Correct.
Gave a statement the next day, later that day, Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
You were also met with, on that following Tuesday, with a trooper named Prince, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified in April of 2022, no fewer than 12 times about statements that you attributed to Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And in not one of those instances, not one, is there a report that says you said, she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct, although I told Mike Lank.
Oh, we already know that the officers all got it wrong.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained as to that. Next question, please, Mr. Jackson.
So you indicate that you were, the harassment that you just described, this terrible harassment that you just described, started in about April 2023.
What happened then?
Correct?
Correct.
How long to die in cold?
There were public hearings concerning this Google search. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Is that right?
I'm not sure exactly when the Google search came out.
But you do know that you started suffering this harassment that you claimed is awful and terrible, et cetera, around April of 2023. Is that right?
I didn't claim it's awful. It is awful.
Okay, I'm sure it is awful, Ms. McCabe. I'm sure it's terrible.
It is.
Sure, it sucks to be harassed.
It really does.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so that's sustained, and I'll strike it. Go ahead and ask a question, Mr. Jackson.
You were upset by April of 2023 that there was public outrage about your family being involved in the death of John O'Keefe. That's what you were upset about, correct?
I was upset that we as witnesses were being harassed.
You were upset about public outrage concerning this case, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, that was answered. Next question.
And 2 months later, in June of 2023, for the first time, you testified at another proceeding, and lo and behold, you attributed the words, I hit him, to my client, right?
Objection.
So ask that without the objectionable phrase.
2 months later, at another proceeding, in June of 2023, you attributed the statement, I hit him, to my client for the first time under oath, correct?
Under oath, correct.
What is a
You indicated
coincidence?
when you turned your phone in, the police were perfectly okay with you deleting communications with your children, correct?
Correct.
Including Lally, who's a material witness in this trial.
Objection.
So part of that is objectionable, and I'll sustain that, so.
You're aware that your daughter Lally was a witness in this case.
At the time, I was not aware of that, no.
No, but you did know that ultimately she was going to indicate that she drove Colin home, right? You knew that at the time.
Objection.
That's sustained.
Did you know at the time that Lally had driven Colin home, or she said she drove him home?
I had no idea she drove him home.
But you deleted all those communications with Lally, didn't you?
Objection.
Wouldn't it have been on her Life
Sustained.
360?
Did you delete all the communications that you had off your phone with Lally, your daughter?
Objection.
So this has already been answered, but go ahead, let's finish this loop. Did you delete them?
I deleted the conversations with my 4 daughters. At that time, Allie was not a witness.
All I asked you, you heard my question. Did you or did you not delete the communications with Lally?
Objection.
That's been answered.
You said that there was this statement that horrified you, your words, horrified you, that Kerry Roberts made during her interview, that you were eavesdropping on, right?
I'm not sure if she made it during that interview. I'd have to look back to see when I said she told them everything in bold, because I know she had said it to me multiple times. So I'm not sure if it's when she said it in the interview or just in general. When she said, I told them everything, I told them, etc.
So when you said in that group chat, she's telling them everything, that might not even be what you're talking about.
No, it was.
And you said that horrified you, correct?
I didn't know Kerry Roberts, so yes, her statement horrified me.
Horrified you.
Yes, that was horrifying.
And in that group chat, your response to that horrifying statement was 3 words.
I love it.
I love it.
Was there a response prior to that?
You tell me, ma'am. I'm not the one under oath. You are.
Well, if you want to show me it again, I'd love to get.
Yesterday.
So, do you have it handy, Mr. Jackson?
I don't, Your Honor. I'll grab it. It's marked. Okay. Your Honor, it's been marked and entered. It was the packet this morning that I did. That's it. May I approach?
Sure.
I love it. I knew. Why did I know? That's what she was going to say. Why did I know that? Tell me. Do we have a read on her or what?
Mayor.
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 pages. If you would.
Could you tell me what pages, please?
169 and the second page, Ms. McCabe, if you wouldn't mind.
What's the second number, Ms. McCabe?
Number, bottom right.
2170.
Thank you.
You have that in mind?
Yes, I do.
May I? Your Honor? Yes. Thank you. During that conversation, when you said she's telling them everything, that came right on the heels of your husband saying, this girl could write a book, or this woman could write a book or something like that, correct?
Correct. She talks nonstop.
Right. And then you said 2 texts down, she's telling them everything.
Correct.
The text just before that was, I love it.
That was in response to my husband saying this girl could write a book.
What's the next thing that you wrote to that group within a second of that?
She is telling them everything.
Right.
Sure.
Nowhere in that text chain did you say something along the lines of, "Oh my goodness, I'm so horrified," did you?
Those were on phone conversations.
Nowhere in those texts that you just saw did you say the words or write the words, "I'm so horrified," did you?
No, because it was already spoken about.
When?
You were
What?
asked on that morning, January 29th, 2022, as you drove to the location and ultimately to 34 Fairview. What ultimately happened? And your testimony was, as you approached,
Watch that video
my
now.
client was searching frantically for John O'Keefe, correct?
I don't believe I said she was searching frantically for John O'Keefe.
Searching frantically.
She was screaming frantically in the back seat and texting in the back seat.
Was she just sitting there, curled up in the back seat, sucking her thumb, or was she searching out the window?
She was screaming
Right.
between Kerry and I. So I'm not really sure how she saw John over here when her head is up here screaming and then looking down and texting.
Was the whole point of that trip, Ms. McCabe, to search for John?
It was because she knew where he was.
The whole point of that trip was to look for him, correct?
She directed us to go to 34
No.
Fairview.
The whole point of the trip was to look for John,
At
correct?
34 Fairview, where Karen said to go.
And your testimony is that if it hadn't been for Karen jumping out of that truck, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Because I wouldn't have seen him. I didn't know he was there. She did.
Yes or no? Was that your statement? If she hadn't gotten out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped.
I don't believe it was stated like that. I believe there was a question and I answered.
And the question was, would you have stopped? And your answer was what?
What was the direct
Oh my
question?
goodness, Ms. McCabe, it was
Oh my
5 minutes
goodness.
ago.
Did he ask, did you see something? You like to change words. I just want to be certain.
So, Mr. Jackson, just keep it to questions, not comments.
You were asked just a second ago by Mr. Lally, if Karen Reed hadn't jumped out of the car, you wouldn't have stopped, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
All right, Ms. McCabe, we are finished. Jurors, I'm going to ask you to follow them out like you've done. We'll take a recess, and this one might be a little longer. I may need to.
Jurors, holding and leaving your notebooks on the chairs, all right, follow me, jury out.
Well, what a circus
In an
that
effort to
turned
save a little
into.
time, why don't I see counsel at sidebar to find out exactly what you want from me?
Because she knew where he was. Weren't you supposed to have some inkling that maybe he was there, Jen, when you saw the car outside there that night? So why would you be avoiding it? Why would you not go look there where you saw the damn car? It's the last point anybody remembers seeing where he might have been. Little slip by Mr. Jackson there. This is not the first time he's gotten caught slipping a little bit, because he played the game of show me, prove it to me, put it in my face if you're going to ask me about it. He went ahead and gave her that, and it allowed her to police him for precision. So he has to be extremely precise with what he asks her, and it's got to be able to be backed up with that stuff that he has developed a pattern of offering to show her. So if he doesn't remember specifically what the order of the text messages is, it's opening a door for her to be able to call him out on, you're mischaracterizing how that went. Doesn't mean I buy her explanation of what I love it meant in the context of this chat message. But it was sloppy. It was a little sloppy by Jackson. He was getting a little loose, trying to let stuff go, and I think she caught him a little bit with that. And that was one of the risks of playing the triangulation game. Let's talk about the triangulation. Because, boy, we remember that with Amber too, don't we? We remember that with Amber. You triangulate your opponent against everybody else and against the physical evidence, and then you triangulate other people in the case onto your side. And so with Amber, it was always the doctors back me up. Of course, turns out once we see the actual evidence, they didn't. You know, I have medical reports, I have documentation. The police were going to get involved until, you know, we get the reports, and turned out, no, that's not what happened either. Just this constant finger pointing to people that are going to back her up. And so what that does is that puts that person in the position of, are you going to back me up or not? And that becomes even more complicated when it's, am I being asked to back you up with something that is true or not? One of the things we saw with Amber Heard that seemed to be pretty effective in terms of how she's able to manipulate people and kind of get them on her side is she's able to get them implicated in stuff they don't want coming out. Embarrassing stuff, maybe illegal stuff. Things like getting, what was his name? Kevin Murphy. You know, the vet we can grease, getting him to be involved in this shady, dishonest type of stuff. Then you have that to hold over their head. You know, once they buy in to please you, then you can hold that over them forever. And so that's how very disagreeable people are able to triangulate people who are very agreeable and turn them into tools and, you know, use them for basically their own purposes. It is very easy for us sitting here watching this trial to look at the people on the stand and identify who is an agreeable personality and who is a disagreeable personality. And no question that out of everybody we've seen so far, Jen McCabe is the most disagreeable person that we've seen up here on the stand. She won't even agree with simple words, insists on using her own phrasing, even with the friendly questions and stuff like that. So the triangulation is such a key here because you need to anticipate it with certain types of people like this. They're going to point to everyone else to see who they can get on side, put pressure on them to back you up, because if they don't back you up, guess what? You're probably exiled. You're out of the circle now. With somebody like Amber, who has, you know, at least some Hollywood adjacency before she managed to land Johnny Depp. That's a powerful position to be in. That's a big carrot to be able to dangle at people. And, you know, by extension, that's a big stick to potentially be able to whack them with. You like this lifestyle, you better back me up or you're not going to be a part of it anymore. But then there's also the triangulation against the things and against the stuff. And so we saw Jen pulling this off, right, with the show me the reports. She is trying to make those reports hers. They're trying to make those documents support her because they are a tool that Alan Jackson has that if he wields it well, he can beat her with them. He can land some hard shots with these documents. So her goal is to try to be able to convert those to her benefit. Very similar to the stuff we saw Amber doing with like the notes, the therapy notes, the testimony, stuff like that. The texts with people that, the tablescape photo, things like that. She would claim these things as somehow like supporting her. When we see the therapist deposition, we see, well, actually, she thinks that at worst this was mutual, that you were involved in abusive behavior. We saw this with stuff like, again, the medical notes. She claimed the medical notes are on her side. It turns out that they're not. The photos, she honestly would try to claim these photos as somehow supporting her version of events when she's claimed that, like, Johnny just hit her in the face multiple times with rings and split her lip open and splattered blood all over the Smeg fridge. And she supports that with a photo of an impeccable face and a bruise on her arm. This is the triangulation, the trying to set you up in opposition to things, to other people, and so forth. So very clear to me, this is the strategy that Jen McCabe is using here. She's trying to appropriate all this other stuff to her side. All the way down to this incriminating Google search. I'm going to claim that for me as part of my story because Karen made me do it, right? Just like I couldn't help. Johnny made me do all this stuff. It is just remarkable. The similarities when you start to notice these patterns of behavior, you really kind of do see them everywhere. So, yeah, I read quite a while ago, I read an article that was really fascinating to me, and that's kind of what has informed a lot of my thinking about this stuff and how people behave and just kind of the personality stuff that factors into it. And it was an article that this philosopher/psychiatrist had written about the epistemology of narcissists. So I was a philosophy student in college. That was my major. And epistemology is the study of knowledge. It's basically the study of what can you know versus, what do you just believe? What do you have faith in, or things like that? What is the nature of knowledge and how does it work? And he had proposed this very interesting theory that with somebody who is very narcissistic, the epistemology is very subjective. It's self-referential. This is kind of what I was mentioning before, where, reality is what you say it is, not what is observable by other people. It's not a matter of like consensus based on all of the observations of everybody around. For someone with high self-regard, it's something that they get to define. I don't know what we're doing here. I guess we're buffering now.
You are muted.
Users file for compensation due to issues surrounding Google.
Nothing is happening. Glad we know. So the point here is that this is why you can't get somebody who is extremely narcissistic to admit that they're wrong, because in their mind, they really and sincerely believe what they're saying. They really and truly believe that they are not wrong, because how dare this evidence contradict what they know? They know it. They know it in their head. Therefore, it must be true. It must be real. It must be absolute, because your self-regard is so high that you just sort of subconsciously believe that you have the power to kind of define the way that things are. And by the same token, reality gets to be whatever you need it to be at any point in time, right? Because that's how human psychology works. People are biased. People have these processes we've talked about, like the cognitive dissonance, the just all kinds of different biases in what you perceive. You're going to tend to make excuses for yourself, whereas you're going to point the finger at other people. Seeing a lot of that with, even down to months down the road, Jen McCabe is claiming the mantle of Shaq and Hara. months down the road. Whereas literally in the middle of these traumatic moments, when Karen Reed, the one with the closest emotional bond to the man who is found dead on the grass, is extremely upset, but she's like erratic and nuts and crazy and screaming. No empathy. No empathy. Did anybody pick up any empathy for Karen when we're talking about that? Not at all. So, to some extent, this is just kind of normal. You know, this is kind of how people are. We're all like that. We all understand ourselves to be good people. We're the heroes of our own stories. So if we make a mistake, we understand that we had reasons for it. And, you know, maybe we might excuse it. Maybe we might not excuse it. We might still feel really bad about it. But very rarely are people like, you know what, I was completely out of my mind. I was so out of line. I did something totally wrong. It's noticeable when somebody does that because it's so unusual. Most of the time, you see the process of how you got there and you justify it in your own mind. These are all normal things, but when you crank this up to a like pathological level of not being able to see outside of your own perception at all, not being able to see how other people are going to be looking at this and how this is going to be landing with other people, that's when I think you get a performance kind of like what we saw here on the stand today. I am quite sure that in Jen McCabe's mind, she's killed it. She's absolutely killed it. She has knocked this out of the park. She had an answer for everything. She stood up to him. She wasn't broken. She conceded nothing. To her, she is positive. She killed it and she sold the jury on all of it. And I am just not quite sure the jury is seeing it that way. I'm just not quite sure the jury is seeing it that way. Because if the jury is not composed of people who turn this kind of self-regard up to a pathological level, then they are going to be looking for things like empathy, understanding, ability to see things from another perspective, ability to understand your own limitations, all of that type of thing. That's what we expect from normal functional humans. And we didn't see that from Jen. We didn't see any sympathy. We didn't see any understanding for why Karen would be upset if she wakes up, doesn't know where he is. We don't see any kind of, all the way down to didn't cry for John, but cried for herself. Getting emotional about her own harassment and what she's gone through. Cried for herself, not for John. Oh. No, I guarantee you that did not come off well. That did not come off well. Did Alan Jackson leave some stuff on the table here? Did he leave good stuff on the table here? Unless there is maybe a point, because we haven't seen the entire dash cam video. Is there a point in the dash cam where Karen and Jen were in the back seat of the car together? Did we not see that because Lally was going to be able to redirect and point out a part where they were in the car together and it could have gone down the way that she said? Would it have matched the time frame, the time stamps? It's there in the Celebrite 623, 624. If we can look at the dash cam at 623 and 624, we should see crystal clear they're in the car together or they're not. It's either going to line up with that detail of the story or it's not. It's strange to me that neither of them gave me that, because you'd think one way or the other, someone's going to be on it. It shows it or it doesn't. If it shows it, Lally, should be putting this on. If it doesn't show it, then Mr. Jackson should be putting this on. Strange, I think, that we didn't see that. I'm less alarmed by not showing the video of, she had described Karen going to John's house. They get there. Karen's telling her something's wrong with my taillight. They get out, take her around to the back, show her the taillight. Then they go inside John's house. She described that very specifically. And then Lally shows us the video of that not happening, of her being absolutely nowhere in the ballpark of that taillight, as far away from the taillight in reference to that car as you can get. You know, I can understand not revisiting that because we already saw that. Like, I already got that from Mr. Lally's presentation. I didn't need to see it again. Like, I get the point. So I can kind of overlook that one. But I just, you really needed to hammer home if they weren't in the cop car together, and if the dash cam is going to show that, we really needed to know that. He did not get the kill shot that I think people were hoping for. I kind of had hopes for. But, you know, we didn't see that. I thought that was maybe what he was leading up to when he was tying her down so hard to her explanation of that Google search and absolutely insisting it could not have been at 2:27. It could not have been at 2:27. It had to have been at 6:23 and 6:24. And because I remember my tabs being open and my kids give me grief about that all the time. Notice the triangulation of the children there. Children get the message loud and clear there. They need to back her up on that. Just this way of hiding behind other people and the assumed fact that they will support your version of reality. I thought we were leading up to that with the really hammering home her insistence. It was at 6:23, 6:24 in the morning in the car with Karen. I really thought that's where we were going to land on that is, well, then let's look at the video, because he did such a good job with that diversion yesterday, where he was leading her down the path of all of her times she got up and looked out of the window, and then what she had said about it and how she had described it differently at different times, and focusing on those inconsistencies, and really having her focused on what she had said and what she had testified to and things like that. And then out of the blue comes with the, so where's the body? That was such a great setup. It was awesome. And I thought he was doing the same thing. I really did. I thought he was doing the same thing with get you really focused on this extraction report, on these messages, on your explanation for how it did, your how it happened, and you're locked into this explanation now, absolutely insistent that that's how it happened. Thought we were going to lead right into, but let's take a look at the video and show me where that happened. Or let's look at the video at 6:23 to 6:24. Maybe he's holding it to closing. I don't know. But I felt like that was a big opportunity. It seems like a big opportunity missed to me. I thought he was making a very good point when he also was setting up the things in the Celebrite report that he got to her to acknowledge these are accurate. All of this stuff is accurate. The Apple Health is accurate. The GPS showing when you got home is accurate. The showing what you logged into, the apps you used and stuff like that. All of this stuff in Celebrite is accurate. It's just this single 227 phone search, Google search, that shows up as deleted. That's the only thing that's not accurate in it. It's a remarkable coincidence yet again. But I didn't really think he was landing with the stuff with Proctor, the meeting with Proctor. And it did open the door for her to go into all that stuff about the harassment that she was absolutely just waiting for. She was chomping at the bit to be able to talk about how badly she's been treated by all of this. And even though she couldn't, she was so eager to make that into a Karen's fault thing. that she kind of, from my perspective, spoiled a lot of the advantage that she might have gotten just by being in that sympathetic position that, yes, everybody can relate to. And I don't, by the way, think it was very helpful for Mr. Jackson to be kind of arguing with her about that on the recross. I bet it is unpleasant. I'm sure it is. We all know that it is. And even if you disagree with her that it is, we'll just say, justified or not, it's still pretty authentically what she feels. I mean, I don't think there's really any question about that. Yes, she feels harassed. She feels like it's unjust. Other people, disagree with it being unjust because they got upset about this "How long to die in cold" Google search happening at 2:27. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. If it turns out that there is evidence suggesting that it's not this defendant who did it, she's not the one with the weird guilty knowledge at 2:27 in the morning. It's not good to argue with her about her feelings. It did a much better job of trying to put it into context by explaining this is the timeline, this is what was going on in the case. But she was just so eager to throw that back at them. You put it out on social media. Obviously he didn't. Okay. So she's so combative that she kind of hurt herself a little bit on that one. Like, know when you have an edge and just roll with it. You don't have to try to dunk on every opportunity you get, because sometimes you're going to airball and then things aren't looking very good. It wasn't effective. It wasn't effective to argue with her about her feelings. I mean, am I wrong, guys? Did anybody in the chat see a kill shot in any of this? I didn't see a kill shot. I really didn't. I didn't see her get dropped. I'm not even sure that it really went better than it did yesterday. Oh, that's what I was saying. I was talking about the opening the door with the Michael Proctor stuff. I did have to think about this a little bit. Like, how did it open the door? Because she had just volunteered that. How does she open her own door? Well, it is because she's explaining the context of that meeting with Elizabeth Proctor. The defense is bringing it up to support the collusion claim, the argument that you were going and getting the investigators on side, which there's certainly evidence for. I mean, she's getting their personal numbers, she's chatting with them, communicating with them, going to their houses. You can certainly draw that inference that that's what she's doing. But she gets to answer that, she gets to provide her explanation for what's really going on, and the jury gets to decide whether they believe those explanations or not. Does it make sense that you would just coincidentally be sitting in the driveway for an hour with the sister, the wife of the guy who was just taking your statement the day before about this serious crime? Does it make sense that you would just happen to be getting buddy with the wife or the wife of the, lead investigator, the lead trooper who's been involved investigating your case? The jury can certainly look side-eye at that, but yeah, she gets an opportunity to offer her explanation. So that's why that opened the door. And in terms of a trade-off, cost-benefit type of situation, yeah, I don't see that he got a lot from it to really warrant letting her have that moment. It wasn't that strong. It is months down the road. I don't think that's anywhere near as compelling as sitting in the driveway with Sergeant Lank, like literally the next day. I mean, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. So not just telling you how it is from my perspective, really not the strongest outing for Mr. Jackson today. And I just hope this isn't the trial trial wearing on him, like I was saying at the earlier part. You're so amped up, you have so much adrenaline. The case is consuming you. I mean, you live it, you breathe it. It's everything for this period of time that you're doing it. Not looking like, as we've already said before, not looking like this is going to happen in the time frame that the Commonwealth originally told us it was going to, because here we are, just about midway through week 4. This was supposed to be the end of their case, not even halfway through their witnesses yet. This is going to go on and on and on. So there's going to be an endurance aspect to just being able to keep going with this trial. Now, that said, just like in a boxing match, in a trial, there is a lot of back and forth. Very rarely that somebody wins every round. So does this mean it's all over for the defense? No, absolutely not. There is plenty of trial left, a lot of opportunity to come back and score. So I'm not trying to signal any kind of major effect that any of this has. But it is just, like I said, it seems like a missed opportunity. It could have gone better for the defense potentially than it seems like it did. But I guess we're getting Kerry Roberts next, and maybe that's going to be a new opportunity. Oh, and the other thing, the other triangulation, this is from my perspective, the EMT. You notice how she kept triangulating? The EMT heard that I hit him. And Katie McLaughlin, conveniently materializes, and she heard I hit him. And then somehow the other firefighters incorporate this, I hit him, all in different contexts, and nobody stuck it in a report. But it all gets worked in there. And I noticed when she first mentioned it at the very beginning, it was when they were talking about, you called Sergeant Lank specifically back to the house to be able to tell him this additional information. And it turned out it was not I hit him, it was could I have hit him while we were driving around, not the same story. But then when she does first bring up the I hit him, it's in the context of the EMT. The EMT might have overheard it. She said her version is his report's wrong, but I told him specifically I hit him, because I wanted him to ask the first responders that. I thought they might have overheard it. Let's entertain this for a second. That is in fact what happened. And Jen McCabe told Sergeant Lank, go ask the EMTs, did you hear I hit him? Well, you're not supposed to do that in questioning. That's suggestive. That's the type of thing that gets you into trouble in certainly a child interview context where you're dealing with an extremely impressionable witness, somebody who is likely to be agreeable and want to be a pleaser and give you the information that you're looking for. But even with adults, under a lot of circumstances, suggestion it's very powerful. It has the ability to affect your memory, to implant false memories. Dr. Loftus is the queen of this arena and has done just amazing studies about how memories can be altered just by such simple things as which word you choose to use. If you say cars hit each other or cars collided each other, they'll remember it happened at a mid-speed. If you say they smashed into each other, then suddenly they'll remember the cars as moving a lot faster beforehand. And then just a lot of other details get filled in too, depending on the information people are provided with. So to me, it's just sort of ironic that even if that were true, that version of events were true, I did in fact tell Sergeant Lank that. I did want him to go and ask the EMTs this. What you're saying is you wanted Sergeant Lank to suggest the answer to the EMTs so that they would back you up, because you are trying to triangulate the EMTs into being on your side. And that's how something can work. Some hoax kind of situation can work, even if it's not all of these people in Canton, Massachusetts had to knowingly be involved in a conspiracy and a cover-up and something like that. This is why I keep going back to, it doesn't have to work like that. These things can happen through normal, manipulative types of processes where you just signal what you need, and someone is willing to step up and give it to you. Even consciously or unconsciously, you know, it's just funny. I thought that that description of how all that went down, because when I really think about it, it doesn't really seem all that helpful to Jen McCabe for that to be kind of what happened. So let's go through some comments. Rube, I think that's Rube. Is that Rube? AP seems to be sketching Kerry as controlled by Jen, wound up, then employed to forward crafted narrative to police. Useful puppet, talkative puppet. Yeah, I mean, potentially. I think Alan Jackson's strategy here was pretty clearly to put Jen McCabe in, if not like the driver's seat of dictating the message or everything, at least the general when it comes to coordinating all the people, right? She's at the nexus. She's the one that's getting the screenshots from people. She's the one that is connecting with the other law enforcement officers, the other witnesses. She's the one listening in on the interviews, you know, that she denied she listened in on. Couldn't hear anything except everything, except when she, you know, told everything. Oh, and that story, what do we think of that? Do we think that made her look sympathetic and good to the jury, that she is sort of gleefully recounting how she says Kerry Roberts claimed that Karen was just a babysitter with benefits to John? Do we think that makes her look good? I don't think that makes her look good. I don't think that makes her look good at all. I think if she had been able to demonstrate either in her testimony itself, her manner of testifying, or in those group text messages, the sort of horror that she, you know, is describing to us now, then maybe it would be a little bit more sympathetic if she showed some sort of reluctance to put that kind of thing out there, because we all know perfectly well that's going to hurt Karen Read. That is going to be painful for her to hear. Normal people would understand that and, you know, not necessarily want to be throwing that punch in this type of situation. But not Jen. Not Jen. She didn't mind putting that out there at all. I don't think that was a good look. But yeah, I think that in general, this idea of Kerry as potentially being somebody who was useful to Jen, I anticipate that's what we're going to see from the defense strategy as well. Because I wonder how much some of this stuff might get corroborated about the suggestion and the triangulation and the, well, don't you remember this? I mean, I've said kind of from day one, wouldn't surprise me at all if Jen or Kerry or whoever, Jen is in the car and she's the one telling Karen Read, you must have hit him, because she saw them outside. She already knew. She already knew they had been to 34 Fairview. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if Jen is the one who suggested that. Why? Well, now we can triangulate Kerry. Now we can triangulate Karen against John. You know, it's just how the game gets played. Rascal on the Moon. If Legal Bites was a spice, she'd be flour. Hey, well, everyone's got their own style. Everyone's got their own personality. And, you know, something I'll say about flour, it's the backbone of human civilization. Okay? Were it not for bread, we would not be living in the fine cities that we live in, the agricultural society that we live in, with the wealth that we have. We would be living in a very much more barren, scraping by hunter-gatherer type of subsistence. So I know this is trying to be a little bit of a dig, but I would just encourage you to think that through a little bit more, and lean into some of the values of flour. Dragon Star became a YouTube member. Thank you, Dragon Star. Thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome to the crew. Phone. Some of these names are hard for me, guys. Phone Poias. At this time, I actually wonder how much the Commonwealth actually wants to win this, because Lally has to know, and as Runkle has pointed out, he seems to be an experienced prosecutor. Mistakes? You'd be surprised at how much experience a prosecutor can have and still not be very good under pressure, just because so much of what a prosecutor does is often very easy. They don't fight from the underdog situation very often. It's the defense who is the underdog. They're the ones that have to learn how to maneuver, have to be quick with the evidence, have to be able to pin witnesses down. Prosecutors are kind of notorious for being able to get through trial after trial, like I said yesterday, and the only question you need to ask is, and then what happened? And then what happened, officer? You just invite them to go into their narrative, and they tell the thing, and the jury is going to believe the cops anyway. And maybe you've got the guy on video. Who knows why he's even going to trial? But he wouldn't take the plea deal. So there you are. That's a typical case for a prosecutor. They don't have to work hard to get a conviction. And so they don't have anywhere near the experience of being able to deal with these types of challenging situations, being able to fight off the back foot, if you will. So that he's making mistakes under this type of situation, it really doesn't surprise me much, because I doubt he's ever been this defensive in a case before. He's never had so much of his case in chief undermined by the shady shit his witnesses are doing. So he's never had to deal with that. Does he actually want to win it? I think that's an interesting thing to kind of speculate on, just because it doesn't necessarily look that way, does it? Like, he doesn't necessarily look like he even likes any of these people. And he seems to be doing things that undermine his own case. Like, he's going to put it all out there and let the chips fall where they may. It's kind of how it seems like to me.
All right, so jurors, I waited until the last witness left the stand and until you all had your morning break to give you one other instruction. And this one, all the instructions are important, but this one's important, so I want you to focus on it. Now, you heard from the last witness, and you may hear from other witnesses who described what Ms. McCabe called harassment and public demonstration. I believe she referred to a rolling rally. I permitted that testimony for a very limited purpose. That testimony was not offered, nor may you consider it as evidence that Ms. Reed has bad character or propensity to commit crime.
Limiting instruction.
In fact, there's no evidence before you that the defendant is responsible for that conduct that was described by Ms. McCabe. The evidence is relevant only insofar as it goes to the witnesses, or to explain the witness's state of mind. So Ms. McCabe's state of mind. And that is to the extent it explains Ms. McCabe's conduct or statements or actions at any particular time. And ultimately, the testimony may be used by you only as it goes to the witness's credibility. Okay? Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Kerry Roberts to the stand.
Okay.
So that is a fairly standard limiting instruction. We can talk a little bit more about that if people have questions about it. But it's so that the jury doesn't think, well, if Karen's harassing these people, she must be guilty.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You take the stand.
All right, Mr. Lally. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
you please state your name and spell your last name?
Kerry Roberts, Roberts.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton, Mass.
How long have you lived in Canton, Mass?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Canton with?
My husband, my 2 children.
And your 2 children, how old are they? And boy, girl?
My son is 12, my daughter's 14.
And do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm an executive assistant.
How long have you been doing that?
17 years.
And your husband, Kurt, does he work as well?
Yes.
What does he do for work?
He's a heavy equipment operator.
And how long has he been doing that?
Maybe 20 plus years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of the 29th. Do you recall those dates? And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Say it again.
Do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday.
So the 28th.
Friday the 28th.
Into a Saturday.
Saturday the 29th.
Now, on the evening of the 28th, do you recall what you were doing that evening?
I was bowling with my daughter and her friends and one of the mothers.
And do you recall where that was?
Westgate Lanes in Brockton.
And about what time was it that you got home from that?
Probably about 8:30ish because there was a storm coming, so we wanted to be home. I didn't want to be out late.
And when you got home, you and your daughter, is that correct?
Say that one more time?
You and your daughter came home around 8:30 or so?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else from your house, was home when you got there?
I think my husband was home. He was going out. I think I passed him, and he was heading out to meet his friends. My son was not home.
And who were the friends that he was going out to meet?
John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano.
So, Ms. Roberts, I'd like to start with just Mr. Camerano. How do you know him?
He's been childhood friends with my husband.
And do you know where your husband was going to meet Mr. Camerano and Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss at McCarthy's. It's a bar in Canton.
Sort of in the center of town, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. O'Keefe, how do you know?
I've known him since high school.
And where did you go to high school?
Braintree High School.
And how is it that you came to know Mr. O'Keefe? How would you describe your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was one of my closest friends.
In addition to John O'Keefe, through growing up and going to Braintree High, were you familiar with any other members of the O'Keefe family?
Yes, Kristen, his sister, was a senior when I was a freshman. John was a year older than me, and Paul was 2 years younger than me. So at some point, I was in school with all of them.
And after high school, at some point, did you come to know any of the members of the O'Keefe family while you were living in Canton?
Yes, my son and John's nephew went to an in-home daycare together. So I went to go pick up my son at one point, and Kristen was there, and we kind of figured out that we lived in the same neighborhood that we were going to be moving into. And then Kristen got sick.
And during that time, sort of when you first reconnected with Kristen, about how old was your son and her son?
My son was 18 months. Patrick he's almost a year older.
And your son and Patrick Furbush, did they end up going to the same school in Canton?
Yes, they went to home daycare. They went to preschool, pre-K. And by the time they got to elementary school, they got separated because they were troublemakers.
But did they go to the same school all throughout?
Yes.
And what, if any, other activities did your son do along with Kristen's son, Patrick?
Well, Patrick wanted to try hockey, so they did hockey together, and then he didn't like that. And they played baseball together since they were T-ball, like 4 or 5.
Now, you mentioned that Kristen O'Keefe, or Kristen Furbush at that point, at some point after you met her, she got sick, is that right?
Correct.
Eventually she passed away, is that right?
Correct.
After she passed away, her husband also passed away?
Correct.
And at some point after that, what, if any, role did John O'Keefe have with reference to?
Well, when Kristen passed away, I was in touch with John, just seeing if they needed help with the kids, getting them to and from wherever, because I was down the street. Kristen passed away, and then he said, I might move in. Steve's got to figure out finances, but I might move into your neighborhood. I said, oh, okay. And then when Steve died, John did move in, and he took over raising the kids.
And fair to say that you were, with reference to your son being friends with his nephew Patrick, you would see him fairly often, and by him I mean John O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, daily.
And what, if any, at some point did John and his niece and nephew move from down the street from your house?
Yes, they moved across town. So I live on the Milton side. He moved over sort of near the Stoughton side.
About how far a drive is that sort of from your house to where you moved to? It was on Meadows, correct?
Yes, and it depends because Canton's terrible for traffic. Maybe 7 minutes, maybe 8, depending. And if it's in the evening, it's longer.
And after Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and his nephew moved sort of across town, where did his nephew Patrick, where did he go to school at?
He remained at the same school that he was at with my son. So on Wednesdays, when John couldn't grab him in time because he'd be working in the city, Patrick would come home with me.
You were familiar with what Mr. O'Keefe did for a living?
He was a Boston police officer, but at the time he was working in an office registering sex offenders.
And so you would help out as far as picking up his son. What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
Say that one more time.
What, if any, assistance did you have with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his schedule with regard to his niece Kaylee as well?
I didn't take care of Kaylee as much. That was sort of, there was other women, Jen McCabe, one of them, she sort of really took hold of caring for Kaylee because her daughter was friends with Kaylee, and I sort of got Patrick, so.
Yes, Lally, you have to keep your voice up. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Sorry.
And if you could keep your voice up too, okay?
My apologies.
Weird interruption.
And then through the years that you knew Mr. O'Keefe when he lived in Canton and your time being friends with him, what, if any, conversations would you have with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to any sort of relationships or dating or anything like that?
Well, he dated a lot of people. So it depends.
Your conversations with what, if any, sort of role would you have, or what, if any, knowledge did you have in reference to the people that you dated?
My husband, whenever he would go on a date with somebody, he would have my husband come meet them, sort of say, like, what do you think? And he had a couple of girlfriends that were very nice.
Now, at some point, did you become aware of a person by the name of Karen?
Yes.
And when was it and how was it that you first came to know that person?
John called me and said, Karen and I are going to stop by because we had people over. And I said, who is Karen? Because I didn't know if he was going to bring someone from high school and surprise me with a random, I had never heard of her. And he said, you know who Karen is? The girl I'm dating. I said, nope, but okay. And then they came over that night.
And do you recall when about that was?
I think it was sometime in July.
In July of what year?
What are we, 2020?
Sometime shortly after sort of the COVID pandemic.
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship, if any, with Karen?
She was like another person that took care of the kids. She took care of Kaylee and Patrick a lot, so I would coordinate with her if Ryan and Patrick were going to go to the golfing range, or if Ryan was going to go with them to the Red Sox game, that kind of thing. We weren't do lunch or hang out like girlfriends.
Was there any occasions where you had for socialization or go out as couples or anything like that with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, they came over our house one time, and then we'd do baseball tournaments down the Cape, and we'd all get together, but the four of us never went out.
And just for clarity purposes, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yep. No.
Identify her as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
Say that again?
Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She is seated at that front table, and she has a black and white suit jacket.
All right, this has the record reflect that application sent by the witness.
Yes.
Now, coming back to that evening of the 28th, your husband went out to meet Mr. Camerano in this room, correct?
Yes.
And do you know about what time it was that your husband Kurt arrived home that night?
Maybe around 10:30.
And after he arrived home, what, if anything, specifically do you recall the two of you doing or anything before going off to bed?
I remember sitting on the couch, and the front door is right there, and it was open, and it started to snow. It had just started to come down probably about midnight, but it was coming down fast, so you knew it was. Little snowflakes usually mean a big snowstorm, and I said, well, it's starting, so we went to bed because we knew we weren't going out anywhere.
And as far as turning your attention to the next morning, at some point you awoke. Do you recall what it was that awoke you that morning on the 29th?
Karen called me at 5 o'clock in the morning.
And is that sort of a normal occurrence as far as Ms. Reed calling you and specifically calling you that early?
No.
And when you went to answer the phone, at some point did you look at sort of like the screen to your phone?
I don't know.
What?
I just answered it.
Ask this in a different way. As far as at some point, did you realize or did you know whether or not that call that at some point you answered, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
The call that you answered, do you know whether or not that was the first call Ms. Reed had placed you that morning or no?
It was the second call, only from looking at my phone after, because I said, oh, shoot, she called me. She just called and I didn't. She called twice.
And the phone call that you answered, what time was that?
5 on the dot.
And if you know from looking at your phone, the phone call that you didn't wake up or didn't answer, do you know how long before that phone call was?
I think it was a minute or two before.
So 5 o'clock on the dot, you get a phone call, you answer it, and it's Ms. Reed, is that right?
Correct.
And that phone number, you had her sort of programmed into your phone as a contact, is that correct?
Yes.
And on prior occasions, had you called that number or gotten a call from that number on prior occasions?
Yes.
And when you got that call or made that call, who was the other person on the end that you received?
Say that again?
Maybe a pretty simple question as far as it goes, but just with reference to any prior phone calls that you either got or received with that number that you programmed in as Karen Reed. When you spoke to someone by calling or receiving a call from that contact, who was on the other end of the call?
Karen Reed.
Okay. So you answered the phone sometime right around 5 a.m. and you described to the jury sort of what the content of
She
that
said
conversation.
5 on the nose.
I answered the phone.
God, Lally.
And she said, John's dead. Kerry, Kerry, Kerry. And then she hung up.
And as far as her end of the conversation, did you say anything or get a chance to say anything before she hung up?
No.
And when she's speaking to you and saying those words to you over the phone, how loudly is she saying those words?
Very loud. She woke my husband, who was sleeping.
By the time that the phone rings and you pick it up, your husband's sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And then afterwards, he's awake.
Correct.
Now, what happened then?
Then I got out of bed and Kurt said, what was that? I said, I don't know. I don't know. Something's happening. And I think I started getting dressed at that point because I don't know if I started getting dressed at that point or after she called back again. I tried to call her, I think a couple times back to be like, what is going on? Finally, she called me back again and she said, I'm afraid John might be dead. He might have gotten hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. I was not supposed to stay in Canton last night, and he would never leave Kaylee alone. I think something happened.
And do you recall earlier in the day of the 28th having any communication with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
I did with John. He texted me.
Do you recall generally what that was about?
My son got into a scuffle with some boy at school, and Patrick wasn't in school at the time. I think he went to a doctor's appointment, but Patrick got wind of it. So John was calling to see if my son was okay.
Now, turning back to, again, that morning on the 29th, you called Ms. Reed a couple times. She didn't answer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, she called you back?
Correct.
And about how long was it after that initial phone call that you had where she hung up? How much time it elapsed between that call and the next one?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
And so when she calls back, she makes those statements to you that you just testified about, and upon her making those statements, what, if anything, would you respond?
I said, then she said she checked Kaylee's phone to see if John had called. And I said, okay, where are you now? And she said, I'm driving. Can I come to your house? Will you drive my car? I don't remember anything from last night. We drank so much, I don't remember anything. And I said, you need to go home and be with Kaylee if she's there by herself. I'll go look for him or something of that nature. Because I said, you're going to get a DUI. You were drinking all night last night and you don't remember anything. You shouldn't be driving.
All right, so next question, please.
When you were talking to her on the phone, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how she was speaking or
She was very frantic, and her voice was elevated. She was very frantic.
and the loudness that you were describing during the course of that first phone call, what, if any, observations did you make with respect to that in regard to the second?
Same. Throughout the rest of the day, it was the same.
So you indicate to her that she needs to go home, is that right?
Correct.
And what, if anything, did she say in response to that?
She said, I'm going to come to your house. Will you drive my car? And I said, okay.
And
I thought you said go
after
home.
that, what did you do from there?
I started getting dressed. I think that's when I was starting getting dressed. And my husband said, where are you going? I said, I don't know. Something happened. John didn't come home. Karen's worried, so I'm going to go help her. And he said, you're not going anywhere. It's a blizzard. And I said, yeah, yes, I am. And I went downstairs. I started the car, cleared it off, and I sat there waiting, and she didn't come. So I called.
During the time that you're waiting in the car, do you know about how long period it was that you were waiting in the car?
I would say at least 10 minutes of sitting in the car.
And to that point, as far as when you went outside to the car, what, if anything, did you observe about the weather, and what, if anything, did you do with your car as you were turning it on?
I cleaned the car off. I turned the car on. I got in it, and I thought to myself, well, she thinks he might have got hit by a plow or something. I'll see if there's any accidents. So I called the Canton non-emergency line, and I said, have there been any plow accidents? My friend's boyfriend didn't come home. And they said no, there were no accidents. So then I called Good Samaritan Hospital in Milton to see if anybody had been brought in a car accident. They said no. And then finally Karen called back.
Before we get to that, just in reference to, at any point in time, did you call Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And when you called Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to speak to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Do you know how many times you called Mr. O'Keefe?
My husband called him, and I think I called him.
And when was that in relation to you going out to your car and clearing it?
That was when I was in the house. Karen actually said, can you try and call him?
And you did, and you didn't get an answer?
Correct.
And do you know whether or not your husband got an answer?
He did not.
So you go out to the car, you're waiting, and you make those phone call initially to Canton Police, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know who you spoke to at Canton Police?
I believe it was Officer Good.
Is that someone that you knew in any way prior to this date of January 29th?
We have mutual friends, but no, I'd never met him.
She said nothing about a plow accident on that call. We heard the call.
Now, you call the hospitals, and then at some point after you finish speaking to the hospitals, the defendant then calls you back, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you describe to the jury sort of what was the content of that conversation that third time?
I said, where are you? I'm in the car. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? She said, Jen McCabe, she's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, stay there. I'll come to there. We'll follow and we'll drop your car off. We'll just take my car and go look for him. And I drove to Jen's and I pulled in the driveway behind them. I was still on speakerphone. Jen is driving. Karen's in the passenger seat, and we drove. I said, do you remember, did you look through the house? Could he be passed out somewhere in the house? She said, I don't know, I didn't look. So I said, let's do that. Let's get in the cars. We're not taking 2 cars, it's a blizzard. We're gonna go back to Meadows and we're gonna go look in the house first. He could be passed out behind the couch or on the floor, who knows? So we went to the house.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get into that, just as far as directionality and where you're going at this initial stage, you're sort of directing what's going to happen and where you're going to go, correct?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned that the defendant said she was at Jen's house. You asked Jen who, and she said Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
With regards to Ms. McCabe, did you know her, or how did you know her prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once when John took her and I to Reebok because he's got a 50% discount, so we would go periodically and get the kids' shoes. So John and myself went to Reebok, got shoes, and then we went to the hillside for lunch. That was it. I wasn't friends with her.
Is that someone that you had programmed in your phone as a contact? Did you have her information prior to January 29th?
No.
And when you went to Ms. McCabe's house that morning, how was it that you knew where Ms. McCabe's house was at that point?
I picked up Kaylee there a time or two for John and brought her home if I was heading that way, because Jen's house is on the way to John's.
And so you go to Ms. McCabe's house, and can you describe for the jury sort of what you observe or what you see when you're first coming up to Ms. McCabe?
I pulled in the driveway behind Karen's car, and Karen and Jen are in the car talking. I'm still on Bluetooth so I can hear them. And Karen said that she remembered leaving him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up to my sister's house. And then at some point in the conversation, she said, what about my taillight? What about my taillight? And I looked, and there was a piece missing, but it was caked on with snow. You could tell there was a little black hole, but there was snow like caked on it, and it was
caked on.
A blizzard at this point.
Now, just as far as over the course of this early morning when you're making that drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
So during that time, can you describe sort of what the lighting conditions were, what the roadway conditions were, what you observed as you were driving over there?
It was not light out yet, and it was really bad driving.
And bad driving in reference to snow, is that correct?
Yes.
So you get to Ms. McCabe's house, and during the drive from your house to Ms. McCabe's house, you're speaking to both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And with reference, I think you've said a couple times as far as a Bluetooth. So as far as what you're hearing on the other side of the conversation, is it just one person, or are you able to hear sort of everything that's going on in the car?
I could hear everything. It was like a regular phone call in the car.
From where you were, your impression was it was hooked up to the speaker of the car?
Correct.
And when you get to Ms. McCabe's house, or what you were just testifying about as far as the taillight, when is it that you're making those observations?
In Jen's driveway.
And so about how far away from the defendant's car are you the first time that you see or your attention is drawn to this taillight?
I was parked right behind them in the driveway.
And can you describe which part of the vehicle you were looking at as far as which taillight that you're observing this damage?
The right passenger.
And so from there, as far as Ms. McCabe's driveway, you make these observations. Where is it that you go from there?
Say it again?
So after you're making those observations and you're overhearing that conversation, or you're having that conversation with Bluetooth, where did the three of you go?
We went to Meadows, to John's house.
And how was it that each of you sort of got from Ms. McCabe's house to John's house on Meadows?
Jen drove Karen's car, and I followed behind in my car.
And when you arrived there, where did you go? Where did you park? Like,
I pulled in, I think I pulled in right behind. She pulled her car sort of in front of the garage bays, and I pulled in the driveway behind her.
and when you say she, do you know who was driving?
Jen McCabe, sorry.
Driving in Miss Reed's in the front passenger seat.
Correct.
And you're driving your car behind.
Correct.
What kind of car did you have?
A Ford Explorer,
Do you recall what color it was?
dark gray.
And as far as Miss Reed, do you recall what kind of vehicle she had at that point?
A Lexus SUV,
Recall what color that was?
black.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, do you recall what kind of vehicle John O'Keefe had?
He has a Traverse.
And do you recall what color that was?
It's like a beige green.
Beige, green.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen over here, do you recognize what is up on the screen?
That's John's house.
And does that seem like a fair and accurate portrayal of what John's house looked like at around the time of January 29th when you went over that morning?
Much snowier, but yes.
Sorry, over the coffee, if you could.
Oh, I said it was much more snow, but yes.
Now, not visible in this particular photograph, but the driveway that you're talking about, facing Mr. O'Keefe's house in Meadows Ave, as we are in this picture, whereabouts would the driveway be, to the left or the right or something?
To the right.
And, Your Honor, with court's permission, if I could ask to publish what's been marked as exhibit 91.
Okay.
So we need to see it again. If she has something to add to it, great,
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize
but I
what's up
kind
on
of
the
guess
screen?
she won't.
That is John's car.
And what is it that's behind John's car?
Behind a basketball hoop?
No, I'm sorry, that's correct. Not the rear of the vehicle, but sort of in the photograph behind on the other side of the passenger side of it.
Oh, the garage doors?
And there are 2 garage
So
doors on
terrible
the
at
left,
questioning.
right, is that correct? You're familiar with this house, you've been over it a number of times when Mr. O'Keefe lived there?
Correct.
And as far as, what if anything were you familiar with as far as Mr. O'Keefe having regarding sort of security around his house?
Security, he has a Ring camera that was in the driveway and a Ring camera that was at the side door.
And with regard to the garage itself, as far as you've been in there as well?
Yes.
And so what is behind the left door of the garage?
His big old blue convertible.
And on the right side of the garage, what if anything is in behind it?
Nothing. He's got all organized stuff and kids sporting. I don't know if he parked in there or not.
Now, as far as how Mr. O'Keefe kept his garage, kept his home, was there a particular way in which he kept it when he lived there, you know?
Neat freak.
I'm sorry, what was that?
He was a neat freak.
Okay.
And as you enter into this garage, what if any access would you then have to inside the home?
There's a set of stairs and it brings you right into like the mudroom, which leads into the kitchen.
Now, when you would go over to Mr. O'Keefe's house on this occasion, or any rules or preferences would Mr. O'Keefe have with regard to footwear?
You did not wear footwear in the house. You took your shoes off.
And is that something that applied to people who live there as well as people who were visiting?
Yes.
Oh, we're in the Karen killed him because she didn't take her shoes off?
Strict rule?
Yes.
Because only everybody else was in
Now,
shock and
with
horror.
permission, if I could, I'd like to publish a portion of Exhibit 6, ring video.
Okay.
Gentlemen, if I could have from the driveway, video number 154. I'm gonna ask you to just pause after this. So, Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, that's Karen's car and my car. And John's is in the background.
Now, in front of you on the desk, there should be a laser point. It's not. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So pressing on that button and pointing sort of at the screen, if I could ask you just direct the jury's attention to where you see Ms. Reed's vehicle, where you see your vehicle, and where you see Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, if at all.
That is John's car. That is Karen's car. That is my car.
Is this a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of where the cars were and what things looked like when you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, coming from Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Here we're going to see it again where they don't get out and look at the taillight.
With reference to any individuals that you observed in this video, again, using the laser pointer, if you could draw the jury's attention to who you observed and where they were.
That is Jen McCabe, and that is Karen Reed, and that's me.
And at some point, you enter in through the garage, is that right?
Correct.
Now, as far as the garage doors were concerned, when you came back that morning, what, if anything, did you notice about the garage?
The right garage door wouldn't close.
So it was open when you arrived?
I don't recall if it was open when we arrived, but when we were leaving, it wouldn't close.
And do you recall, do you have any idea of sort of how that mechanically worked, like how you would open, how you would close the garage door?
Yeah, there's a code on the side.
And at any point in time, whenever you noticed that the garage door was open, were you or any of the people that you were able to close that door?
No.
And so was that the door that you entered into in order to get into the garage, to get into the mudroom, and take off your shoes and go out?
Correct.
And when you came into the house that morning, and you entered into the mudroom, what, if anything, did you do with your shoes, and what, if anything, did you observe Ms. McCabe and the defendant do with their shoes?
Jen and I both had taken our shoes off in the sort of steps in the garage before we entered into the mudroom. We took our shoes off, and Karen just walked in.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play the video.
Strangest consciousness of guilt stuff I've ever heard. Not taking off your shoes going into the house when you're frantic looking for your boyfriend.
Now, Ms. Roberts, with reference to the Ring video security system that Mr. O'Keefe had at his home, if you know, do you know who had access to that?
I do not.
You obviously, do you know whether or not Mr. O'Keefe had access to that?
He did, yes.
Okay, do you know how or what device he used in order to access it?
I only know he had it on his phone
How do you know he had it on his phone?
because he would check it all the time to see if the kids were home or dropped off or.
That's something you did in your presence?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, at some point when you get to the home, beyond the sort of initial observations you made in Ms. McCabe's driveway with regard to the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle, what, if any, other observations did you make, or what, if anything else, did you do with reference to that area of the vehicle?
Karen did point it out at one point in the driveway. She said, my taillight, look at my taillight. And I looked at it and I said, you told me you don't remember anything from last night. She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
And so
We
as
didn't
far as
see
your
that.
recollection is concerned, that sort of interaction that you had or looking at the taillight, when did that happen?
I don't know if it was when, well, obviously it wasn't when we got there.
Yeah,
It must have been when we were
obviously.
leaving to go out to look for him.
When you what? I'm sorry.
I wasn't sure if it was when we arrived or when we were leaving to go back out and look for him, but now that I've seen the video, it's obviously when we came back out of the house.
Okay.
And who was present for that?
Who was present?
Yes.
Jen McCabe, Karen Reed, and myself.
And as far as where Ms. McCabe parked that vehicle, at any point in time that you were at the house, did that vehicle move at all? And by that vehicle, I mean Ms. Reed's vehicle.
I don't think so.
So where it's parked in that video is essentially where it stayed as far as you know.
I believe so.
Now, with reference to those observations or when you were looking at the rear passenger taillight area of Ms. Reed's vehicle, how close to the vehicle were you when you were making those observations?
Right in front of it. There was one piece, like a rectangle encapsulated, like whatever was broken. I remember there was one piece of metal sort of sticking out. So if it was an encasement for a light of some sort, I remember looking at it and the piece was sort of sticking out and I thought someone's going to catch their sleeve on that or something.
What?
And
No, we've seen it. It's not. You better show us the video, Lally, or we're going to assume it doesn't exist.
now from there, when you arrive at the house, you go into the house, you take off your shoes, what happened?
I started looking, Jen started looking, Karen, her and Jen went upstairs. I started looking downstairs, I started looking on the other side of the couches to see if maybe he passed out somewhere. And then I went upstairs and Karen was standing in John's room, the bed was made, she was just standing there, and Jen had gone in to talk to Kaylee. And then I said, all right, let's go. He's not in the house. He's not in the house.
As far as your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, him not coming home when any of the children were home, was that something that was normal?
Him not coming home if the children were home? Yeah, he would not do that.
And obviously you knew Kaylee was there, but what, if anything, did you know as to where Patrick was?
He was at a friend's house.
And was that something that you knew independent of this morning, or what had transpired up to that point?
Say that again?
How did you find out that Patrick was at a friend's house? So you know?
Karen said, I said, where's Patrick? She said he's at his friend's.
So you were in the downstairs area of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
And looking through the rooms, you didn't find Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you go upstairs?
I did.
And when you went upstairs, where in the upstairs did you go?
At the top of the stairs is John's bedroom, so I looked in there. I looked in the bathroom, I looked in the closet, I looked in Patrick's room. I looked in the other two bedrooms, and Kaylee was in her room. So Jen was in there, but I was just looking through the house.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's bedroom, when you looked in there, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the condition of the bed?
The bed was made.
She said already.
You mentioned you looked in a variety of different rooms on the second floor. You said sort of two other rooms. What, if anything, were those other rooms used for, if you know?
I think one of them was a computer room. It was the room that faced the front of the house, and the back room had a bed in it that Mrs. O'Keefe would stay in when she would stay over.
And again, just to be clear, when you say Mrs. O'Keefe, you mean John's mother?
John's mother, sorry.
And as far as the computer room, who, if anyone, had access to that, if you know?
Had access to the computer room?
Yes. What was it used for?
Oh, there was a desk with a computer or laptop.
Did you know whose laptop that was, whether it was John's, whether it was the defendant's, whether it was the kids?
I don't know if it was the defendant's at the time, but John's laptop used to be in that room.
Who had access to it?
With permission, would ask if I could publish just a couple more photos on the screen for Ms. Roberts.
Okay.
How would she
If I could start
know?
with Exhibit 92.
We're going to see the tail light. Is that what it looked like under all that snow in the Sally Port?
Ms. Roberts, directing your attention to the screen, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
That's Karen Reed's Lexus.
And specifically, if you could, using the laser pointer in front of you, direct the jury's attention to where you observed the image that.
That's where the metal piece I was describing was.
As far as what's depicted in this photograph up on the screen, is that consistent with what you observed in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway and Mr. McCabe's driveway when you saw it that way?
Well, caked in snow, but yes.
So absent the snow, yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 9.
There was not enough snow to cake that thing up. I'm sorry. There was barely an inch on the ground.
Depicted in this photograph,
Yes.
essentially a closer-up image of the same area, correct?
Yes.
And what's depicted in this closer-up image, is that also consistent with what you observed in Mr. McCabe's driveway and Mr. O'Keefe's driveway that day?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask again if I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Let me guess. It's the dash cam.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 30 seconds. Right from there. Still want to keep the pauses there. Ms. Roberts, direct your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's on the pause portion of the screen from this video.
That's John's house.
Look at how it's barely even on the roof. So it's blowing into drifts. It's clearly blowing into drifts. But the actual amount of snow, not all that high.
I'm going to keep the pause. And again, Ms. Roberts, directing your attention up to the screen. You recognize what's sort of in front of the camera in this particular portion of the video.
That's Karen's car and John's car.
And where you observe Karen's car and John's car, again, if you could just using laser pointer direct your attention to where you observe each of those in this still frame here.
That's Karen's car. That's John's car.
Are those essentially the same positions that you were talking about that the jury saw earlier in the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Do you want this up on the screen or down?
Up for now.
Okay.
But just for a moment. So Roberts, I'm going to show you just 2 photographs. Ask you to just look at those from the commission.
Okay.
And do you recognize those? Or do you recognize what's depicted in them?
Do I recognize what?
What's depicted in each of those photographs?
Karen's car.
And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I will proceed to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay, is there any objection?
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Little handling this witness.
Your Honor, while those are being marked, may we approach?
Hold on. Sidebar.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Well, she's definitely coming across a lot better than Jen McCabe is so far with this story. It was really amazing how unlikable Jen managed to be even on direct. Obviously, Cross is a different situation. We'll see how she is then. But at least so far, the chattiness, I think, helps her. She seems like she's being forthcoming, wants to get all of the information out. Not, well, you didn't ask, so I didn't tell you. But the problem is that I think some of these flourishes are not going to hold up. And the first thing that grabbed my attention is her saying Karen said John might have been hit by a plow, and she called 911 to see if there were plow accidents. We heard that 911 call. And yes, it's not great audio listening to it through, under the ocean, as it might as well be from here at home. But there is nothing in there about a plow accident that you can hear. She called to ask if anybody landed in the hospital. And that's the one where at the very end, she mentioned the blizzard party. Is she going to get asked about the blizzard party? I sure hope so. But, the other thing that jumped through to me as well, right from the very beginning, boy, a lot of resentment towards John's women. Worried he was going to bring some rando to her house. I mean, not an approving, supportive type of thing. And I don't know if that's disdain for John, disdain for the women, or both that's coming through with that. But just very, very noticeable. Very noticeable. She's not impressed with his dating. He's dated some girls that were nice. Ooh. Had to get that little dig in.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish first what's been marked as Exhibit 101.
Okay.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen now is Exhibit 101. You indicated that's Ms. Reed's vehicle in the same position where Ms. McCabe left the car on the property, correct?
So a screenshot
This
of
is
the dash
clearly a
cam.
still shot from the same video that you just saw in the prior.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 102 now.
Now you've zoomed in.
And Ms. Roberts, what's up on the screen, that's the second photograph that I showed you just a moment ago.
Yes.
That's essentially a closer up or zoomed in image of what's in the same still image that you saw in the prior, correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, just...
That one does look a lot more broken.
Damage that you observed on the right rear passenger taillight of Ms. Reed's vehicle that one. Okay.
But it doesn't look broken like it looked broken in the Sally port. In the Sally port, that whole rear side was gone, not a little piece sticking out.
Now you go, look through the home, you don't find Mr. O'Keefe, and what happens?
Then I said, let's go look for him. If he might be walking home, or if you thought he got hit by a plow, let's just, and Jen and Karen wanted to go back to 34 Fairview where they were at Jen said she saw her pull up to 34 Fairview the night before. So Karen really wanted to go back there. I was the one that said, no, let's drop a car off, go to Meadows and look through the house, and then we'll start looking if he's not in the house. So that's what we did. We got in the car and we were going to head back to Jen's sister's house.
And so this conversation, as far as the defendant, as you're testifying, really wanting to go to Fairview, when did that occur in relation to when you got to Mr. O'Keefe's?
On the way from Jen McCabe's house to John's house in the car.
So this is over the Bluetooth as you're driving?
Yes, Karen said I left him at Waterfall, and Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
And so after coming out of Mr. O'Keefe's house, do you exit the same way that you entered?
Yes.
Come out the garage door, get into your car?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of where was everybody seated in your car when you did it?
I was driving, Karen was in the back seat, and Jen was in the passenger seat.
And as far as Ms. McCabe's sister's house, at the time, did you know where that was or who her sister was or anything like that?
I didn't even know she had a sister.
And you know about how long a drive or how far a drive or what the route was that you took going from Meadows to her sister's house?
I think we went main roads because we were looking to see, I mean, I don't know what we were looking for, but we were looking for him. I don't know if we thought he was walking home or if he got hit by a plow. So we went main roads. We pulled out, I think we went Bolivar Street, and then Jen was giving directions because I didn't know where we were going.
And to be clear, Bolivar Street, you're talking about, that's Bolivar?
Yes,
And so then Ms. McCabe is then giving you directions as you're driving, correct?
correct.
Now, as you're driving, again, as far as what, if anything, did you see as far as plows or how were the roads treated at that time? What, if anything, did you observe in reference to that?
It was bad driving. There were plows out, but it was really bad driving.
And the visibility as you were driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house, how would you describe the visibility?
It was very poor. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
Now, when you get to the street, at some point you're directed by Ms. McCabe to Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to Fairview Road, do you recall whether or not you took a left or a right, or how did you come on to Fairview Road?
Off of Chapman Street, I took a right onto Fairview.
You took a right from Chapman onto Fairview.
Correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note or observe as far as the sort of elevation of the roadway?
You go downhill.
You go down a hill?
Yes.
This particular area of Canton, obviously you've lived in Canton for several years. Are you somewhat familiar with this area of Canton?
Yeah.
And how is it that you were familiar
Is
with
that the way they
this area
came?
prior to the estate if you've never been to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
The commuter rail is right near there that I would take to work.
I thought they came from the other side.
Are there any schools in that area as well?
Yes, the John F. Kennedy School.
So driver's side
And,
was facing the house.
You mentioned that your son played
They would have made a
baseball, right?
left-hand turn.
Yes, and
Ball field.
my son and John's nephew also went to the home daycare across the street from the JFK.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to just publish a brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Okay.
Gentlemen, what I'm going to ask is if you could push this video forward to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I'm sorry, if you could play it in there. I could ask him to stop right there. Mr. Roberts, from what you've seen on the video, as far as what's depicted in this video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal or consistent with what you observed that morning as you were driving around going from Mr. O'Keefe's house to Ms. McCabe's sister's house?
Yes.
And the turn that this vehicle is taking at this point in the video, about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, you recognize what street that vehicle is turning onto?
I believe it's Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Maybe I just don't remember how these roads go.
pause right there. Ms. Roberts, as you're driving from Mr. O'Keefe's house to this address on Fairview Road that you've never been to before, what's going on inside the car?
Karen was frantic. She wouldn't put her seatbelt on, and I was getting nervous because we're driving in a blizzard. She kept leaning in between the two seats. I think at some point she was texting in the back seat, and then she'd be leaning. She was just frantic the whole morning.
And as far as her screaming, do you recall anything specifically that
She
you
didn't
were
say
screaming?
screaming.
Or what, if any, sort of conversation was going on in the car as you were driving?
There was some conversation about a woman I didn't know that was Bella's mom. And she said, Bella's mom never liked me. I think Bella lived near Jen's sister, maybe. I don't know. Some conversation about Bella's mom, and Karen said she didn't like me.
And do you recall where you were in your travels when that topic of conversation came up?
No, I don't recall.
Now, in reference to following that, what, if anything, did you say in regards to any other sort of women?
Any other what?
Following that conversation in regard to Bella's mom, who you didn't know, what, if anything, did you say or introduce into the conversation?
Fairview Road runs along Spring Street, I think it is. Spring Lane. So Spring Lane and Fairview are both off at Chapman Street, and there was a woman he dated that lived on Spring Lane. So when Jen was telling me where her sister's house was, I said, I don't know where Fairview is. And she said, it's near Spring Lane. And I said, oh, where the dance instructor lived. John had once dated a dance instructor. And then Karen said, do you think he could have gone there? Do you think that's where he could have been? No, I was just using it as a reference point. She said it's near Spring Lane, and I knew that the dance instructor lived on Spring Lane.
And just to be clear, when you say the dance instructor, this would be for his niece, Haley?
Correct.
And you indicated that the two of them, being Mr. O'Keefe and the dance instructor, had dated at some point in the past, correct?
Yes.
How long ago was that?
Oh, it was when Kaylee was little. She was probably like 5.
So almost 10 years before this date that you're driving away. Now, as you're driving along and driving down Fairview, what is it that you're doing? What, if anything, do you observe Ms. McCabe doing? And then what, if anything, do you observe the defendant?
Well, we were looking for John walking or wherever he may be. So I'm driving and looking on both sides, and I think Jen was looking on both sides. And Karen she would be in the back seat, then she'd be in between us, then she'd be in the back seat, and then in between us.
And as you came down the hill on Fairview, what, if anything, what happened then?
Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And all of a sudden, Karen said, there he is, there he is. Let me the F out of this car. And she started kicking the door.
And how was she kicking the door?
With her feet. Well, how was she kicking the door?
Yeah, dumbass question.
Pretty hard. I mean, she wanted to get out of the car, but it was locked because once you start driving, the back doors lock. So I looked over and I didn't see anything. And I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And I unlocked the door and I sat back and watched. And she ran over to a mound of snow.
And so as the time you're driving down the road, had you seen anything, as you're driving down, sort of looking at the side of the road, had you seen anything on your side of the vehicle?
No.
And when you say she gets out of the vehicle, is it your side or passenger side where Ms. McCabe is that?
The driver's side.
So she gets out of the driver's side of the vehicle on the back passenger, correct?
Correct.
And how quickly does she go sort of from your car to where she ends up?
She ran over to the mound.
And at that point in time, even when she runs over, could you see what she was running over to?
At some point, I realized it was the shape of a body.
And when was that you realized? When in this sort of sequence were you able to realize that?
That was in seconds. Once she ran over to his body, I said, oh my God. And she lifted up his shirt and started to lay on him.
And when you stopped to let her out, where were you in relation to that mound of snow or what you learned?
No, I think my car was like in the middle of the road. I just stopped.
And in relation to where the mound of snow was, had you driven past it at that point? So where was it?
Yes.
So it was located behind your vehicle?
Yeah.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask us to plan on that for about 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay. What's depicted in the screen in front of this camera angle? Do you recognize what that is?
That's my car.
Is that essentially where you parked your car when Ms. Reed started kicking the doors and got out and ran over?
Yes.
Could you just press play for a moment? Now, from this video, do you see where in relation to your vehicle, Mr. O'Keefe, where you found this vehicle?
With the pointer?
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could, again, just play for about this.
Cameraman, you suck. We don't want to watch her. She's showing a lot of indicators of real emotion here that Jen McCabe sure didn't.
Visuals on screen again. Just using the laser pointer and direct your attention to those arms.
That is Jen McCabe. That's Karen Reed. That's me.
Take that down. Roberts, in relation to what you just saw in the video, as far as at some point the rear sort of tailgate or hatchback on your SUV, that was in the up position, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall why that was?
Because I was having Jen get the baby blankets to wrap around him out of my car.
And is that something that you just sort of have in the back of your car at all times?
Yeah.
Now, at any point in time in that sequence, did you call anybody or have any sort of phone calls that you made that went to voicemail at that time?
Did I?
Yes.
I don't know.
And so nothing that you recall, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you observe Ms. McCabe make any phone calls that just sort of went to voicemail and she left her phone in your car?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me take you back, sort of when you're pulling. So as far as the conditions when you pull up and the defendant's banging on the door and gets out and runs over to Mr. O'Keefe. What's depicted in that video, obviously without your vehicle being in the middle of the roadway, is that fair and accurate portrayal of what the road looked like and sort of what you saw upon your arrival?
Yes.
So after the defendant gets out of the vehicle, what did you do? Where did you go?
When I realized it was him or someone, I ran over and I dug his head out, grabbed the snow.
And to recall, you recognized the person in the snow as Mr. O'Keefe.
Once I dug his head out, yes.
And you recall how his body was positioned as far as how was he on his stomach, on his back, on his side?
He was on his back.
And so you brushed some snow away from his head, is that correct?
Off his face.
And when you were brushing the snow off his face, what, if anything, did you observe about his face or the condition of him?
He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And his right eye it looked like a golf ball. His left eye was fine. The right eye looked like a golf ball.
Now, you mentioned that you wiped some snow from around his head. What, if anything else, did you observe on the rest of his body?
He was bleeding in the back of the head. So when I was wrapping I don't know why I was wrapping blankets around his head, but I didn't know. He had a cut on the back of his head.
Do you recall which side of his head that cut was on?
I don't. It just was blood on the blanket that was under his head.
Now, as far as the rest of his body, did that have snow on it as well?
Say it again, I'm sorry?
The rest of his body, separate from his head area. What, if any, snow did you observe on the rest?
What if any snow?
He was completely covered.
And you know about how much snow was covering the rest of his body?
I would say like 4 inches, maybe 3.
Oh, no.
I don't really remember exactly how many, but he was covered.
No, it was not that much.
So with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and when you arrived there, 3 of you being you, the defendant, and Ms. McCabe, what is it that you were doing when you first sort of come over to Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, Karen was laying on top of him, and I told her to get off him because I was going to do CPR. And I said, Jen, you need to call 911. And I started CPR on his chest compressions. And then Karen was giving him mouth to mouth.
And as far as CPR goes, is that something that you had any training in prior to this?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about that as far as what, if any, training did you have as far as CPR was concerned?
I get CPR certified every 2 years through the American Red Cross at work.
So you start doing chest compressions, is that right?
Correct.
And you direct Ms. McCabe to call 911?
Yes.
And what was the defendant doing at that?
She was doing mouth to mouth, and she was frantic again, running around. And
as she was running around, what, if anything else, was she doing or saying while she was running around?
Did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
Is that something that she said once or more than once?
More than once.
And similar to sort of the tonality or the volume of the voice that you were describing before, was that consistent when you're there sort of in front of the house?
Yes.
Now, in relation to where you were with Mr. O'Keefe, obviously you've never been in this house before, is that right?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as overhead lights or street lights or anything like that around that area where you found Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a fire hydrant, and there was some weird, like, electrical box thing sticking out of the ground.
But you don't recall any sort of like overhead lights or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, this process of you sort of doing compressions and Ms. Reed is doing mouth to mouth and then running around, is the The mouth-to-mouth that she's doing, is that sort of consistent, or is it intermittent between, when is the running around in relation to the mouth-to-mouth?
I don't remember which was first, or I was concentrating on doing chest compressions.
And so while you're doing the chest compressions, at some point do first responders start to arrive?
Correct.
And about how long was it from the time that you sort of get out of the vehicle, go over, realize it's Mr. O'Keefe, et cetera, and to when the first responders arrived?
I don't know. Wasn't long, maybe under 10 minutes.
During that time, or during any amount of time that you were there, did you see anybody from any of the houses on the street come out of the house, or any neighbors come out, or anything like that?
No.
Once, if you recall, do you recall whether it was police or fire or ambulance, or who showed up first?
I don't know. I think the police showed up first, or the EMTs. I just know the EMTs came over and said, we'll take it from here. I wasn't paying attention to what else was going on.
So you're sort of focused on the chest compressions, and at some point, some paramedic comes over and tells you they've got this.
Yes.
And so after that, where did you go?
After that, where did I go? I stayed in the area. I think I went back over to the car.
And as paramedics are working on John, you're over by your vehicle, correct?
I think so.
And so where was, what were you doing, and where was Ms. McCabe, and where was the defendant at that point?
Karen was running around the body while the EMTs were trying to work on him. She was just frantic.
And so you're over by the car, and Ms. Reed is running around over where Mr. O'Keefe is?
Yes.
Where was Ms. McCabe?
I don't know. She was somewhere around the car.
So closer to you than to where Mr. O'Keefe was?
I don't know.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe was, if you know, where was he in relation to the roadway or the paved sort of pathway of Fairview Road?
I don't know, because you couldn't tell which was the road and which was the grass. Like, you couldn't tell where the road began and ended. So I don't know.
Now, you described the defendant sort of running around Mr. O'Keefe frantically. What, if anything, was she saying about him?
Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
And that sort of phraseology, or the way she put that, was that consistent throughout? Is that how she stated it?
Yes.
And again, in that same sort of loud volume voice at the time?
Yes.
Now, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe is taken from where he is by the paramedics to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And as he's being taken off the ground, what, if anything, did you observe in that area?
His phone was under him.
Oh, we finally hear about his phone.
Now, as far as the graphs that you observed, how is that in relation to sort of the rest of the area where Mr. O'Keefe was?
We saw the photos. There was no grass.
So everything else is covered in snow, and when he's lifted off the ground underneath his body, is that where the grass is?
Yes.
And
We saw the photo.
his phone was where
what
in
it is.
relation to his body? As far as when he's lifted up, what part of his body had been opened?
Like maybe his shoulder, maybe it was like his back. So when they lifted him up, it was under where like his, whatever the right side of his back.
And what I'm asking
Wasn't
is
this one a
basically
nurse?
Sort of up towards the shoulder blade or down towards the
She doesn't
lower
know
back?
anatomy.
In the middle.
And when you saw the phone on the grass, what, if anything, did you do with?
Didn't someone tell us she was a
I
nurse?
picked it up. I put it in my pocket. And
Jen
at some
told us
point,
that?
one of the first responders asked if I had it. I handed it over.
Do you recall who that first responder was?
No.
Do you recall even whether it was a police officer, a firefighter, or a paramedic? Or...
No.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe is being taken from where he was located when you found him to the ambulance, what happened?
I think
then?
you're
What
right.
goes on?
It was Sarah.
At some point, Officer Good told Karen to calm down because she was frantic. And at some point, Jen and Karen were in the back of a police cruiser to warm up. I was standing outside watching the ambulance because I could see in through the ambulance that they were moving things and working on them.
And so what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant or Ms. McCabe in reference to what you were seeing through the back of the ambulance?
I said, they're working on him, they're working on him. And at one point, Karen grabbed the front of my jacket and screamed in my face and said, are they working on him? Is he alive? And I said, they're working on him, they're working on him. They wouldn't be working on him if he was dead. And then she had us hold hands and pray. And then at some point, she had blood on her hands and she told us she had her period. So I think she was just in a state of shock, maybe.
And what, if anything, did either you or Ms. McCabe say to her when she said that?
Shut up.
We said, no, that's not your blood. That's John's.
And what happened then?
Then the ambulance drove away.
And if you know about how long was it from the time that you were told by the paramedic to sort of step away from Mr. O'Keefe, they had this, from that point to when the ambulance drove away?
I don't know. I don't think it was long. I watched them work on whatever they were doing in the back of the ambulance, and they got in the ambulance and drove away.
And after the ambulance left, where did the three of you go, or where did you go? Where did Ms. Reed go? Where did Ms.
Karen, I had her in my car. Jen was going up to the door to her sister's house, and I said to the police, I had been on the phone now. I had called Mrs. O'Keefe, I had called John's mother, I had called John's father. At some point, Karen was on the phone with John's sister-in-law, Erin, telling him John's dead. So I grabbed the phone from her. I said, he's not dead. He's in the back of an ambulance. He's been in an accident. And she said that Paul was going to go, John's brother, to the hospital that they were bringing John to. So I spoke to I called Mr. O'Keefe. He didn't answer.
Next question. That'll stand. The next question.
Getting a bit narrative.
Mr. O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you have a conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And do you know why it was that Ms. McCabe was going into the house on Fairview?
Objection.
Do you know why?
That's such a terrible clarification. Because she knows, because she was told. You need to ask her, were you told? Or do you know independently?
So you grab the phone from the defendant, you speak to Erin O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And following those conversations with members of the O'Keefe family, where is it that you were going?
I asked Mrs. O'Keefe if she had four-wheel drive, and she said no. And Mr. O'Keefe had a van that didn't have four-wheel drive. So I said, I'm going to come get you, and I'll take you to the hospital.
All right, so why don't we end this now for lunch? Okay. Jurors will take the luncheon. Ms. Roberts and the jurors will know if you can just.
Yep.
Good to be closed and leave your books on your chairs. All rise, jury out.
Kerry definitely coming across a lot better than Jen, but still just having some issues here. Just not sure that I can buy this story as reliable. And when I say that, I'm not saying, oh, she's obviously lying or anything like that. I'm very open to the memory as a funny thing angle with this witness. Just because some of what we're seeing, some of what she's saying doesn't seem to add up. It doesn't seem to add up. There were not 4 inches on the snow in the deepest drifts we were seeing here. Okay, there were not 4 inches of snow on top of John. She did not see grass underneath him. We have seen the photo. We have seen the photo. They had to get out the snowblower to remove the snow so that they could sample the blood. His blood had dripped on top of the snow. They had to chase it down through the snow. speaking about the blood. His head is bleeding, it bled on your towel, but where is that blood on the ground? Where is the head wound blood on the ground? All we have are just a couple little drops. Sorry about that, guys. That was weird. I just accidentally booted myself out of the stream. Yeah, he was on top of the snow. There's really no question about that. And so a lot of these things are just giving me the sense of a memory that embellishes, a recollection that embellishes. I would not rule out at all that this person incorporates outside information that she's learned from other places, and has incorporated that into her memory. Because just these details they're not accurate. They're not accurate. I thought it was quite strange that she and Jen both identified the driveway on arrival to John's house as the point where Karen pointed out the taillight to them. And it was only after you watched the video, and unlike Jen, who just let that pass, didn't acknowledge the conflict between her story and what we can see with our own eyes, she acknowledged it. She recognized, well, obviously it didn't happen right then, so it must have happened at some other time. Yeah, that's a logical and normal reaction. It's a good way for a witness to react to, apparently my memory is wrong about something. But I do find it a bit strange that their misaligned memories aligned with each other before getting corrected by the video. We already know they sat down to work out their timeline. And so, you know, I'm not prepared to say that I look at this witness and I see a big fat liar, but am I open to the possibility that this witness has been contaminated, has been tainted? Yeah, definitely open to that, just based on what we've heard so far. But she does come off much better. She comes off as much more authentic with her emotion. She comes off as much more forthcoming with her information, more agreeable in that sense. She's even mirroring my feelings about some of these ridiculous questions that Lally comes up with. How he composes these things, I will never understand. They make no sense at all. Just all over the place. How did she kick the door? What on earth kind of a question is that? And so when I see Kerry Roberts mimicking my what the hell, Lally kind of feelings about that, I feel like I get her. I feel like you know, I understand her. She's like me. We can relate on that type of emotional reaction level. Very different response than I had to Jen McCabe. Lally obviously really kind of stepping out of his lane with a lot of these questions too, just really trying to get her to confirm stuff that she wouldn't be in a position to know. She would only have heard from somebody else. Things like who had access to John's laptop computer in his computer office. Come on, we all know she's not going to know that unless somebody is told. And in and of itself, I mean, I guess he's going to try. It's so obviously objectionable that, you know, surely he knows that's going to be objected to, but he's going to see what he gets away with. But it just does raise a little bit of a red flag to me in terms of, if I'm already a little bit suspicious that this witness is suggestible, then is Lally playing into that? Is he trying to get her to go along with stuff that he's going to suggest to her? I don't know. I got to wonder. I noticed that her timeline of a lot of this stuff is not adding up with Jen's, which is ironic given that timeline meeting that they very specifically had. The whole reason why they went to Fairview, according to Jen McCabe, it was Karen bringing up wanting to go to Fairview, like in the very first phone call or something. Like she's saying it from the very beginning. kind of trying to look back through my notes, like how all of that came around. Oh, that's her direct here. Got to get through all the notes with the waterfall. She's screaming Jen. They got in a fight. Left him at the waterfall. I talked to Matt. He said, "What are you talking about? We saw them outside your sister's house." Karen, I said, "We saw you outside." She said, "I don't remember. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I had a broken tail light. I left him there." We have to go to Fairview at Jen's house. Jen's house says she's screaming out front. She ran to my door. She came running up the walkway, didn't know where she was. It was surprising. She was very loud, screaming, "Jen, Jen, did I hit him? Would I have hit him? We have to go to Fairview." So Jen McCabe's story, Karen is wanting to go to Fairview from the moment she's first at Jen's house, and it doesn't sound like Kerry Roberts is even there yet. According to Kerry's version of events, it's not until after they're leaving John's house that now they want to go to Fairview because he wasn't there. They obviously wasn't there. Jen is the one who said, "I saw you pull up at Fairview." This is just, it's not really corresponding with how Jen described this plan for where we are going to go, when, and where, at what point. Her version of the Bella's mom, quite a bit less catty than Jen's version. Just, do you think he might have gone there? I mean, it seems like a fairly innocent thing to ask if this is just somebody that he knows, and you don't know where he is. You're looking for him. You hear that somebody he knows is nearby. Well, yeah, I guess that would be a logical place to ask if maybe that's where he could be. I'm going to see if I can find my notes of exactly how she put that up. So now, yeah, she's still screaming. If John could be at Bella's house, could he have been with Ashley? I said, no, it's a crazy idea. Kerry, could he have been with another woman? Another ex, and Karen screaming, "Who's she?" So Jen's account is very much painting her as crazy jealous. She hears other women and she starts screaming, assuming that John is maybe cheating on her or whatever. Really not at all that same kind of presentation from the way that Kerry Roberts accounts for it. Hers is logical. You're looking for John. There's somebody John knows nearby. Could he be there? Not. Oh my God, is he with all the women? Who are the women? Who are all these women that John knows? Something like that. She found the phone under him. She saw the phone under him. Why did nobody collect the phone? If she saw the phone under him when they picked him up, then everybody else saw the phone. Who took the phone into evidence? We heard from Seraph. We heard from Mulaney. We heard from all of the investigators on the scene. We heard about them taking the cocktail glass and the blood samples. We heard about them taking this evidence. Who took the phone into evidence? Why haven't we heard that? This is strange. This is a very, very strange detail. Is this something she is remembering after the fact? Because it doesn't seem to line up to me with what everybody else did. If you had seen it, somebody would have collected it. Somebody would have taken it into evidence at that point in time. It's just not the kind of thing that, you're going to see it and leave it there in the snow. No, somebody would take it into custody immediately. She remembers Jen and Karen being in the back of the police cruiser. That is also helpful. That is certainly helpful to the Commonwealth's theory and Jen's explanation for the Haslong to die in cold. At least it backs up her version that they were in the car together at the same time. Although she wasn't in the car then, and she has the same story that she described in this context about the screaming, praying, holding hands, having the blood on her hands, and saying she thought she got her period. Isn't that the same conversation Jen was recounting as happening in the back of the car when Karen started screaming hypothermia, Google how long it takes for someone to die in the cold? Can't say 100%. I guess I could go back through my notes again, see if I can find exactly how Jen said that. Because she said it first on her direct exam. So what did she say? Officer takes her to the back of the cruiser. I went there. We were all in the back. Oh, according to Jen, they were all in the back of the patrol car. And that's when Karen grabbed our hands, asked us to pray, had blood, asked if she had her period. We said, no, it's John's blood. Karen told Kerry to go look. Is he dead? Is he dead? She grabbed my hands and said, how long does it take to die in the cold? So Jen is claiming that Kerry was in the car with them for the first part of all that, but then what? That she conveniently exited right at the point in time where Karen asked her to do the Google search, so she wouldn't be a witness to Karen asking her to do the Google search one way or another. Kerry does not describe being in the car, so at the very least, it does not seem like that is how it went down at all. Maybe they'll clarify. I don't know. But she said pretty clearly at some point Jen and Karen were in the back of the police cruiser. She didn't say anything at all about her being in the back of the police cruiser. And she described this whole same incident about holding the hands and praying and the period blood and all that. So some interesting alignment, but also some interesting misalignment with these two versions of events that we're saying. I got to think these have been fleshed out pre-trial. You know, the defense has had an opportunity to interview, depose, whatever. She's given law enforcement interviews. It's gonna get fleshed out. But even just with this surface level explanation that we're getting from direct, I just don't know that I am satisfied that I can rely on what this witness has to say. And I want to make it clear, I don't say this in any kind of disparaging way. I think it's often the case that when you're defensive, when people are defensive and you don't believe them, it's taken very personally, like, oh, that's you're saying they're lying or something like that. I've made it clear, I'm not saying I think she's lying. I'm not convinced of that at this point. But people can be unreliable for all kinds of reasons, including that memory is a funny thing, as Mr. Jackson so wisely reminded us. He gave us a pretty good demonstration of it in action too. And I'm just not sure. Not sure I can really rely on her memory and all that. Not that it's necessarily a willful thing, but just it doesn't line up. And that's kind of the bottom line. If you're going to ask me, do I have to choose between what I can see with my own eyes and what somebody is saying, I'm not going to be gaslit. not going to pretend I don't see what I can see. I can see the ground. I can see the snow. I can see there is not 4 inches of snow anywhere. So I am very, very skeptical that there were 4 inches of snow on John O'Keefe that you had to clear off of him. I have seen the photo with my own eyes of where his body was found. There is no grass at the bottom. There's no phone in that photo. So these aspects of her memory, don't know that I can put a lot of weight in them at this point. Guys, I'm going to hit a couple of questions, a couple of comments real quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and take my break real quick so I can do my thing and check my animals and my trees and grab something quick to eat and all that. But I do want to make sure that we get through some of these comments, because I do appreciate you guys making them and leaving them. I starred this one that I saw. If a defendant only had funds for one attorney and state drags trial out for 6+ weeks, any ethical issues? Yeah, welcome to public defense land. Okay, because this happens all the time where you don't get co-counsel. And it's just that in that type of situation, you're usually not going to get such a milquetoast response from the court if their schedule has been if they're misinformed about how they need to arrange their own calendar, what their expectations should be for the length of the trial, they tend to be pissed about that because trials are often booked back to back to back. They're often stacked, like you got multiple things set to go on the same day, so that if this one settles, you go to that one instead. You have different ways of setting priority and stuff like that. They got other things going on. They got meetings, they got regular dockets, they got things that other people will have to cover if they're sitting unexpectedly in court for an extra couple of weeks that they hadn't planned on. So in a normal world, this kind of thing can happen. The state takes longer than is expected. You, the defense attorney, are kind of just expected to deal with that. You got to roll with it. But in reality, most of the time, the court is not going to allow that to happen because it is an inconvenience to the court. Not so much that they care about, me or my effectiveness or any kind of, ethical issue on the part of the prosecutor. They're just mad that they've been inconvenienced. It's not, from the prosecutor's standpoint, it's not really an ethical issue. You're just terrible at trial. You don't know how long things are going to take. You gave a very terrible estimate. It's irresponsible and it's, not very professional, but that doesn't mean that it's like dishonest or unethical or anything like that. Kat Not Williams gifted 5 Andrea Burkhart memberships. Thank you, Kat. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to the channel. Welcome to the crew. Really appreciate your support. Andrea Burkhart, isn't the harassment and semen hearsay? This is going back to Jen McCabe's cross-examination, or maybe it was in the redirect where she got to talk about the harassment specifically. She described a blogger posting a photo of her daughter with like semen on her face. Pretty gross, okay? Like if somebody's doing that, of course that's not cool. No, that's not cool. Who the hell does that? If nothing else, when you play these games with these kinds of people, you just give them an opportunity to play victim. You got to watch how you engage with some of these types. Is it hearsay? No, it's not necessarily hearsay if you saw it with your own eyes, and it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's not being offered to prove your daughter does in fact belong to us. It's not offered to prove she did in fact have, on her face. It's offered to show her state of mind and her, belief that she was undergoing harassment, her description of that, because that's her evidence for why she met with Elizabeth Proctor at that point in time, not because she was trying to interfere in the investigation or something like that. So it's not hearsay because it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Now they did, of course, have to give that limiting instruction that you heard from Judge Bev. I'm willing to bet this is something they brought up just there at the sidebar. That's what they were talking about before they went on the break. Is getting the language of that limiting instruction in place, because basically this is, yes, very prejudicial type of information to be putting out there, and it doesn't have anything directly to do with guilt or innocence. Nothing about this makes it more likely or not that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car. So the probative value is slight. It's really just there to help her explain, like I said, the harassment and her perception of it. But the potential for prejudice is very high if the jury is looking at that and thinking, well, if she's telling us this, then Karen probably did it. And if Karen's out there harassing witnesses, you know, that's consciousness of guilt stuff and yada, yada. So they carefully worded that limiting instruction I like, and I would expect the defense had kind of insisted on, there is no proof that Karen had anything to do with this. That is a very important point for the jury to know and to be aware of. Whoever is doing this, for whatever reason, it is not Karen Reed that is doing it. She hasn't shown up at any of these rallies. There's no evidence that she's behind it, that she's coordinating it. We know Jen McCabe thinks she is because she tried to tell us that on the stand. But in the absence of proof, no, you absolutely don't get to draw that inference. And the risk that you could draw that inference, that this is guilty conscience, guilty knowledge type of stuff, is what requires there to be this limiting instruction given in that case. We'll revisit this again. We're still thinking about that. Who would play Jen McCabe on the Netflix special? I saw some good, suggestions. Obviously, Amber Heard is going to be up there. I was thinking initially, I thought Sydney Sweeney might be good. Like that same attitude that she brought on White Lotus. I could see her being a good fit. Kathy Bates, certainly. I mean, the classic. But this could be a tough casting decision to make. Excited Utterance became a YouTube member. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate having you support the channel. Welcome to the crew. NC Sophie Girl. Andrea, new subscriber here, and I love your channel. I'm curious if you think Jen McCabe is protecting her brother-in-law or her nephew Colin, and do you think Higgins' proffer includes some confession? I don't know. I mean, I don't know who she's protecting or what, or kind of what the motivation is for the cover-up. I haven't ruled out that the cover-up is completely unrelated to John O'Keefe's death. They just happen to be being really shady because there is something they don't want police to know about, and so they're scurrying. I don't know what that is. I'll just tell you, I mean, I've said this before, I'm not saying this is what happened, but speculatively in a lot of these types of contexts, there's a crime, people know the cops are coming, you're running around scrambling. Why are you doing that? Well, you need to get rid of something that you don't want them to see. Very uncommon, like when you were in college in the dorm and the security's coming. What do you do with the beer? Do you just sit there and continue to drink it? No, you get rid of that stuff. So I haven't ruled out that there is something completely unrelated going on here that is really what the cover-up is about, and it doesn't have anything to do with John. And that would potentially correspond with a Higgins proffer, right? If Higgins, this federal investigation, first off, the federal investigation is almost certainly not just we are independently investigating Karen Reed's, John O'Keefe's death just on its own sake, in support of some kind of federal charge. There is not a basis for federal jurisdiction here. It's just it's an in-state murder. It's not under circumstances that would basically give federal jurisdiction for a murder charge. Those are very limited circumstances. It's usually things like it happened in a bank robbery. It involved a federal law enforcement officer. It involved witness intimidation, like very, very specific categories that let murder be a federal crime. So they're investigating something else. We already know that they're investigating something else, and that somehow then that got them interested in and involved in this investigation of Karen Reed. And they seem to be investigating the investigation. So as far as the Higgins proffer, First off, yes, I very much believe that the word proffer was used intentionally. That is very much a term of art in criminal defense. Every criminal defense attorney hears the word proffer and they know what that means. That means you had a free chat with feds over the potential for some type of a plea bargain or some type of other sort of deal where you get partial immunity or you get some other type of benefit for giving them the information, and in exchange they can't use that against you. They can't use the statement against you. So the Higgins proffer could be completely unrelated, again, to John O'Keefe's murder. It could be related to whatever underlying stuff the feds are investigating. And that's the benefit that Brian Higgins is getting. Not that like he's going to fess up to the hoax or something like that the hoax itself is the confession. No, he could have just provided information about, what happened with the timeline, pretty much consistent with everybody else, hypothetically. And that in and of itself is not the value that either the feds were seeking or that he was getting out of this proffer agreement, that there was something completely different, completely independent of that going on that was the real focus of the investigation, and that's what he was implicated in. So potentially confessing to other stuff, I can't take that off the table either. So that's kind of my, that's my thoughts about it. Shady stuff, absolutely no question. They have certainly proven to me there's a lot of shady stuff going on with these people. Is the shady stuff a hoax? A hoax to cover up John O'Keefe's death? That I don't know. I haven't seen, certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Not even sure I've seen a preponderance of the evidence at this point. It doesn't look good, but I'm just not sure I've seen enough to really tilt me that way. RLS 7247. Instead of overruling an objection, judge has been asking the witness the question instead. Is that normal? No, it's not really normal to rephrase the question to fix it for somebody. I literally just called out what's bugging me so much when Lally is asking a question that is clearly eliciting hearsay. It's something she is not going to have personal knowledge of unless somebody told her. And Judge Cannoni's clarification of this is just to ask her, did you know? Well, she's gonna think she knows if somebody told her and she believes that person. She's going to think, yes, I know that. She's not making these lawyerly distinctions in her mind about what do I know based on my own personal knowledge and what do I know based on what I have been told. If you only know it because you have been told, that is not personal, firsthand knowledge. That is not direct knowledge. That is basically, you're just reporting hearsay that somebody else told you. So it's not even an effective clarification of what the problem is. Do you know? I don't particularly like that at all. But yeah, the judge's whole handling of just a lot of these details with the objections, the not being able to state the basis, we're all sort of left to guess what it is. Sometimes it's really obvious, sometimes it's not. I find that all a little bit strange. I've never had a judge require us to not state the basis for the objection. Lots of judges say no speaking objections. You state the basis, foundation, authenticity, hearsay, whatever the exception is, and that's it. You don't get to explain it in front of the jury. The speaking objections where people will run on and on. We saw a lot of them in Depp versus Heard, and well, I don't think that that's the problem at all. I think, and they're saying all this stuff, right in front of the jury. No, it's terrible practice. You shouldn't be doing that. But no explanation at all, not even stating the basis. I've talked before about why that is, because it can't come back to bite her on appeal. She can't rely on a basis that turns out to be wrong. This basically leaves the door open for if any basis whatsoever would support her ruling on that objection, then it can be affirmed on appeal for any reason. So it's just basically a way of opening up the universe to be able to litigate her rulings. So I understand kind of logically how it works, but just as a matter of practice, I don't like it. It's not functional. It doesn't work very well. Britt Cormier, she does not sound like she is from Missouri. However, with all this show me, I am thinking I do not have her accent correct, LOL. Is she from Missouri? I didn't remember if she did say that. She's got a lot of that wide Massachusetts though, but she also has the R. Do they I'm trying to remember like an example of when she said it, where you put an R into a word that's not there. I don't know. Anyway, I caught that a couple times with her accent. I don't know if that's a Massachusetts thing. I don't know if that's a Missouri thing. I just noticed it. But the show me, I mean, at the end of the day, the show me worked for her. It shouldn't have worked for her. I would have liked to have seen a harder line on that and a little bit more requiring her to make the concession to get that reward of being able to look at the transcript. And the concession either needs to be, I don't remember, or, I deny it. Those are the ways you get to see the transcript, because your memory needs to be refreshed, or you're going to be impeached with something inconsistent that you said before. You can accept it, and then you'll avoid having to see the transcript in the first place. But she really was able to flip the script on Mr. Jackson with that stuff. One of the joys of a really good cross-examination, when you have done all of your prep, you know what you're coming with, you know what your ammunition is, you know where to find it. You can train that witness. It's like Pavlov's dog. You can train that witness by like the third or fourth time they see you walking up with that transcript. They know, if you have been able to point out their inconsistencies before, then they already know as soon as they see you pull it out and start to come up, or even like flip through it to ask your question, they know you got the goods. They're not gonna fight you so much on that. She flipped the script on that. She was able to turn those transcripts around with that show me technique that Mr. Jackson just went along with. And it gave her power, because then if he is not willing to show her, she wins. Or if he shows her and it's not exactly what he described, she wins there too. So yeah, the show me was kind of effective, even if it did, demeanor wise, gave me some of those shades of Amber Heard. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and pop out for just a few minutes here. Please be patient with me. I will do my best to be back, but I am going to run out and check on a couple of things. These are long court days when you got a full day to stream. So I will be back, and hang in there. And if you want to, in the chat, let me know if there's anything else you've seen that you want to talk about. And when I get back, I'll scroll back through that and see what we've got. Okay, guys, I'm back. Hopefully I didn't jump scare anybody this time. I know last time I came on after break, might have come back with a little too much enthusiasm, and people are getting nice and settled in on that silence there. You know, one of these days when I think ahead, I'll have something else on the screen that I can play for you guys while I'm out, so that you don't just have to stare at a blank icon. But I'm still getting used to this whole streaming thing. But thanks for being along for the ride with me. Speaking of streaming, tomorrow is going to be a very busy day because it's going to be a double header. We've got Karen Reed, of course, in the morning, continuing, but then we're also having a hearing in the Koberger case in the afternoon. So I'm going to be streaming that one as well. This is going to be basically pre-testimony relating to the defense's motions to compel evidence. If you've been following Koberger, you probably understand the context here. If you don't, the defense is arguing that basically the state has a lot of information relating to their location analysis and their cellular forensics that they relied on from the FBI to get the probable cause to arrest and to do all of their searches and stuff like that, but that the state is not producing this. And the state is saying the FBI isn't giving it to us, so we can't give it to you. So we're having a hearing on a defense motion that basically is, it's a motion to compel. You have to turn it over. If you don't turn it over, there's going to be some type of sanction. Very clear the FBI, for whatever reason, is not voluntarily cooperating with turning it over. Very different 2E process than the one we saw here in the Karen Reed case. The anticipated testimony is probably going to be from Cy Ray, and Cy Ray is the defense expert that they have hired to do their own basically cellular analysis, cellular location analysis, to review the work that was done to attribute his location of his phone to various places at various points in time that they then connect to his car. And so the probable cause affidavit is essentially based on trying to corroborate the movements of Brian Koberger's phone with the movements of his car, and suggest that together they show travel to the King Road house or that area around the time of the murders. Now, Brian Koberger has claimed, I wasn't there. I didn't go anywhere near there. I was going south out of Pullman, and I went down to this area I drive around in frequently called Wawawe Park. And he claims that there is at least one piece of, independent data that will support this. So that's a lot of the background of what is going on with the cell forensics. And basically, are they going to help the state tend to prove guilt? Are they going to help Brian Koberger tend to prove an alibi? And the reason why a lot of that is very important is because there's just a lot of data on the phone that is available to either corroborate or rule out things like location, besides just the cell phone pings. So we can expect that his phone has GPS data, stuff like we're hearing about in this trial. I doubt he's got Life 360. He's a PhD. Parents probably aren't tracking where he comes and goes from. But lots of times people have other types of location apps in their phone. He's said to be a runner. You got something like Map My Run or Endomondo, or one of these running apps, Strava. That will often have location stuff in it. These trail maps, like we talked about yesterday on the stream, often have location data type of stuff in it. So one way or another, that's likely to help one side or the other, probably more definitively than what we have from the pings so far. So Cy Ray is going to testify. He's a former FBI agent, and he has testified all over the country in relation to a program that he developed that essentially takes this cellular data, this location data, and maps it, puts it on a map, lets you be able to visually locate it instead of it just being, incomprehensible numbers and letters and stuff like that. It actually turns it into something graphical that you can look at and make sense out of for us lay people who don't read cell data. He has come under some criticism because of basically what I found was one case out of Colorado where his methodology was criticized, his technology was criticized, and it was excluded from court in a trial level. And it was essentially an argument that his method isn't scientific because what he did is, in order to map the location of where, like so you have a disconnect between the mathematical calculation of where is a coverage area for a cell site tower, and then you have the reality, because the reality is there's interference with electromagnetic signals, weather can affect it, other types of things can affect it. So where it actually pans out on the ground is not going to always correspond with mathematically what you would expect it to be in a total vacuum. What he claims is that he has gone and done thousands and thousands and thousands of drive tests in order to be able to see patterns in how the actual cell tracking works on the ground compared to the mathematical. And so based on that, he derived this mathematical constant that he applies to the data when he is mapping it on the map. So he is using a pattern that he has observed from all of this drive testing in order to create his visual map. According to him, it is generous in the sense that it covers more area than you would expect to under the mathematical scenario. So the mathematical scenario is the minimum, and his formula basically just kind of adds a little bit around the edges. But that got criticized because there's no scientific principle to say why it would be this as opposed to anything else. He just points out, look, it's what I use because that's what lines up with the data. You try a different number, it doesn't work. You try a number on the other side, it doesn't work. This is the number that works, and it works consistently. So it's an interesting critique from a scientific standpoint because that's how a lot of science is done. You get observational data, you observe patterns in it, you derive constants from it, and then eventually those things turn into principles like the laws of the electromagnetics and things like that. So it's a little bit strange from that kind of pure science, how science works standpoint criticism. But in general, this is the only real critique that I've seen of his method. Multiple courts around the country have upheld what he does. So don't know if he's even going to be using that particular technology in this trial, if that's going to be at issue. I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult for them to not use it and just use something else, use something more conventional or less controversial or whatever, if they need to produce a map of cell data. But we're expected to hear from him the basis for, why they need the information that they're asking for, and then the assertion that the defense has made that if the FBI does not produce what they're asking for, it is either because it has been suppressed or it's been destroyed, it's been withheld, or it's been not preserved. And so there is something going on here that we don't know a lot of the details about, where it seems the state is saying the information you're asking for doesn't exist. And Cy Ray is anticipated to testify, we know it exists, here's why we know it exists, and here's why, if they don't have it, these are the only possible explanations for it. So because of the gag order and everything around this case, this was originally going to be a sealed hearing. The judge had originally ruled that all of this was going to be closed off to the public. He has since reversed course on that and is holding it open. He's presuming that it will be open unless something comes up that requires it to be closed. But the pattern of secrecy in this case has kept a lot of the details away from us up to this point. So this hearing is now really going to be the first chance that we have to learn a little bit more about some of the details of this dispute, what is really going on with it, and what does it tell us about the status of this case against Bryan Kohberger? How good is it? Is it falling apart, as it seems to people like me to be happening right now? But you know, I don't know. I'm just going by what I see and what I would expect to see under circumstances like this. So the judge is going to be live streaming that tomorrow. It'll be at 2:30 Pacific time. I am planning to live stream that, and we'll see what we get. It should be interesting. Like I said, it is just testimony, so it won't be argument. But testimony, at the very least, is going to give us an understanding of the technical issues involved and what's really at issue, what's at stake with this particular dispute. So, still waiting for the court to come back here. Probably it'll be soon, but I'll go ahead and try to grab a couple more of these comments here. Did we see this one? Yes, we saw this one. She doesn't sound like she's from Missouri. The show me, we talked about the show me. Unhung hero, watching her testify, it's becoming thou doth protest too much. If innocent, why so snippy, defensive, and shady with Jen McCabe? Yeah. I mean, wouldn't it be funny if she actually is telling the truth? She's just so unlikable that nobody is buying it. It's just an unfortunate side effect of her personality to be very off-putting. I mean, yeah, that's the question that people are going to ask. Why are you so defensive? Why are you so hostile? Why do you remember absolutely everything when you're being asked on direct, and suddenly you can't remember even, what you were just asked when you're on cross-examination? You nitpick the meanings of words with the defense lawyer. Yeah, I mean, people definitely notice these things. People definitely judge everybody on the courtroom about how they present. Had very, very wise lawyers advise me extremely early on in my career. You can have the best case, the best facts, the best evidence, but if the jury hates you or the jury hates your client, you're still going to have an uphill battle to get the verdict on your side, because the jury naturally wants to side with the people that they like. That's just normal. Everybody does that. So I've heard it said that, vast number of jury trials, a big percentage of jury trials, they are decided before you even give the opening statement, because it's based on who do they like more. And they've already decided that from going through the jury selection, seeing how you present, see how you talk to people, see how you interact with the other people in the courtroom. And they're already making those judgments. If they like you, they will consider your arguments. They will give you the benefit of the doubt. They will draw inferences in your favor. They will cut you slack. If they don't like you, they're going to hold your feet to the fire. They're going to jump on anything that they can jump on to confirm, this person is acting consistently with how somebody I don't like would act. And, that is that they're being dishonest or shady or whatever. So the jury is noticing this stuff. They are forming their own judgments about the people that they see in front of them. And it's just always a little bit of a gamble to see what sort of impact does that really have? Are people able to put aside their personal feelings about stuff, their sympathies towards people, and decide things based on the evidence? Of course, that's the aspiration. Of course, that's what everybody is instructed to do. But there's the aspiration and there's the reality. People just, operate the way that they do, and it isn't always something that they do consciously. It just happens. Britt Cormier. Excuse me. Oh, looks like we're coming back. I will come back to you, Britt. We are getting the court coming back.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
So if I could take you back just for a moment, I apologize for this, but just for a moment back to when you first, where Mr. O'Keefe is on the grass, and at any point in time when you observed him, what, if any, observations did you make as far as how Mr. O'Keefe was dressed at that time?
Was he dressed?
Yes.
He had jeans on, I couldn't really tell because he was covered in snow, but I know that I think he had 2 layers on because when the defendant lifted his shirt.
Do you recall if any one of those layers was like a winter jacket or any kind of heavy coat or anything like that?
No.
I'm sorry, no, you don't recall or no?
No, it was not a coat.
No
Now-
coat.
Take you back to when you were in front of the house and Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, and at some point in time that ambulance leaves, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know where the ambulance was going?
Good Samaritan Hospital.
And following that, you mentioned that Ms. McCabe went inside the house, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall what it was that caused her to go inside the house?
You tried this
No,
before.
I'll allow that, not what anyone said.
I think she was going to wake her sister.
And after that, was there anybody else that beyond sort of first responders or police officers and that any other sort of civilian people show up that you recall?
Matt showed up at some point, met Jen's husband, Matt.
And that was before you left, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, you had, we'll get to this more in a moment, but you had left from the house once, come back, and then left again?
Yes.
And when her husband, Matt McCabe, showed up, which of those times was that, if you recall?
I think he was there when I left the first time.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I just said, he said, I said, I'm going to get the O'Keefes. He said, do you want me to come with you? And I said, no. So he went in the house.
And when you left, who, if anyone, initially when you left, who, if anyone, left with you?
I left with Karen Reed.
And as you're leaving in your car, you're driving, is that correct?
Yes.
So now we're going to get the sectioning.
At that point?
Say it again?
Where was Ms. Reed in your car at that point?
In the passenger seat.
And as you were leaving, what, if anything, was it you were doing or talking about, or what was going on when you left that first?
As we were leaving, she was saying to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You need to take care of these kids.
And how did you respond?
He's not going to die. No one's doing anything of that nature. Or something of that nature, I said.
And as far as you're driving away, Chapman, and you're facing towards Cedar Crest, is that right?
Yes.
And so when you left, are you following in that sort of same direction towards Cedar Crest?
I took a right onto Cedar Crest.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I got to Dedham Street, and I went to take a right. And then Officer Good let me go to pick up the O'Keefes to take them. I had to give him my phone number so that he could get in touch with me if he needed to. So he did call, and he said, do you have Miss Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, please bring her back. Her parents have called in a suicide. They said she's saying she's suicidal, so they want her to be sectioned.
When was she talking to her
I'll come back
parents?
to that in a moment, but
It would be in front of you.
before you had left the scene, you hadn't talked to any police officers or anything at that time, correct?
No, other than my name and phone number, but no.
So you gave them your information and then said, I have to go pick up the O'Keefes.
Yes.
So you get that call from Officer Good, and then you come back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
And during
This
any of that
timeline.
time, you recall the defendants, I know you had mentioned she spoke to Aaron O'Keefe. Was there anybody else that the defendant spoke to or talked to while
She
while you
didn't
were
say
with them in
that.
the car?
She spoke to her mother. And then I ended up taking the phone and speaking to her mother, and I gave her my phone number, and I said, I'm going to go to the hospital. She said, please make sure she does not have her purse. She has medication in her purse I don't want her to take.
And then when you arrived back at the scene, what happened?
She just got out of the car and walked to the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, did she walk, and by she, you mean the defendant?
I'm sorry, yes.
And who, if anyone, did the defendant walk from your car to the ambulance with?
She just walked, I think she just walked by herself. I had her phone because I had been talking to her mother. So then one of the first responders came over and said, do you have her phone? And I said, yes. Her mother said, make sure she does not have her purse.
And then following that conversation with one of the first responders, where did you go from there?
I went to go pick up the O'Keefes.
And as far as your drive from Canton, you went to where do the O'Keefes live?
Braintree.
So your drive from Canton to Braintree and then subsequently from Braintree to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the driving conditions at that point?
I was actually on the phone with Katie Camerano and I spun out, did a complete spun a couple times on 93, right near the Braintree exit, so that when I got to the O'Keefes that we went back roads to Brockton because I didn't want to go on the highway.
And as far as the O'Keefes, as far as in your car from Braintree to Brockton, that was both John's mother and father?
Correct.
And at some point you get to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, correct?
Correct.
And you know about what time it was that you got there?
I don't know.
When you arrived, where is it that you and the O'Keefes sort of go within the hospital?
John's brother Paul had already arrived. And then we all walked in, we were in the waiting area. John's cousin actually works on the switchboard. We had been talking to her on the way in because with COVID restrictions, we didn't know if we were going to be able to get in or, so she had come out from the switchboard, her office, because she knew there had been an accident. So she came out to greet her family. And then I asked her to take me to the bathroom to clean up and to the chapel.
And why was it that you had to go clean up?
Say it again?
Why was it that you had to go clean up?
Because I had blood on my hands.
Now, Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that during part of the drive from Canton to Braintree, you spoke to Ms. Camerano, correct?
Yes.
And during either that drive or the subsequent drive from Braintree to Brockton, who, if anyone else, did you speak to over the phone?
Karen called me repeatedly from the ambulance asking if I was going to come to the hospital. And she called when the O'Keefes were in the car and said she dropped him off at a party. And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "You just left him." And Mr. O'Keefe said, "Leave her alone. She's been through enough." She called a few times while we were on the ride. And then she called a lot when we were at the hospital asking if I knew anything, if he was dead, is he dead? She would hang up and then call back, hang up and then call back.
And if you know about how many times was it?
At least 10.
And that same sort of phraseology that she was using on scene as far as if she's dead, she repeated that in the phone calls at the hospital.
Yes.
Now, once you arrive at the hospital and you're able to clean up a little bit, where did you go from there? What happened?
I went to the chapel and I said a prayer. And then I went in and talked to John's cousin and she said that Dr. Rice was going to ask to meet with the family and that they would be told how John was doing and that they would bring John's family back to see John. So when I came out, they were being called in by Dr. Rice and I sat in the waiting area.
And after some period of time sitting in the waiting area, what happened?
Mrs. O'Keefe came out and told me John was gone. And then she asked if I wanted to see him. So I did because I figured it would be better than when I last saw him. Maybe he was cleaned up but it was not, it was worse.
Yes, it would be worse.
As far as say that it was worse, happened to a room where John was, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you see?
He was in a neck brace and both eyes were huge. Whereas when I found him, it was only one, but they were like black, almost like filled with, I don't know, blood or fluid. They were huge.
Beyond what you observed in his eyes, what, if anything else, did you see on John's body as you were?
He had scratches on his arm.
Do you recall which arm it was?
His right arm.
Recall where on his arm?
Like here.
Does that record reflect that the witness is pointing to her forearm?
Yes.
Following that, as far as going in to see John, what happened then?
we came back out to the waiting area. Mrs. O'Keefe wanted to get his necklace off, but I couldn't get it. So her and Paul went back in to get the necklace off. And Karen had called me at some point from the hospital and said, my father's going to be coming. Can you just keep a lookout for him? So I said, so when Mr. Reed, her father, walked in, Mr. O'Keefe recognized him and he said, that's Karen's father. So I went over and I said, Mr. Reed, Mr. O'Keefe would like to speak to you. And then I just stood there. I didn't know what to do.
At some point, did you leave from the hospital?
I did. I took Mr. O'Keefe in my car, and Paul took Mrs. O'Keefe in his.
And where did the two vehicles, where did you?
I dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house, and then I went home.
And without getting into too much detail as far as the road conditions that you described earlier, how were they?
It was absolutely horrible. I told Mr. O'Keefe, if you see a front door in your vision, we are about to hit a house because I can't see where we're going. And my windshield wiper broke.
Now, so you dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at John's house on Meadows, is that right?
Yes,
And Ms. Reed's vehicle, was that still there at that point?
I think so. I don't recall, but I think so.
And then you went home, is that correct?
Yes.
Later on that day or that afternoon, if anyone came to your house to speak to you in regard to what?
There were 2 officers, but I don't remember their names.
And do you recall which department they were from?
The state police.
As far as the officers that came to your house and spoke to you, you don't recall their names, is that correct?
I don't.
Recall if either one of them was a Trooper Proctor?
It was not.
And where in your house did you speak to?
In the dining room.
And did they speak to anybody else at your house at that time?
My husband.
And as far as when they spoke to you and they spoke to your husband, where were you? And starting with yourself, do you know where your husband was when the troopers were speaking to you?
I don't know where he was, but he wasn't in the room with me.
And same as far as when the troopers were speaking with your husband, where were you?
I was not in the room.
Following that, did you have occasion to speak to any other troopers or members of the state police at any point in time afterward?
I've only spoken to Michael Proctor one time. It was from Jen's house.
And when was that, if you know?
I don't know, maybe a couple days later, because Jen and I were re-going over what everything had happened. Mrs. O'Keefe had advised us to make a timeline because she said this could be a while. You guys aren't going to remember something years from now. So sit down, write down what you remember. And I, at that point, said, when she first called, she said he was dead. And Jen said, I don't think you've told them that. So Michael Proctor called, or she was on the phone with him, or I don't even know. And I said, could I speak to him? So I told him so that somebody had it documented.
So as far as Trooper Proctor was concerned, that phone conversation, is that the only contact that you have with Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it February 1st or so that you met with some troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
State Trooper who?
At some point, did you meet with troopers at Ms. McCabe's house?
Yes.
And if you know, was that on or around a couple days later, like February 1st or so?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I can't be sure.
Were either of those troopers that you met at Ms. McCabe's house, were either of those troopers Trooper Proctor?
No.
And do you recall where within Ms. McCabe's house you spoke to them?
In the living room.
And beyond yourself and the troopers that you spoke to, was there anybody else in the room with you when you spoke to them?
No.
And at some point, either then or subsequent to then, was there any request made by any trooper from the state police in regard to your cell phone?
To my cell phone, yes.
And do you recall if it was that date or a later date?
It was not that day. I think it was the next day. It was within the next 2 days. They wanted to clone my phone.
And did they advise you of anything or give you any form that you had to fill out and execute prior to doing that?
Yes, I had to fill out a form.
And as far as your phone was concerned, were there any restrictions or anything that you gave to them as far as what they could look at or what they could clone or what they could do with your phone?
No.
And as far as how sort of that process works, as far as a cell phone extraction or anything, do you know anything about that?
No.
And do you recall how long it was that you were without your phone at the time you handed it over to them to whenever you got it back?
Well, they took both of our phones at the same time, and we didn't get them back for like 7 or 8 hours.
And just to be clear, when you say both of our phones, you're referring to who else's?
Jen's phone and my phone.
So you guys are together again, meeting with police. Is this the third time?
Now,
this timeline is very mushy. Sort it out for me, Ms. Little.
Did you give any kind of interview or have any conversation with any officer from the Canton Police in regard to what happened that day?
No.
And are you familiar with a Canton officer named Michael Lank?
Yes.
How do you know?
My daughter and his daughter are friends.
So beyond your daughters being friends, is that someone that you know or that you socialize with or anything like that?
No, I mean, they've come over to my house, his wife and him, one time, but we don't hang out with them socially. His wife and I are friends.
Now, at some point around this date, around January 29th, let me ask you, turning to the next day of January 30th, do you recall what you did that day?
We went over to the O'Keefe's house, my daughter, Jen, and Jen's daughter, and myself.
And following that, do you recall where you went?
My daughter wanted to get dropped off to her friend's house at Mike Lank's.
And so after leaving the O'Keefe's house, is it still the same as far as yourself, your daughter, Ms. McCabe, and her daughter?
Her daughter stayed at the O'Keefe's.
And as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned, was after dropping your daughter off, did you go anywhere with Ms. McCabe after that?
I just stopped at Mike Lank's house, I think, and then we went home.
And so when you got to your daughter's friend's house,
stopped.
Who, if anyone, did you speak with?
Mike's wife came out to the car to see how I was and how the O'Keefes were, and so she talked to us for a little, just asking how everyone was.
For an hour?
And if you know, ma'am, do you know about how long that conversation was?
I mean, I'm a talker, so it's probably a while. I'd say at least 45 minutes.
Was that a conversation like through the window, or did she get in the car? Or, you know?
I think she got in the car. She was in the back seat because it was freezing.
From that conversation, do you recall anything beyond sort of how people were doing or anything? Did you discuss anything about sort of what you had seen or what you had heard the day before on the 29th?
A lot of how you're doing.
I don't recall.
In
It was just
45
a
minutes.
Regular conversation. Well, not regular, obviously, but she was more concerned how the O'Keefes were doing, how the kids were doing.
And then after you left from the Lank's house, where did you go? Where did you and Ms. McCabe go?
I don't know. I'm assuming home.
May I have a moment, Karen?
Yes.
So you and Jen went from barely knowing each other to hanging out like every day, just like that?
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Don't know what we're sidebarring about. Well, I don't want to be too pessimistic or anything like that. But I just have a sense that if Ms. Little is doing this cross, they don't have a lot to work with Ms. Roberts. I don't think this is going to be a hard cross with a lot of good things to land. There's nothing against her, but she's clearly the junior member of the team. And normally the junior members on the team get the less significant stuff. If there's something real critical or real important, one of the higher ranking people, so to speak, is going to be handling that. So we'll see how that plays out.
Sorry, Your Honor, one moment. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Little?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
No questions?
Oh, thank you.
Well, that's certainly less than I
Next witness,
expected.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Miss Laura Sullivan to the stand.
Well, no fireworks there at all. And I don't even know who Laura Sullivan is, but let's find out.
And Mr. Lally, I'd like you to tell me when you want me to give that instruction.
I think it's...
So just wave it from it, flag it for me.
Sure.
That's where the name rings a bell. Thank you in the chat, the Aruba. Is this the girl that he was supposedly hugging or kissing or whatever in Aruba? Really having a hard time keeping track of where we're at with any of this stuff.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Laura Sullivan, Sullivan.
Great platinum tone on that hair.
Pembroke, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Pembroke?
Almost 6 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live in Pembroke with?
I live with my boyfriend and our 3 children. 2 stepchildren that are with us half the time, and then my son, Ben.
And your son, how old is he?
He's 10.
I'm sorry.
10. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And your stepchildren, how old are they?
15 and 13.
Now, do you work, ma'am?
I do.
What do you do?
I work in human resources.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over 6 years.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to New Year's Eve of
New Year's Eve.
2021 into New Year's Day 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where you were?
I was in Aruba.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of how often was that a regular trip that you did
So
around
today
that time
is the
of year?
Karen was jealous day.
We've been doing a trip like around that time for, I'd say, 5 or 6 years. This will be our 6th year, I believe.
And over the course of those 5 or 6 years that you've done that, when you say sort of we, how did that start and how was that expanded, if at all?
So we've been going, I mean, Josh and I have been going to Aruba for years. In 2021, post-COVID, we decided to bring our children. We had never gone with them before. And since it was post-COVID, a lot of people were kind of stir crazy. And a group of our friends jumped on board. And so we went from just the 5 of us going to approximately 60 people.
Wow.
And as far as yourself and or the other people, how, is this all at one sort of facility or how were the bookings?
So this is a Greek life kind of scene.
We all stayed at the Renaissance, which is in downtown, and we buy timeshares. So it was a timeshare resort where we would purchase weeks that people owned. And so if they weren't going for that year, we would buy a week. So we were able to get, I think it was something, close to 20 rooms for all of us to go for the same week.
And as far as the planning in regard to that year in particular, when did that planning process sort of begin?
It starts approximately a year in advance because the rooms go on sale almost immediately because people want to get rid of them. So I would say it was probably around January.
Nobody wants their timeshare.
We booked our room for that year.
And once you had booked your room, as far as the family and friends group that you were talking about, how was that sort of put out to them, like through what means?
We would, I would post on Facebook, more rooms are available for Aruba if anybody was interested in going. So the timeshare owners would reach out to me directly. Is there anybody else who would want to go? And we would look for any interested, either friends or what have you, to join our trip.
And so at some point in time over the summer of 2021, say July or August or so, was there someone who, a friend of yours that reached out in regard to joining and possibly coming on the trip?
Yeah, I received a text message from John O'Keefe interested in learning more information about our trip.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of, how did you know John?
Not exactly how you knew him, just sort of how you knew him.
I met John in May of 2013. I met him at a bar in South Boston he was with Pat Rogers at the time. Post meeting John, I started dating Pat, and my son's father is Pat Rogers. And
stop you there just
yep.
a moment. So as far as John O'Keefe and your son's father, Pat Rogers, did you know or did you come to know sort of what they did for a living?
Yeah, they were both Boston police officers.
And did you know sort of what the relationship was beyond co-workers of Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Rogers?
Yeah. They were best friends.
So at some point following that meeting in 2013, you began to date Mr. Rogers, is that right?
Correct.
And what happened?
So in July of 2013, I became pregnant. And in November of 2013, Pat committed suicide.
And okay?
Yeah.
Following that, how would you describe sort of the relationship with Mr. O'Keefe, or how did it evolve?
So in November of 2013, I was on a work trip, and I had not had the best conversation with Pat. It just didn't feel right. And I called John and said, you need to go find him. I can't get a hold of him. He won't answer his phone. And so John left his nephew's birthday party and called a bunch of people on the way. And ultimately, Pat was found in the basement of his house. And John was there immediately following, but he was the one that found people to go find Pat. Immediately following that, John never really left my side, as a support system.
And at some point following that, you had your son.
Yeah.
And before or after that, at some point, did you have a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe in regard to your son?
It was his birthday, December of 2013, and we went to the Playwright, which is where we had all met. And I gave him a card and I asked him to be Ben's godfather, and he said yes.
And in relation to your son, was Mr. O'Keefe, was John involved in your son's life?
Yes, very much so.
And how so?
He was every birthday, Christmas. He was always in contact. He was the first person in my delivery room after I gave birth. He was a constant. He was a connection to Pat, and always making sure that Ben was taken care of, in the sense of being there to tell stories or what have you from his relationship with Pat.
And through sort of his relationship with you and your son, Mr. O'Keefe also become familiar with your family as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
And in regard to your family, was there some kind of term, or how would they refer to Mr. O'Keefe?
The Godfather. He was called the Godfather to almost everybody.
The Godfather.
Now, ma'am, if I can turn your attention back to that summer of 2021, you received a text from Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And
So I'm sorry, you do have to say yes or no.
Oh, sorry, yes.
after you received that text, did you reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I gave him a call because I was excited. I was immediately excited. I gave him a call, explained to him that we had a group of rooms. We were going with, I don't even know the number at that time that had, signed up to go, but it was a lot of kids. It was all of our friends, and that they would have a great time.
And from that, did he give you any sense or say anything about who from was it just himself or like who was coming along?
He had mentioned that it would be the kids, and he said Karen would be joining him as well.
And at that point, at some point subsequent to that, you knew him to be referring to Karen, correct?
Yes.
At that point, had you met Karen Reed? Did you know who that was?
I had not. I knew that they were dating, but I had never met Karen, no.
And in addition to himself, it would be Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, the defendant, and his niece and nephew, Patrick and Taylor.
Correct, yes.
And if you know, in relation to your son, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nephew, Patrick, where are they in relation as far as ages?
They're like three years apart. 3 years apart.
I don't know where we're going here.
Now, when you have that phone conversation with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interest does he show as far as going?
After, asking a couple questions, I could hear Karen in the background, and he put Karen on the phone, and that was the first time I had spoken to her. He basically said, just talk to her so you can answer her questions.
Do you recall what kind of questions they were or what it was about?
She was interested in the room setup, how many people could sleep in a room, and how the room is set up. You have a king-size bedroom, and then there's a kitchen area, and then there's a living room that has a pull-out couch. And I explained that it's a 4-person occupancy room, and you could get a roll-away bed as well.
And
Okay.
following that conversation, when was the next time, if at all, that you had any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe and/or misreading.
Are we going to hear from like
So during that
the
conversation,
supermarket checkout lady
Karen
that talks to
mentioned
Karen?
that she needed her own bathroom and she needed her own space and that she wanted 2 rooms. And so I put them in contact with a woman that I knew had 2 rooms for them to, figure that piece out. I don't handle any of that. I put people in contact with whoever owns the rooms. I put them in contact with the woman who had the 2 rooms, and I know that they had, paid her.
Is she like a broker?
Relatively quickly. I mentioned
Yeah.
to John that the rooms, I couldn't promise that the rooms would be next to each other, and they weren't. They were on opposite sides of the hotel, but they got 2 rooms.
And when you say opposite sides of the hotel, where sort of where those rooms were in relation to each other and who stayed in which room?
So the pool and lobby is in the center, and then the hotel comes like this, and there are pool walkout rooms on the first floor of each. And Karen and John were on this side, and the kids were on this side, and they both had walkout rooms.
And as far as sort of front door to front door, do you know about how far away they were from each other?
I would say, steps wise, maybe 200. But the hotel it's small enough, but it was separated by a lobby, the front entrance, the outside entrance.
Who cares?
Now, with regards
Please
to
show me why this
your
matters.
arrival, when was it that you arrived in Aruba?
So the timeshare rooms run Friday to Friday. So we were booked for the 31st through the 7th. Josh's birthday is December 30th, so we went down as a family a day early. And we had friends who were already down there since Christmas. John's timeshare room woman reached out and said, hey, we're leaving early if you want to arrive early. So him, Karen, and the kids actually came down on the 30th as well. They were on the flight following us. And then the rest of the 60-ish people, however many were there, showed up on the 31st.
And so from that first day that you arrived there, as far as when you got there on the 30th, when was the first time that you saw John, or when was the first time that you saw anyone from that group?
It was, we were at the pool, so it was not long after they had landed. He texted me and said, we're here. And Ben and I jumped out of the pool and went to the lobby to see him. And then on the way back from the lobby, I saw somebody banging on the window on the left-hand side of the rooms, and I didn't know who it was. And then I saw Kaylee, and I was like, oh, well, that must be Karen.
And again, was this the first time that you had seen Karen face-to-face or met Ms. Reed?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, as far as Ms. Reed is concerned, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's right there.
Does that record reflect identification of the identified?
Okay.
Thank you. Now, after you see this person bang on the window and you recognize Kaylee, what happened?
She came out, she gave me a big hug, said, it's nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I recognized you from pictures.
And following along from there, what happened then as far as the day was concerned?
So as I mentioned, it was Josh's birthday. We had already made plans to go out for dinner. Our friends who had been there since Christmas have a 17-year-old daughter who watched our children so we could go out for dinner. I mentioned it to John. I said, we'll just add you to the reservation. You can join us for dinner. The kids can stay with Chloe. And they said, absolutely. So we all went out for dinner that evening to Screaming Eagle.
And Screaming Eagle, where is that in relation to the hotel, the rents?
It's probably about a 15-ish minute cab ride.
Did you tip?
When you arrived there, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the dinner or how it went?
So we were sitting outside on the patio. It was Karen, myself, our friend Laura. Across from Laura was her husband, Dave. Josh was in front of me, and John was in front of Karen.
And what, if anything, specific you recall about dinner or sort of what happened, I think?
So we, the waiter came over, he started taking drink orders. Karen placed her order, I placed mine. Laura placed hers, Dave placed his, and then Josh ordered a dirty martini with blue cheese stuffed olives.
Objection.
What?
I'll allow it.
What does this matter?
Move to strike if it-
A
unless
dirty
you want to
martini
see
with blue cheese stuffed olives. Blue cheese stuffed olives? Is that what we're here for? What is this? What on earth? What on earth is going on? They place their orders and this random guy's order is what we're getting out of this direct? I'm lost. I am so lost. I don't know what any of this is. Not a blue cheese fan. Not me. Nope. Tastes like dirt. Not my thing. Love olives. I mean, this is absolutely wild. What the hell? What the hell are we doing? And we need to sidebar. We need to sidebar about the dirty martini with the blue cheese stuffed olives. That Josh, was it Josh that ordered that? I want to be sure I know it was Josh because it seems really important. It wasn't Karen or John. Oy. Yikes. No, you don't stuff the olive with cheese. You stuff the olive with garlic. Definitely stuff the olive with garlic. That's the stuff right there. Is she, I mean, this is not moving things along. Whatever we are doing up at the bench here. I mean, I'm hoping and praying that she's telling him, this is ridiculous. What the hell are you trying to get to? Here's maybe how you should ask that question. When somebody in the chat asked earlier, is it normal for her to be interfering with the objections, restating the questions, things like that? I'm going to go ahead and cut her some slack if that's what she is doing right now, because whatever the point of this witness is, he really needs to get to it. I don't know what we're doing here. I just know the jury is sitting there thinking, yeah, a dirty martini sounds pretty good to me, and I'll just take plain olives in it, okay? You don't even have to blue cheese stuff them. You can probably bacon wrap them. I'm sure people would definitely like that. A nice dirty martini with some bacon wrapped olives. Bet some people would be all over that on this jury. And it's wild because all of this, we already know. I mean, we already know what the allegation is in Aruba, that there's dispute about whether John kissed a girl or hugged her or whatever, and Karen thinks he was having an affair. We already know this. So can we just get to that? Get to what the point is here? Wild. We're going to have to hear from the husband too about all this, aren't we? Because that's what Lally told us yesterday. We got two Sullivans. We got two Sullivans who are going to have to tell us about these drinks when we are like a week behind, couple weeks behind in this trial. This is nuts.
So Ms. Sullivan, turning back to at the restaurants, the drinks that are ordered, people have what they have. And at the end of the evening, as far as the bill comes at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall about that?
Karen had paid the bill prior to us receiving it.
And
Oh.
what, if any,
Picked up the tab
reaction did you
for the
or
whole table.
anyone have in regard?
The entire table was kind of taken aback, said it wasn't necessary, wanted to Venmo or give cash or something along those lines, and she declined, saying that she was honored to be there and wanted to pay for it.
Turning your attention to the
Well, that's
following,
quite generous.
what, if anything, do you recall about the next day being that would have been, I'm sorry, 31st, is that correct?
Yes.
So turning your attention to December 31st, 2021, what, if anything, do you recall about that day in specific regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms.
John was very vocal on the 30th on how he just wanted to sit in the pool and watch the Alabama game.
And he was a pretty big Alabama fan, is that correct?
Yes.
And so over the course of that day, what, if any, interaction did you have with either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, interaction did you have with him?
I saw him in the pool. I know he was sitting at the pool bar watching the game with Josh. I saw the kids. I recall seeing Karen. I don't remember if we spoke or not. But it was mostly in the pool because we were waiting for the rest of our friends to show up.
Now, amongst the rest of your friends that showed up, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you have?
I have two.
And brother or sister?
I have a younger brother and a younger sister.
And with reference to your younger sister, what's her name?
Marietta.
And how much younger than you is Mary?
She's 10 years younger than me.
And was Marietta Sullivan, was she coming in on that day as well?
She was.
And do you recall about what time it was that she arrived or that she came to the hotel? When was the first time you saw her?
It's tough to remember, but I want to say everybody showed up on one of the first or second flights that came out of Boston. So I would say she was there by 1 p.m.
And if you recall, what, if any, plans were there as far as dinner was concerned on that evening in New Year's Eve?
So what we tend to do is book reservations, and if people are interested in joining, they can join us. And that night we had approximately 40 people going to have dinner on the beach at Moomba Beach. Around, I want to say it was like 7 o'clock, we had our reservations for.
And did Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant, Ms. Reed, join you for dinner that evening?
They did not, no.
Now, let me take a step back just for a moment. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, prior to your arrival in Aruba, did you have her phone number or did you have any way of contacting her?
No.
And when was it that you got Ms. Reed's phone number?
John had added her and I and Chloe to a group text the night that we had gone out for dinner to make sure that we could all communicate with Chloe to make sure the kids were okay.
So you got her phone number in relation to watching kids as far as Patrick, Kelly, and your children and everybody?
Correct.
Now, if you recall, you go out to dinner, I think the reservation was about 7 or so. Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to the hotel?
I want to say it was around 9:30, 10 o'clock by the time my group got back. I know there was a couple different seatings. So we probably got back around like 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And as far as your group was concerned, your sister Marietta, was she within your group that went out to dinner?
Yes. Yep.
And beyond your younger sister Marietta, did you have other sort of immediate family with you on this trip as well?
My mother was with us as well.
And with regard to your sister Marietta and your mother, what, if anything, was there as far as where were each of them staying?
So they had their own room. I think it was a couple away from us on the 5th floor.
Is that the top floor as far as this hotel is concerned?
Yes.
Now, once you arrived back from dinner, where was it that you and your group went?
We go to the pool area. The kids can swim. We ring in the new year at the pool bar, watching it on the TVs, and then watching the fireworks.
Now, when you came back to the hotel and you went at some point to the pool area, your sister Marietta, do you know where she went?
She actually, when we got back from dinner, she went up to her room with my mom and essentially put my mom to bed. She didn't want to be up anymore. But she went to go change as well.
Now, when you came down to the pool area, as far as Mr. O'Keefe and or Ms. Reed was concerned, did you see them in that area?
I saw John, I want to say around 10:30-ish. I don't know the exact time. It was definitely before midnight.
And where in relation to the hotel did you see him at 10:30?
He was standing behind me at the pool bar.
And at some point does your sister come out to the pool area after putting your mother to bed?
Yeah, so right before I saw John at the pool bar, I saw my sister. She came out and she was visibly upset.
And, Your Honor, in regard, excuse me, to the instruction that you would request about this, maybe.
All right, thank you. So, jurors, you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by Ms. Reed. Be mindful that the defendant is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictments. The witness's testimony may not and indeed must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she has a propensity to commit the crimes with which she has been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, but you may consider the acts solely on the limited issue of the state of mind of the defendant and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe as it might go to motive or intent. You may not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed the act or acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe, as it may go to motive. And just for the records, my findings are the same that I made at sidebar previously. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
So
Now,
her
with
findings, we'll go into
so
that.
At some point, your sister comes out to the pool area where you were, is that right?
Correct.
And do you know where Mr. O'Keefe was at that point?
I do not know.
And when your sister comes out to the pool area, what happened?
She said,
Yeah, that's sustained. I thought you were doing something else.
When your sister comes out to the pool area, how would you describe her demeanor when she comes out?
No, I'll allow that.
she was frustrated.
And at some point, did you have a conversation, without regard to what the conversation was, at some point, did you have a conversation with her about something that had just happened?
Yes.
Now, following that conversation with your sister, at some point subsequent to that, Mr. O'Keefe come back out to the pool area.
After I spoke with her, yes, he came out to the pool area.
And you know about how long a period of time it was between the time that your sister came out to the pool area and Mr. O'Keefe came out to the pool area?
I mean, I would say approximately 20 minutes, but I don't really know exact timing.
Now, when Mr. O'Keefe came back out, did you have any conversation with him?
I did.
And can you describe that conversation?
All right, is this the instruction that you were talking about instead of the other one? All right, so jurors, I have another instruction for you. So you're about to hear evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. Is that accurate now, Mr. Lally?
Yes.
All right. These statements are being admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You're not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has a bad character or propensity to commit crimes.
What's his state of mind
The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 28th or 29th, and only if you find that the defendant was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you reasonably can infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Okay, Mr. Lally.
This is subject to our objection.
Yes, yep.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Sullivan, if I could take you back again. So Mr. O'Keefe comes out, you have a conversation with him. Can you describe to the jury what that conversation was about?
I turned around and I was pretty shocked to see him. I said, "What's
Why?
going on?" And he said, "Nothing." I said, "Did Etta and Karen have words?" And he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, that's not what Etta said." And I asked him if everything was okay. And at that time, his phone was lighting up, and it looked like calls and texts. And it said Karen on his phone.
After you make that observation, what did you say to John?
I asked him if he needed to take it, and he said, "Yes, she's crazy. I got to take care of this."
And was that the last time that you saw him on New Year's Eve?
It is.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, New Year's Day, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Miss Reed at all on that day?
I did not. I saw the children, but we didn't see them that day, no.
Now, turning your attention to the following day, being January 2nd, what was sort of the plan as far as what was going on that day?
Our hotel has a private island. The hotel we stay at has a private island, and we rented all 8 of the cabanas between the 60 of us that were there. And when the cabanas went on sale, I had reached out to John and asked him if he wanted me to get him one. And he said, sure. So I booked one, paid me for that cabana. So we all went out that morning. And it was probably around, 10 o'clock in the morning, and they weren't there yet. And so I sent him a text and I said, are you coming, or do you want me to sell this cabana? Because there was other, couples there, at least he could have made, the money back. And he asked me who was there. And I said, everybody. And I named off a couple names. I'm not really sure, but I said, everybody's here.
And when you said that, how did Mr. O'Keefe respond?
He said, well, apparently I made out with your sister the other night, according to Karen.
Now, is that the first time that you had heard that?
Yes.
So fair to say whatever you had heard from your sister on December 31st was not that?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Correct.
How is that not hearsay?
And what was your reaction when Mr. O'Keefe told you this?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I was shocked. I immediately found my sister and said, did you make out with John?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you went to talk to your sister, who was it that your sister was with when you went to talk to her about that?
I don't recall who was standing near her. Maybe my mom. I don't know.
As far as your sister was concerned at that time, was she dating someone?
Yes,
And the person that she was dating, was that person on the trip as well?
he was. Yes.
And was that person that she was dating that was on the trip as well? Were they at the Cabanas on that day that you?
They were. Yes.
Now, as far as you have some conversation in regard to your sister, and then at some point you go back and have further conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I said I texted him back. I said, I just talked to Etta. She said, absolutely not. That did not happen.
Objection. Move to strike.
That's sustained. I'll strike that.
Now, at some point after that exchange, did Mr. O'Keefe and/or Ms. Reed and/or the kids come out to the Cabana area?
They did, yes.
And at any point, how would you describe sort of how Mr. O'Keefe and/or Ms. Reed was acting when they came out to the Cabana?
Karen immediately went in the water. I just recall her being like floating in the ocean for a good chunk of the day. John was hopping around from the different cabanas talking to people. One of my favorite pictures of him is with my son from that day.
Did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe once he came out to the command area?
No, we kind of just kept it light. We didn't really talk about anything that had happened. I was just kind of trying to stay out of it for now.
And following sort of the Cabana situation or the Cabana day, what happened then?
And then what happened?
Post that day, I think I saw John one other time. I saw him in the pool. It was the one time that him and I were alone. He didn't seem like he was himself.
I'll allow it.
He seemed distant, and I asked him if he was okay. And he kind of just, shrugged it off. And I said, are you happy? And he kind of, just rolled his eyes and shrugged it off. I said, well, something along the lines of life is too short to not be happy. And he goes, well, Laura, it is what it is. And I did ask him if he wanted to talk about it. I said, do you want to talk about it? And he's like, not really.
So following that exchange in the pool area, when was the next time that you saw them?
I'd spoken to him. We all went on the Jolly Pirate. We had all bought tickets in advance, so we had basically rented the whole boat for everybody to go. Had bought 4 tickets, and we had gotten a bus from our hotel. And he didn't show up for the bus and wasn't answering my calls or my texts. And then we finally got down to where the boat was. The boat was about to leave, and he messaged me. He's like, not going to make it. Kids slept late. And so I didn't think anything of it. Then after that, I saw him and Karen the night before they left. And they ended up leaving a day or two early so that the kids could get back to school.
And when you saw them, where was that in relation to?
Right outside the hotel is a marketplace that has a bunch of restaurants and arcade. I was sitting at the 5 o'clock somewhere bar that looks into the arcade with my best friend Val, and my friends Dave and Laura and Karen and John walked up.
What, if any, conversation did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant at that time?
Karen grabbed me and she said, hey, I'm sorry. I thought I saw something that I didn't, and I would like to pay for some of your sister's room.
And how did you respond to that?
I said it's absolutely not necessary. Just an apology will do.
And did she persist in wanting to pay for the room?
She did.
And how so?
She just said, I will apologize, but something along the lines of, I want to pay for some of her room. Can I just have her room number? I don't remember if I gave her the room number or not. I don't really know.
And with regard to that trip, when was the next time, or when was the last time that you saw her?
So the day that they were leaving, I saw him by the pool. He came up, he gave me a big hug. He said, I love you. This was a great trip. Thank you so much. And I said, well, you're definitely in again for next year. And he said, absolutely. And that was the last time I physically saw him.
And so that conversation, just turning back for a moment, as far as with regard to Ms. Reed, you know what day that would have been, as far as in relation to when they were leaving? Early January, 37th?
I want to say it was the 5th. I want to say it was January 5th.
Now, after Ruben, did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe after that?
I talked to him via text a couple times about a couple different things, but one of them was, as I mentioned, we start planning a year in advance. And I said, rooms are coming available. Are you in? And he said, let me recover from this trip first.
A lot of time at the bar.
Ma'am, if I could turn your attention to Saturday, January 29th, 2022. Recall that day?
I do.
And at some point that morning or during that day, did you get a call?
I did. I received a call from,
I'll hear that she received a call from someone.
I received a call from my aunt.
And what did you learn in the call from your aunt?
Objection.
I'll want
That John O'Keefe had passed away.
And after you hung up the phone with your aunt, what did you do with that?
How is this
it.
relevant?
Subject to striking.
I called him. I called anybody's number that I had associated with the family. I ended up calling Kaylee. I texted Kaylee. I texted Karen.
And without any regard to what Kaylee said, did Kaylee respond to you via text?
She did.
And then at some point, the defendant, Ms. Reed, respond to you as well?
She did.
Was that a phone call or a text, or how did she respond?
It was a text later that afternoon.
And do you recall what she said in the text?
She said, "Hi, Laura. John has passed." And
Recall what, if anything, you responded to that?
I said, "Oh my God, what happened?" And she said, "We found him in the snow at 5 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you ask or how did you respond?
I said, "What happened?" I just recall, kind of going into a tailspin, asking a bunch of questions. And she mentioned, she said, "I don't know. We were both at the same party. I didn't go in. I went home."
I may have a moment.
Yes.
How much more time do you need? There's nothing else here, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for this.
Ugh.
Thank you.
Good Lord.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
You were not present at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not present at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022.
It's not.
Yet you'll agree with me that Michael Proctor, the state police trooper, visited you at your home all the way in Pembroke, Massachusetts on February 8th of 2022
Yes.
to interview you?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Nice.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, as far as Trooper Proctor coming to your house, was he alone, or who, if anyone else, was he with? When he came?
He was with another trooper,
Okay, and do you recall who that trooper was?
Trooper Fanning.
Nothing further on.
Oh my good Lord.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Miss Marietta Sullivan.
Counsel, I'll see you while we're waiting for this witness.
I hope you're telling him to move it along and let's not hear the entire 2-hour story of the bar tour of Aruba again. We don't need to hear that. Good Lord. I'm sorry, but the girl is not going to admit if she was making out with John O'Keefe. She's going to tell her whole family in front of her boyfriend? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. This is all just not compelling to me one way or the other. It's really not. But we're going to spend time on it because apparently it's more important to talk about what happened in Aruba a month before John O'Keefe died than establishing what happened in, like, I don't know, the 10 seconds before he died. That might be a nice thing for me to know. Oh man, I gotta pull this up. Yeah, I didn't know you could hear them. They're really getting their Lally on back there. He has just done a number on the old man, and sorry if that's getting a little motivating to everybody else. Oh my Lord. Yeah, it's my old dog. He's like 13 years old. He's getting to be quite the old man. And yeah, he's really into this sleep right now. I don't know that I blame him. Please tell me this is cumulative. I mean, we don't care. We don't care. We already know. We've now heard multiple people talking about what happened in Aruba. We understand. Karen thinks he was making out with somebody. He denies it. The other person denies it. And they worked it out and went home. And that's it. That's it. We don't need another witness to tell us this. How many weeks do you want to be behind, Judge? I mean, this is nuts. The state is supposed to be wrapping up Friday. State's timeline, they should be resting Friday. I don't think we're at halfway through their witnesses yet. I got to go back through and go back over the witness list, cross off who we've gone through, but we knew that the McCabes were going to take time. That's a given. That's understandable. But all this nonsense, I don't know what we're doing here. Still not a single trooper that's been called to testify. No Emmy. Why are you wasting our time now, Judge? What is this? If you're making it go away, I'll appreciate that and kind of overlook how annoying this whole situation is. But you've got to know the jury is not pleased with this. Their time is being wasted. They're not idiots.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
I do.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Well, she's a cutie.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Marietta Sullivan. Last name is Sullivan.
And where do you live then?
Right now I live in Plymouth.
And how long have you lived there?
Since July of the past summer, so not even a year yet.
And do you work there?
I do.
And what do you do?
I'm a director at a memory care community.
How long have you been doing it?
Just over a year.
Now, do you have any siblings?
I do.
And how many siblings do you
I have two.
have? Older, younger?
Both older.
And brother, sister?
Brother and sister.
And your sister, what is her?
Laura Sullivan.
And what is sort of the age difference between yourself and your sister?
We are 10 years apart.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, specifically 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
And do you recall where it was that you were or where you were going for that time?
Yes, sir. We were going to Aruba for a family trip.
And is that sort of an annual family trip?
It has become since then. It was the first time I had attended.
And do you recall sort of the time frame on that trip as far as when you were leaving, when you were coming back?
Yeah. So we left on Friday the 31st, and we returned the next week, Friday the 7th.
And when you say we, who is
My mother and I flew out together with another group of people to meet my sister and brother-in-law down in Aruba.
And at that time, so to meet them down there, had your sister Laura, had she flown down prior to you?
She had, yes.
And at that particular time, were you dating someone?
I was seeing somebody, yes.
And the person that you were seeing, was that person coming on the trip as well?
He was, yeah, the day after we got there.
So your sister arrives on the 30th, you arrive on the 31st, and the person you were seeing arrives on the 1st?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived there, do you know about how many people were on this trip?
I would say over 30, upwards of, yeah, I would say over 30 is the best estimate I could give you.
And as far as this trip was concerned, do you recall where you stayed?
Yep, we stayed at the Renaissance Aruba.
Is that someone that you stayed on this occasion as well as subsequent occasions?
Yes.
All right,
And
Bev,
on the,
I don't forgive you
31st,
for this.
When your mother arrived, do you recall about what time of day it was that you got there?
So our flight landed around 3:30-ish. I would say we weren't at the hotel much later than that.
And with regard to the hotel has a lobby area, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury sort of what is that
The
layout
lobby.
look like? What is the lobby?
Sure. So right when you walk in the front doors, right in front of you is the check-in desks, 3 or 4 of them in front of you. To the left of you, when you come in, is a hallway to one side of the hotel. To the right of you is a bank of elevators that leads to another hallway that leads to the other first floor side of the hotel. You're in a big lobby, and then directly across from where the elevators are is the entrance to the pool area.
And when you arrived there at some point in time on the late afternoon of the 31st, you obviously check into your room, and then following that, where do you go?
So we checked into our room, and then happy hour was starting around 4:30. So we met everybody down at the pool for that.
Got there and got right down to business.
Bar in that area of the pool?
Yes, pool bar.
And so when you get down to the pool bar area, who, if anyone specifically, did you see or did you run into?
So first ran into my sister, gave her a hug, the rest of the kids and my brother. As soon as I got into the pool, I ran into Johnny and a couple of our other friends that were sitting at the pool bar down there.
And with reference to who you refer to as Johnny, what's his last name?
John O'Keefe.
Huh,
And,
didn't call him
that was someone
JJ?
you knew at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know this?
He was a very, very dear family friend. He was very close to my sister, subsequently became very close to me and my family as a result. And he was my nephew's godfather.
And fair to say that you had known him for some substantial period of time?
Yeah, since Ben's father unfortunately passed away.
So at this point in time, when we're talking about turning from 2021 to 2022, how long had you known Mr. O'Keefe at that point?
Oh, man. Probably about 8-9 years. It's as long as my nephew's been alive.
And when is it that you would see, or how often would you see Mr. O'Keefe?
Family parties, any family party that we threw, kids' birthday parties, and my sister's Christmas party that she would throw every year.
And
So you
how would
partied with
describe
him?
Sort of the nature of your relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
He was similar to a big brother to me. He was somebody who was there for my sister during her darkest times. So I really respected him for that. But yeah, he was a big brother and a family friend.
Now, when you saw Mr. O'Keefe at the pool bar after you arrived there, what, if any, conversation did you have with him, or what, if anything, were the two of you doing around that?
So I went up to him in the pool. He had his Alabama hat on. He expressed to me that he was excited to watch the Alabama football game at the pool bar. given the circumstances, we were in a beautiful tropical place and he got to watch his favorite college team play football. And he said that's all he really wanted to do for the day was be able to watch that game.
Now, at this point in time that you're talking to Mr. O'Keefe, were you aware of him dating anybody? Had you met anybody that he was dating at that time?
I had not met the person that he was dating. I had heard about her through family friends and other people that were on the trip.
So as far as the other sort of family events that you would see Mr. O'Keefe at, Ms. Reed or his girlfriend at that time wasn't there with him?
No.
So after the time that you spent at the pool bar that afternoon, do you recall what else you did that evening?
Yep. So most of us in the group had dinner reservations. I believe they were around 7 p.m. and we were all getting ready to leave the pool bar to get picked up around 6:30.
And as far as a fairly large group that went out to dinner that night?
Yeah, most of us.
And was Mr. O'Keefe part of that group that went out to dinner?
He was not.
Do you recall about what time it was that you got back to or returned to the hotel?
Most of us got back a little after 9. Taxis were kind of crazy to get, so little after 9.
And when you got back to the hotel, where did you go?
I went upstairs to check on my mom. She had gone in a bank of taxis before me, so I went upstairs to make sure that she was up there and safe and in the room.
And so however long you spent up in the room with your mother, at some point you could come back.
I did.
And when you came back down, by down, I mean, do you recall where you were staying in the hotel?
Yep, so we were on the 4th floor of the hotel, so I took the elevator up and then I took it back down to the lobby.
At that point in time when you're getting back from dinner and going up to the room and coming back down, were you aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and his niece and nephew were staying?
Yeah, I knew where they were staying, yes, room-wise, yep.
And where was that in relation to the lobby?
First floor.
So lobby's on the first floor, their rooms are on the first floor?
Yes.
So when the elevator gets down to the lobby level, you get out, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what if any?
So you have to say, okay.
You just have to answer yes or no.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So the elevator gets sent down to the lobby, you walk out, with anyone you see when you come out.
So when the elevator opens up, the first person I saw was the attendant standing behind the desk. I didn't see anybody else in the lobby with me until I stepped out. When I stepped out, I looked to my left and I saw Johnny coming in through the first set of outside doors.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, was there any other sort of term that you would use to refer to him?
Johnny or Godfather.
Your Honor, I think this may be appropriate.
All right, so folks, but I'm going to say again, that first instruction I gave you with the last witness, that you're about to hear testimony about certain conduct or behavior allegedly committed by the defendant. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crimes other than those charged within the indictment. So this witness's testimony may not and must not be considered by you as any evidence that the defendant has a bad character or as evidence that she may have a propensity to commit the crimes with which she's been charged. You may not take the defendant's prior acts that you'll hear about as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here. But you may consider the act solely on the limited issue of the defendant's state of mind and the nature of her
Her state of mind a month later,
as it might go to motive or intent.
Relevant a month
You may
later.
not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Specifically, you may not use it to conclude that if the defendant committed these acts, that she must also have committed the offenses with which she's been charged. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. And for the same findings that I made at sidebar.
Proceed, John?
Yes.
Thanks. So you walk out of the elevator, you're by yourself, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you see Mr. O'Keefe. Could you see where Mr. O'Keefe was in relation to the lobby or where he was coming from?
He was coming from the outside doors into the lobby.
Is that where the pool bar is located?
Opposite side.
Opposite.
Yes.
And when you see him come in, who, if anyone, did you see with him initially?
Nobody with him.
And what, if anything, was he doing or how was he acting sort of when he came?
So he sort of stumbled in. I came out of the elevator and my initial response to him was, "Whoa, you okay?" I actually said, "Whoa, Godfather, are you okay?" But yeah, he was stumbling into the lobby.
And did you go over to him at that point?
I did. I went up to him and I gave him a hug.
And what happened then?
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" Assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us.
Because he
kept
needs
looking
more?
around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going.
Now, as far as the bank of rooms to the right, you indicated that you were familiar or aware of where Mr. O'Keefe was and where the children were. Is that correct?
I know they were on the first floor. I'm not 100% positive as to where exactly their rooms were.
And if you know, did you know whether or not that Mr. O'Keefe was staying in the same room as Patrick and Kaylee at that point?
I didn't know if they were staying in the same room or not, no.
So you point him in that direction, and what happened?
So I pointed in that direction. He walked off. I continued out to the pool bar when I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks.
And when you stopped in your tracks, what happened?
I started to turn around to come back in. So once you go out to the pool bar, you kind of go around a corner and you go out of view. So I turned around to go back in. As I'm going back in, I hear someone yell, "Who the fuck was that?" And as I come around the corner, I see Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman. And he said, excuse me. He said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister."
And what happened then?
When I came back around the corner, I said, after Mr. O'Keefe said, "Calm down, that's Laura's little sister," I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. And I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," and walked away.
And just to be clear, when you say Miss Reed, this is someone that you became familiar with as the trip went along?
This was my first interaction with her. I had never been fully introduced to her at all. I just had seen her sitting by the side of the pool when I had been talking to Johnny earlier in the day.
And the person you know to be Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Sure, she's in a black and white checkered blazer. She's 2 people in from you.
Does that record reflect identification presented by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as Ms. Reed was concerned, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the defendants beyond the yelling? What, if anything, did you observe as far as her demeanor or how she was acting at the time that this interaction was going on?
She was just very loud. She very, energetically screamed for me to go fuck myself. She was waving her hands. Johnny was trying to calm her down. And after I said, "Yeah, fuck you too," I went out to the pool bar, so I didn't see much after that.
And could you hear anything as far as when you were walking out to the pool bar, as far as any other conversation between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Not after that first time, no.
You go back to you go out to the pool bar, and who, if anyone, did you talk to?
I went straight up to my older sister, Laura, who was out to dinner with the couple the night before. And I said,
I'll allow this part.
I went up to her and I looked at her and I said, "John O'Keefe's girlfriend?" And she looked at me and said, "Karen?" And I said, "Yeah, you guys like her?" She said, "Yeah, she's okay." And I said, "Well, she sucks."
Now, following that, at any point in time later in that evening, did you see either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed later on that evening?
I did not see them, no.
And when was the next time that you did see them?
I saw them briefly on the 2nd, which was the day that we rented cabanas on the island.
And when you say you briefly saw them, about, can you describe?
So we had all rented the cabanas. Each family had one or they were sharing one. I was sharing one with my family down at the end. We got about halfway through the day and realized that their family cabana was still empty. So I saw them about halfway through the day when they did come to the cabana, and I briefly saw Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe at the pool, the island bar, that same day, but there was no conversation.
Now, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, at some point in time on that day of the cabanas, what, if any, conversation did you have with your sister regarding that?
So my
Objection.
I don't know what this is. I'll see it sidebar quickly.
It's a hearsay objection, Judge. You didn't want anybody to tell you. That's a pretty obvious one. Well, close friend, he's drunk, messed up, stumbling into you, glassy-eyed, girlfriend's mad, yells, "Go fuck yourself," and your reaction is just get combative back. I mean, okay. Not very likable. You don't try to mediate. You did nothing wrong. You don't try to calm her down. It's cool. Assure her this is my good friend. You want him to be happy, right? You don't want to have him all triangulated against this person that you think sucks.
Jurors, please be mindful of that second instruction that I gave you regarding evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe for the limited purpose of establishing his state of mind. And I will fully give you this instruction again at the end of the case. So, but it's the same one that I already gave you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Ms. Sullivan, with regard to the day of the cabanas, did you have some conversation with your sister Laura in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
I did.
And what, if anything, did your sister Laura tell you she had learned from Mr. O'Keefe?
So my sister pulled me aside from everybody and asked if the night that I got into the altercation with Miss Reed in the lobby, if I was making out with Mr. O'Keefe.
How did you respond?
That I absolutely was not.
Absolutely not. Huh, where have we heard that before?
Absolutely was not, beyond the fact that it didn't occur. Why would that not occur?
He was,
I'll allow it.
he was family. He was my older brother. For all intents and purposes, it just never would have happened between us.
And you expressed that to your sister, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Now, as far as the remainder of the trip was concerned, starting with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, other interaction did you have with her?
None.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, further interaction did you have with him?
None. That was it.
And was that normal or as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That, as far as I knew Johnny, that wasn't normal. He would always come up to us, up to our family, try to be around my nephew, his godchild. And he was always the life of the party and wanted to be around his family and his friends.
And following that trip in Aruba, did you see Mr. O'Keefe again?
I did not.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Fair to say that you were not at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 28th of 2022 in Canton.
I was not.
You were not at 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th, correct?
Was not.
Yet Trooper Proctor drove all the way to Pembroke to interview you on February 8th of 2022. Did he not?
He did.
Nothing further.
I love this from
Ms. Lally,
Unetti.
anything?
Just very briefly. Ms. Sullivan, when Trooper Proctor came to the house in Pembroke, were you living there at that time?
I was.
And was he alone or was he with another trooper?
He was with another trooper.
And do you recall that trooper's name?
I don't.
Now, with regard to your conversation with Trooper Proctor and the other trooper that day, Was it just you that he spoke to?
Just me.
Let me ask it a different way.
Okay.
As far as when the troopers came to your house on February 8th, are you the only person from your home that the troopers spoke to that day?
No.
Who, if anyone else, did they speak to in the home?
They spoke to my sister first.
And at any point, did they speak to your sister's boyfriend as well?
No.
And when they spoke to you, and when they spoke to you, where was your sister?
She was outside of the house. She went to go pick up my nephew.
And when they spoke to your sister, where were you?
I was downstairs in my room, which was in the basement.
And could you hear what they were talking about when they were talking to your sister?
I could not.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, you're all set.
20 minutes left. Are we getting Higgins?
All right, so those we're actually.
No, we're gonna
finished
finish early.
witnesses for today, we finished everyone that we had hoped to finish for today. So we're done for the day.
So you're going to waste the time.
As you
More
know,
time.
We're not in session tomorrow, but we will see you Friday, and Friday will be a full day.
Not
So
in session
please, those
tomorrow.
3 cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. Just leave everything here, literally, figuratively, clear your heads and we'll see you Friday night. Thank you very much.
He's running around. All right, jurors out, please. Jurors, reading the note from the following.
So not in session tomorrow. I didn't know that. That's good news for me, I guess, in terms of no double header. Only Brian Koberger in the afternoon, if you're going to join me for that. I don't know why we're not having court tomorrow. I don't know why we're finishing early today. We're already, as I have said, so behind. Let me just go ahead and get the count on this while we're waiting. Let's see where we're at. It's going to take me half a second here.
All right, so hopefully we will start and finish that one witness on Friday anyway, but have a second witness here.
I'll have at least a couple other witnesses. Your Honor.
Okay, but it would be great if we could complete the testimony of that one witness for all sorts of reasons.
I will do my best. I'm hopeful. I am. I'm hopeful. I think we do.
Okay. Anything I need to look at or anything in particular for Friday?
Probably, but I can't think of it.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
5, 6. $35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. 45 people still to go. 45 witnesses on the list still to go out of a total of, what did they have? 87? Yeah, 87 witnesses. Still less than halfway through, right? 44 would be halfway. We're not even there yet. We are not even halfway. We will be halfway at the end of Friday when the state was supposed to be completely done. That's where we are. Yikes. And we're leaving early today. I don't understand. I don't understand why the judge is not more irritated by this. The jury is. The jury is certainly going to be by like another 2 weeks down the road when they're supposed to be done. And they're still hearing from the Commonwealth. And have they heard anything good yet? Or is it more stuff that happened a month before? Absolutely love what Yannetti was doing with that cross. I love that kind of cross. It is so effective. You have nothing to get from this witness. No, we already know, no, she's not going to admit that she was kissing John O'Keefe, whether if she was or wasn't. She's never going to admit it, even if she was. So you're not going to get anything out of that. The other side of the story, if the jury is going to hear the other side of the story here, it's going to come from Karen. You have nothing to get from her, so turn her and use her to point back at this investigation, because you've already reminded the jury already knows. Guess we're done. The jury already knows that, wait, what was I saying? I totally lost myself. The jury already knows that Proctor didn't interview, for example, Tristan Morris until, and it wasn't even Proctor at that point, the state patrol. They hadn't interviewed some of these witnesses until the trial had already started. It was already underway before they even talked to Tristan Morris. Somehow he's already on the witness list. They already know he's going to come, but nobody knows what he's going to be saying. He's never been formally interviewed. All of this stuff happening late in the day, the kids being investigated late in the day, but these girls get an interview in like the first couple weeks. That's what they're focused on. Does that look like a frame job or what? I mean, you're putting it together and this is what you're hanging your hat on. And this is more important than talking to the rest of the people who were at the scene. I mean, it's such a good point. It's such a strong point, and he doesn't have to spell it out, right? He didn't have to spell it out for me. He didn't have to tell me explicitly that that's the point he's getting at. I already know. I can tell. I'm a person with common sense. I understand. When Proctor interviewed you on February 8th, I mean, it's barely getting into week 2 after John died. You're in the heat of this investigation already. We're hearing about the going back and forth with the Alberts and the McCabes and Kerry Roberts and all these people, and they're deep in the investigation of that stuff. And these girls are getting interviewed in that same kind of time frame. Who brought them to the WSP's attention, the MSP's attention? That's what I would like to know. Who brought them up? Who pointed out that they might be witnesses? Did they just kind of come forward on their own? Well, this thing happened a month ago that, Karen was acting in a way we didn't like. Karen seemed jealous. Karen seemed possessive. Karen seemed something. Karen seemed upset. That's what it sounds like to me. And I got to tell you, frankly, all this drinking I'm hearing about, probably not going to be flying real strong with me either. This is just not a good scene. It really sounds like a freaking frat party New Year's. I wouldn't enjoy being there personally. Not my scene at all. Karen, for all that she supposedly was, drowning all those shots on January the 28th, haven't seen the video. None of the witnesses have described anything but the one cocktail glass that she was holding the entire night. The same cocktail glass with the clear liquid. Don't know what it is. Don't know if it's water. Don't know if it's soda. Don't know if it's vodka. We don't know anything at all about what she was drinking. But getting a real different vibe from this let's go to bar after bar after bar after bar after bar for a week in the tropics. Very different scene. And frankly, yeah, people do messy things when they get in those kinds of situations. That's the whole kind of point of alcohol, isn't it? It's the whole lowering your inhibitions, and so it gives you an excuse to do the things that you want to do, but know that you shouldn't. Well, I mean, largely pointless stuff, I think, for the Commonwealth. I don't see how any of that landed. We have a new theme now. If the theme of Depp versus Heard was the mega pints, now we already know Karen Read gets acquitted. They are immediately going out and they are ordering dirty martinis with a blue cheese stuffed olive, and they are posting that shit all over Facebook because that's apparently the subtext of all of this is this whole social media side of what's going on. Yikes. Let's talk about these limiting instructions that she is giving the jury repeatedly over and over and over again. This is now, okay, so first off, Massachusetts, I understand it's kind of weird. They don't actually have formal rules of evidence like the federal system does and like many states do. They just have a common law system. In a lot of ways, it's a lot like Virginia that way, where there's these rules that you don't really know about because they started, 200-300 years ago, and they've just kind of continued in practice, and that's just how things are done. But you're not going to find it written down somewhere unless you start getting in the books, way back in the old days, those old, moth-eaten kind of smelly ones. So you just have a lot of custom and a lot of common law basis for how things are done. That's how Massachusetts handles the rules of evidence. They don't have a formal evidence rule. They do have a guide that the Massachusetts Supreme Court puts out that basically says, it's organized then the same way as the federal rules are, but it's basically just pointing people to the case law that supports those basic principles of how evidence is handled in cases. And so in the federal system and in, the model rules and in this guide that Massachusetts uses, it's all the same thing. It's all 404B. This is 404B stuff. Evidence Rule 404B is dealing with the admission of somebody else's prior bad acts. We know that's what this is about because she told us explicitly in the instruction. You're about to hear evidence about prior bad acts by Karen Reed, and you're only to consider it for a limited purpose. So what 404B says is that if you're going to introduce some unrelated prior misconduct, you, number one, flat out cannot do it simply to show propensity. You can't show this person did something similar or did something bad in the past, therefore they probably did something similar or bad when they were charged with the crime. Absolutely not admissible under any circumstances for that purpose, and that is also included in the instruction she gave. But they will allow it to be admitted for proof of other relevant things, motive, opportunity, state of mind, etc., absence of mistake. Lots of reasons why this type of evidence can come in. But they have to do a balancing test, and they typically have to make a finding that the probative value is substantially more. It's more valuable than it is prejudicial, because it's obviously prejudicial if we're going to come in a trial and talk about what an awful person this person is. Look at all this bad shit they did. It has nothing to do with the crime at all, but just generally they're a bad guy. For all the reasons we just talked about before lunch, because the jury tends to side with who they like, and they tend to look side-eye at who they don't. So very much a way for the prosecutor to be able to put the thumb on the scale and be like, look how much this person sucks. And then the jury is like, yeah, so I'm going to, color my view of the evidence and my view of this person to conform with that person really sucking. People who really suck commit crimes. Therefore, she probably committed this type of crime. So it's very, very prejudicial to bring this type of stuff in. Therefore, it has to have high probative value. It has to be really good evidence of whatever it is you're offering it for. You might remember that this is roughly the equivalent basis for Harvey Weinstein's conviction being overturned, because they brought in a bunch of prior bad acts, a bunch of allegations by women for acts that he was not charged with committing. They weren't the basis of any of the crimes. And that can happen in all kinds of different cases. It can absolutely happen in sex cases, but it tends to be a lot more restricted, again, because it's so highly prejudicial, but also because the relevance, it's going to be very limited. And usually what it's relevant for in that type of context is to show MO, modus operandi. This person had a certain method of being able to commit a crime that was so identifiable, so unique that we can compare these situations and be like, yeah, it's the same thing he did on this other occasion. So it tends to show this pattern of commission of crimes. But they didn't have that in Harvey Weinstein's case. They just had you basically, made you raped a bunch of women. I hope I don't get pulled off the stream for that. But basically, those are the allegations. A lot of women coming in with different assault claims, not because they relate to each other, but just an aggregation of, look at all this bad stuff this guy did. That's why his conviction got overturned, because you have to be able to show, given how extremely prejudicial this is, you need a really good, relevant hook to be able to admit it at trial. So what's the relevant hook that we had in this trial? We have Karen's state of mind, relevant to prove Karen's state of mind. This is a month earlier. This is a month before he died. I don't know on what planet her state of mind a month before he died, in the absence of some kind of pattern of like an abusive relationship, an abusive dynamic. If we had like a DV behavior specialist or something like in here giving us an opinion that this is an abusive relationship and here's patterns of coercive control and yada yada, and I can tell this by, you know, looking at their communications, looking at their interactions, so on and so forth, maybe in a little bit of a different situation, because her state of mind a month before would be part of that pattern. It would be relevant to establishing that type of pattern. We don't have anything like that at all. This is the only thing, other than the little smears that Jen McCabe tried to throw out there about Ashley, you know, what's her name? Bella's mom, and then the other woman, who the hell is that? Who's that? Basically just trying to make her, you know, sound like a jealous lady. No broader pattern of problems, of dynamics that would then tend to connect that to committing murder. The second basis, John's state of mind. This was admissible to show John's state of mind. John's state of mind isn't relevant to anything at all. John's not being accused of committing a crime. What does John's state of mind in January, the beginning of January, a month before, what does that have to do with how he died? It has absolutely nothing to do with how he died. I'm going to pull this up right away just because I saw it come up. Can you please explain probative versus prejudicial? Yeah, probative means it's relevant, it's helpful, it's good information that tends to show something that either is going to establish a crime was committed or it's going to establish a defense to the crime. If it doesn't tend to show one of these things, it's marginal probative value. Prejudicial, meaning that it tends to cause the jury to draw potentially an unfair inference. It's damaging, but not just that it's damaging, because obviously, you know, any evidence of guilt is going to be damaging. It's unfairly damaging. It's prejudicial when it doesn't really have anything to do with what we're here in court about. It's not helpful to being able to solve these particular issues, but it's very damaging. So that's the balancing test that the court is supposed to be doing when it admits this type of evidence. Yeah, not seeing the basis for that ruling at all. Not at all. Is this standing in and of itself reversible error? I don't know. I doubt it, but it's not good. I mean, it's not good. This is prejudicial, very prejudicial stuff. Literally just Karen is crazy. I mean, I can clearly see a direct link to a jury thinking, well, if Karen is crazy, then maybe she killed him. If we don't know that somebody out there has made accusations about Karen as being crazy, are we less likely to think she got in a sudden rage and killed John O'Keefe with her car? I'd say probably, yeah. You know, most people, I think, they're going to look at your history. I mean, people's past behavior really is the best predictor of their future behavior. Not that people can't change, but just patterns are what they are, personalities are what they are, habits are what they are, behavioral patterns get ingrained. So a lot harder sell that somebody just went into a rage and murdered their long-term boyfriend out of the blue one night than if you're trying to show a pattern of somebody, you know, acts in this, you know, abusive, aggressive, hostile type of way. But the problem is that's propensity. You don't get to use it for that reason. That's why this is so prejudicial. Very, very, very not a ruling I agree with whatsoever by Judge Bev on this one. But we'll see. Let's go ahead and go back to some of these. The police report, Britt, yes, this is where we stopped. The police report is wrong and the cell report is wrong. According to her, we're back on Jen McCabe. The world is wrong. Does that sound like a stable person? I am sure she is a pleasure to be married to. Well, I'll bet her husband is wrong a lot. I'll bet that's why he's in the habit of smiling when he gets challenged because, you know, what else are you going to do? What else are you going to do in that situation? Yeah, you know, what do you do with somebody who is right no matter what, in the face of reality? It's a difficult situation to be in. Me personally, I don't think I'd probably be able to tolerate being around that person, because I'm not easily gaslit. You're not going to talk me out of what I can see with my own eyes and so forth. So you're not going to convince me. So you're probably going to hate me anyway, because I'm not buying what you're selling. And then you're going to have, you know, the cognitive dissonance and the emotional response and so forth. And you're going to explain to yourself that obviously the reason why I'm not buying you is because I'm a terrible person and not because your story doesn't line up with reality. This is how people work. So I mean, I honestly, I have a hard time understanding how anyone can tolerate being around people like this. It just, it does not sound rewarding to me whatsoever. But some people, I guess, have a higher tolerance for that type of thing than I do, or they're just more willing to appease. You know, they're more willing to say, well, maybe the truth doesn't matter. And I guess, you know, God, I hate to keep going back to Depp v. Heard. I swear it's like the case that just has infiltrated everything. But it really does. It touched on so many things bigger than itself. But yeah, I just kind of go back to what I remember Johnny and a lot of his guards and everybody testifying to about how you would just have to placate Amber. You would just have to tell her what she wanted to hear because she wouldn't let it go. And she'd be in a rage, and Johnny would just want it to go away. He would just want it to stop. So he'd give her what she wanted. And I imagine that's probably a lot of the dynamic with dealing with these types of people. Arla 7247, possible Jen has placed herself in the limelight. Well, just like Amber, wonder how she likes it now. I mean, if that was her plan, I guess she got what she was looking for. Britt Cormier, does Jen strike you as a woman that would let someone shake her and yell at her? I am pretty sure she is the type to slap and yell at someone that is in her space and being confrontational. Really good point. Really good point. I mean, definitely the most disagreeable witness that we've seen on this stand so far. You know, highly disagreeable from my perspective, just looking at like the average of people that you run into. And I got to tell you, bear in mind, I run into a high proportion of disagreeable people. It's in the nature of being someone who commits crimes a lot of the time. You're going to have a lot more people with that type of personality characteristic than you're going to have out in the law-abiding, we go along to get along with people kind of population. So yeah, I see a lot of disagreeable people, and she is way up there. She is way up there on the disagreeable scale. I mean, seems pretty unlikely to me, you know, seems pretty unlikely to me that she is going to tolerate being treated in any sort of way that she doesn't want to be. Stephanie L., do you think the judge will dismiss so that the Commonwealth doesn't get brutalized in their case in chief? Nope, absolutely not. I do not think she is going to dismiss. She's going to let the Commonwealth get what they asked for. And I mean, that's sort of the bottom line. If they can present a prima facie case, meaning enough evidence that if the jury looks at everything from the Commonwealth's perspective, they believe all of the Commonwealth's witnesses, they draw all of the inferences from the evidence the way the Commonwealth would want them to. This is the standard that gets applied. If there's any basis based on all that they could think Karen Read murdered John O'Keefe, then no, she's not going to throw it out. we still have a lot to, I haven't forgotten, guys. It's in the works, on the back burner a little bit. I've just been very busy, but have a lot to work through still with these lesser included offenses, because that's going to factor into kind of what happens with this case too, and like what sort of backup plan does the Commonwealth have here. But no, dismissal is very, very unlikely. Now, I will say at this point in time where we sit here right now, have they proved it? No. But we have more than half of their witnesses still to go, including, all of their technical stuff. So is it probably going to be enough to clear that very, very low bar to go to the jury? Yeah, I expect that it will. I mean, we already know it cleared a grand jury, and it's not the same standard, but for all practical purposes, it might as well be, it might as well be, because you don't consider the weight of the defense's case in evaluating whether the jury gets it or not. So it's kind of similar to the grand jury standard in that sense. Ripper Jack Media, the 911 voicemail recording has Jen whispering after the 911 call, "Are you going to come outside and help?" Same time she called her sister, FYI. Well, that's interesting. I can't hear any of that, at home on this tin can audio that we get from the courtroom. But obviously the people in the courtroom are hearing something very different than we're hearing here at home. It's not being filtered through that extra layer of microphones and sound transmission and stuff like that. They're just hearing it directly out of the speakers there in the courtroom. So if they're hearing stuff like that they can pick up on, again, it would have been nice if that kind of thing happened. Would have been nice for Mr. Lally or for Mr. Jackson to call that out. Tell me that it happened. Remind me of it, because I can't hear it. You can't count on the jury necessarily hearing everything. If it's something like this that's important, probably would have been good. Would have been good to pull that out. Stacy M with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Stacy. Appreciate your support. Automata. Haas long to get too cross. This must have been, we're still back early in the morning, guys. I'm behind on these. We were still in Kerry Roberts's, I think. Kerry Roberts's direct examination, and we were getting a little bored with that. Arla 7247. The biggest crime. Karen is at her lowest, runs to friends for help, compassion, and gets anything but. Can't be more brutal. Who is Jen protecting? Well, yeah, it really does put into context. If Karen is making snarky comments about Kerry Roberts at the hospital, I remember one of the firefighters brought that up, so thought it sounded weird. Well, it sure doesn't sound that weird to me now. I mean, feel like I kind of get it. These are not sympathetic people. These are not people that are trying to help. These are people that are making excuses for their own shock and horror. And when you're upset, because that's your boyfriend there, not theirs, you're upset, you need to shut up. I mean, no, these are not friends at all. M. Shannon, will they be able to play the video of Karen backing out of the garage without Karen testifying? I highlighted this because it's a great question. Yeah, I expect they would be able to do that. And but the question is going to be, how did that video get recovered? Who was involved in that? Because if they can bring that out through an investigator or a technical witness or somebody like that, who can basically just authenticate it, can establish that, I looked at this and this is not altered, this is not fabricated, this is a raw video type of file, hasn't been changed in any way, just a specific portion has been selected, then it's probably enough to authenticate it for it to be able to be admitted. And they can establish, based on the Ring camera, the date and time, so it's a relevant date and time, and it's admissible for that purpose. So I would think that they could, even if Karen doesn't testify. That said, it is more of a gamble. It's not a guarantee. Judge Bev has been so all over the place with her, technical interpretations of the evidence rules that I just don't know if you can count on it or not. So you know, a lot of this stuff, best case scenario to get it in is going to be for Karen to testify. Rosemaria Tardo. Hi, Andrea. Has anyone wondered, with all the damage done to John's body, how Karen could be responsible if the only damage to her car is a broken taillight? Or did I miss there was more damage? Well, I see they're showing us that there's like a tiny little scratch above the taillight as well. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of the $1 million question, is how do the mechanics of this crash line up with the physical evidence that we have? The damage to the body and the damage to the car. These are really obvious questions that, you know, anybody with eyes and a reasonable amount of life experience is going to ask. I mentioned, I don't remember where I mentioned it, if it was on stream or somewhere else, but not that long ago, well, I shouldn't say not that long ago. God, it's probably like 10 years ago now. Anyway, some years ago, Jeff hit a deer with his truck, and you know, going faster than this. I don't know, like exceptionally fast or anything like that. It's like a 35, 45 mile an hour zone there. Deer, you know, these are little white-tailed deer, and they're not huge. They're, you know, 100, 150 pounds, somewhere in that ballpark. So quite a bit smaller than John. And yeah, it puts a pretty good old ding, on your car when you hit something like that at that kind of speed. And I think that's part of the reason why for the Commonwealth, it's very important to sell this reversing at, you know, 20 some miles an hour, just because you really need that amount of force to be lethal. I mean, people get hit by cars all the time and don't die. My mom got hit by a car and didn't die, you know, broke up a bunch of bones and stuff. But she didn't die. You got to have quite a bit of force, or it's got to be, you know, it's got to be the mechanics of it. It has to act upon the body in such a way as to cause some kind of catastrophic damage. This is a tough sell for me. I mean, you're not the only one who's like, this car does not look like it just hit and killed a 200 and some pound man. And it definitely doesn't look to me like it hit and killed a 200 and some pound man and did not pick up any blood, hair, tissue, skin, anything like that. I mean, this is fairly, I mean, straightforward evidence collection stuff. I feel like if he's all bashed up and bleeding, some of that's going to be on this vehicle. So yeah, you're not alone. I have definitely wondered, how does this damage square with the allegation of a vehicle accident? I want to hear from the experts about that. I mean, I'm not a mechanical engineer. I'm not a structural engineer. I don't know. I don't know what these materials are. I don't know how they react under stress. I mean, my impression was that the bumper is like crumple zone stuff. Like it's literally made to kind of fall apart because that's how it becomes, you know, more safe. It just absorbs a lot of the stress and you know, crumples instead of you know, pushing so much of that force through the car where worse things can happen. So yeah, I would expect a lot of damage. It's not there. I'm going to need an expert to tell me how, you know, that works. Tell me how that bumper still hit a human body hard enough to kill it. Klaatu, Jen consistently is alone with people prior to their statements. Yeah, they really have put her at the center of that web, haven't they? And that's, I mean, I think it's effective because you can see it. You can see it in how she behaves. You can see it in how she acts. You can see it in how she kind of scurries and covers her tracks. She does. She seems like she's kind of the little black widow at the middle of the web. Yeah, alone with a lot of people before their statements. Cargo pilot guy from St. Louis, you were thinking of Warsh. This was when, thank you for that help. Okay, so it is Missouri to do that R thing. I was trying to think of what's that thing where you add the extraneous R at the end of the word, or like somewhere in the word where it's not there and it's that particular accent. And I actually have to give a shout out to somebody on Twitter who was in my mentions at lunch when I was looking through because they reminded me about the trauma. This is a very, experience that had a lot of trauma on the people. So yes, Warsh trauma. That's the accent, I guess. And apparently not very Massachusetts. I guess that's more Midwest. Jason Sorensen, could the judge have said something to AJ about just giving the transcripts over? He seemed to do it before, and the one time he pushed the issue, the judge said, show her. It just seems odd. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at this point, I don't know. I don't know what to make of the judge. I really don't. She's been so inconsistent with how she handles things. It doesn't seem to be even-handed between the prosecution and the defense. From my standpoint, clearly in the right to not show her the transcript unless she doesn't remember and needs to be refreshed, or she denies the statement and she's going to be impeached. Witnesses are there to testify from their recollection. So it could be that, Judge Bev is giving a little insist here and just giving her the benefit of the doubt that, she's not testifying because she doesn't remember the details or something like that. She's, I guess making that kind of finding in advance that she doesn't have sufficient memory. But yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily appropriate. Mr. Yannetti or Mr. Jackson, part of his job on cross-examination is to explore the limits of the witness's memory. What do you remember independently versus what do you need to go back to all of these different versions of events to remind yourself about? It's part of what cross-examination is all about. And so he needs to have leeway to be able to do that. I definitely wish he would have kind of taken a stronger stance with it. The squid. I finally figured out Lally's strategy. It's to throw Ish at the wall to see what sticks. I don't see why this witness is relevant to the facts of this case. Yeah. I mean, this doesn't really seem like any better or worse reason to me to believe anything. I mean, the Aruba stuff, it's so remote. This is a month before. You're not establishing, a domestic violence type of pattern, that type of relationship. Everybody else has kind of denied that. Doesn't seem to be relevant to the night in question where everybody says they're getting along fine. Now, I know that Mr. Lally has previewed for us that she left angry voice messages on his phone. But I just, I'm not seeing what that has to do with Aruba. I'm really not. If John did something lame on the night of the 28th into the 29th, which if he went in the house and was supposed to be coming right back out and was being inconsiderate about it, yeah, I would understand her perspective. You're selfish, whatever. I hate you. You suck. I mean, you feel like that sometimes. I just don't know what this has to do with the pattern of stuff in Aruba. And I will say this too, if the Commonwealth brings John's niece and nephew into this, and they are on the witness list, and he said in his opening statement, they're going to come in and testify about this. If the Commonwealth brings those kids in, and the Commonwealth has not otherwise absolutely knocked down technically how this accident happened, how all of this makes sense, that Karen Reed hit him with the car, going at what speed, causing what injuries, et cetera, et cetera. If there is any doubt about that whatsoever, what Mr. Lally is doing with putting those kids on the stand is potentially criminal. I mean, I don't mean really, I just mean it's so freaking bad. It is so abusive to young people to put them in a position like that, to turn them against somebody who had been in a caregiver position. They have absolutely cemented for these kids this perspective that Karen is terrible. Karen is a terrible, awful person, so much so that they need to come into court and be able to testify about that. And it's very likely these kids had some kind of bond with Karen before this. She was acting as a caregiver. Now, no, it's not the same as when you raise a kid up from birth, when it's your, it's not even the same probably when it's your own child versus, a stepkid type of situation. It's a different sort of bond. Doesn't mean it's, not good or not good enough or anything like that. They're just different bonds. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying that. But it is still a bond, and what the Commonwealth is doing here is not just severing that, but just fixing these kids in a perspective on this situation that is probably going to follow them for life. So if that's something that they cannot deliver the goods on, that is justified, that is really going to be terrible. Britt Cormier, can anyone explain the value of Laura's testimony? All of that happened weeks before on a bender. Britt, are you reading my mind? I mean, yeah. Drunk stuff happened on the island and it was a month before. I don't know. I don't know what it has to do with. What's crazy to me, what's really crazy to me is that we have no, this is at very best a very distant speculative link that what happened in Aruba has anything whatsoever to do with John O'Keefe's death. There's no direct evidence of it. It's not like she texted him on the phone, I killed you because of what you did in Aruba or whatever. I'm going to finally get you back from what you did in Aruba. That would be a direct link between Aruba and what happened. I feel like the defense has a lot more direct evidence that people are covering up what happened to John. People are doing shady stuff with their communications and their butt dials, and they're lying about the calls that they received and the deleting the searches and so on and so forth. Guilty knowledge stuff. I think the defense has so much more evidence of guilty knowledge than the Commonwealth has that Aruba has anything to do with John O'Keefe's death. But we see clearly which one is allowed and which one is still off limits as far as the third party stuff. It's just not a close enough link for her to be able to point out, you have guilty knowledge, you're acting in a consciousness of guilt, shady, trying to cover up stuff kind of way. I don't know that I'll ever really understand that perspective. Vicky McNamara, I'm in replay crew watching at 1.5 speed to catch up. Great, welcome. I hope you were able to catch up with us. It seems like demeanor of judge has shifted as of Tuesday and less biased to defense. Would like your thoughts on this and perhaps why this shift happened. I do think that she gave them quite a bit of leeway with Jen McCabe because she understands if she cuts them off on a witness like that, that's very, it's very precarious from an appellate standpoint ground because her right to a defense is fundamental. And because Jen McCabe is so apparently at the center of this web, she is key to the Karen Reed was framed theory because she's the one coordinating all the people, doing the stories, the timeline, meeting up with everybody, connecting with Sergeant Lank, with Proctor, etc., etc. If they're not allowed to fully confront her on all of her shady stuff, there's a much stronger argument that that's, impairing her right to put on a defense than if she just cuts them off on, something that's a lot more irrelevant, like the snow videos or something like that. So I think that's likely why she got more leeway, is because she knows they have a lot of impeachment stuff. They have to be allowed to do that. If they don't, that is potentially good grounds for reversal on appeal. The Squid, with how many witnesses have been trying to paint Karen a crazy lady, it wouldn't surprise me if Lally ends up trying to establish a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation. Well, I mean, he might, but he's going to need witnesses to that, and where are they? I don't think they exist. You can't really, try somebody on their character anyway. He's going to have the voice message, and maybe that's as close as he gets. You know, he's going to show Karen with her sweet face at the CF McCarthy bar, you know, kissing John and affectionate hugging and so forth. And then, you know, just hours later transforms into this screaming, hateful, you know, leaving nasty messages on the voicemail type of person. Things can change fast. I mean, that's just sort of the bottom line. If something happened in that interim to cause the mood change, then it's not really as compelling that there was a mood change than if something like that happened without some kind of, you know, serious impetus for it. So I definitely think that seems to be the direction that they want to go. That's the point that they want to make. It just really doesn't seem to me like it's landing very well. Britt Cormier, when I was drinking, and especially when drinking hard on vacation, I would hope no one ever took that as my normal state of mind. Why is this coming in? I see no value. Yeah. I mean, if John's baseline is drunk at a hotel for a week, then John's in a bad spot. Okay, this is not, and this just kind of goes back to what kind of friends are these anyway? These are enablers. These are not friends. These are enablers. Making all the snarky comments about his girls, about his women. He's stumbling towards the elevator, and you're thinking he might go to the bar with you? Oh, no. I can't with these people. I can't with these people. You know, one of the hardest things in life is to learn how to give people what they really need and not what they want. And I am not professing to be any type of expert on this, okay? Life is a learning process for everybody. We are all on the path on that one. But there's this idea that I came across many years ago that has been so helpful to me in just sorting out things like this. How do you handle situations like this? And it's this idea of something called idiot compassion. The idea is that true compassion is acting towards somebody in a way that promotes their well-being, that is the best thing to happen for them in that situation. The problem is, though, is that it doesn't always feel good. And the classic example is somebody is, like you go back to an old Civil War battleground and somebody has a wound and it is going to get gangrenous and it is going to fester and it's probably going to kill them. What do? You have to cut that limb off. It is not going to feel good at all. It is not going to be enjoyable. They are going to hate every second of it. But in the long run, it's just what has to be done. It's what's best for them. Idiot compassion is this idea that you simply do what feels good for you in the moment, what makes you feel better about somebody else's situation, because other people's pain, other people's conflict, these things can make us uncomfortable. And other people's grief. I mean, a great example. We talked about that a little bit yesterday with how to show up with your friends when they found out somebody close to them died or something like that. Volunteer to help. Be specific. Don't sit back and wait. Tell me what I can do to help. They're not going to take you up on that. They don't have the capacity for it. Step up and volunteer. Let me get you some groceries. Let me take your kids to school. Let me make phone calls for you. Let me take care of, they don't have to accept it, but at least now you're not throwing that burden back onto them of asking for a lifeline, asking for help. So that's just getting so many reminders of that with this situation, the true compassion versus the idiot compassion, the people that are interacting with these folks in a way that makes them feel better about themselves, right? Karen's stress and anxiety, it makes us uncomfortable. So what do? We tell her to shut up, and we tell ourselves she's crazy, she's behaving crazy. That's very comforting to you, but that's putting your needs ahead of hers, and that is not what compassion is all about. So, yeah, a lot of this enabling stuff that I'm seeing, Britt, agree completely with this. If this is what people consider John's baseline, I can't consider these to be good friends of John. Flying Oil Can became a YouTube member. Welcome, Flying Oil Can. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for being part of the team. Deborah Rogers. Okay, we talked about this. This is the one I pulled up, the probative versus prejudicial. Damaging versus valuable, in essence. Michael Corey. The fact that Laura Sullivan is a witness is proof the state is reaching hard. I mean, it sure comes off that way, doesn't it? It really does. This is so remote. It is just so remote. It doesn't look good at all. It looks like they have nothing else. So this is what they're giving us. I keep going back to when I first started talking about why are they doing this pre-Buttle case, and why are they doing it in this order? Why didn't they give me what I need to know to have some kind of belief that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car, some proof to hang my hat on that the body damage is consistent with it, the body damage to her car, his injuries are consistent with it, there's proof of the mechanism for it. Show me that stuff. Show me that stuff. And then I will give you a lot more leeway in this effort to explain the why to me. The why is not essential to prove murder. You don't have to prove why somebody murdered somebody. Sometimes you don't know, and sometimes you won't know. But it's certainly helpful. It's just not the entire case, okay? You can't prove somebody had a motive to kill somebody and somehow get to murder if you haven't proved they actually did do it. It doesn't matter. Lots of people can have motives for all kinds of things. We are just, we are not doing this in any kind of order that makes sense. And so, yes, the fact that they have shown me Laura Sullivan before they have shown me what's going on with this car data, GPS data, phone data, bio data, all this stuff, before you've shown me any of that, it's leading me to think it's because that stuff isn't very good. You have to give me Laura Sullivan because, you know, by the time we get to that other stuff, I mean, it's just crazy. I don't understand. I don't understand the strategy at all. Roger V. Kent, just for the heck of it, great coverage discussion. Thank you so much, Roger. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining in. Tracy Fagan, I think that is motive to kick his ass, not murder. Well, yeah, but that's going to fit in with the Commonwealth's theory, right? That's their backup, is that she didn't necessarily intend to murder him, but she was going to just like tap him with the car, or she was going to scare him, you know, rev up towards him or something like that, just to show him that she was mad. But then it turned out she did in fact hit him. That's probably, you know, going to be their backup position, at least. I mean, it seems like a logical backup position. I guess I can't always count on Mr. Lally doing the thing that I would count on as being logical. But I mean, that essentially is their theory, isn't it? She got mad, and therefore she decided that she was gonna ram the car at him. I don't know. We'll see. Haven't seen proof of that yet. So, well, yeah, still less than halfway done. No session tomorrow. Coming back for a full day on Friday. I'll be here Friday, guys, and like I said before, if you're following Koberger, I will be on tomorrow at 2:30 Pacific time to watch that hearing. Probably Cy Ray testifying about the technological issues dealing with the phone and the information that the FBI seemingly does not want to turn over for reasons that have not been fully explained. But if we get our timeline the way that Lally laid it out, when we come back on Friday, we're gonna get Brian Higgins. And yeah, this is going to be an important one. This is an important one for the defense. Overall, can't say this was a great day for the defense. I really can't. Can't say it was a great day for him. The cross, the rest of the cross of Jen McCabe, just didn't go as well as it could have. I don't think. I mean, I think they were able to make their points, certainly. The 227 Google search is bad. There's simply no way around that. It's bad. She's got to distance herself from that. But she's got her explanation, and they did not diffuse her explanation. And I'm a little bit baffled as to why, because it seems like they had 2 opportunities to do it. They could have brought it up with the video with Jen on the stand, and then during Kerry Roberts's testimony, she brought it up too, the whole storyline. I am really, really baffled at this decision not to cross-examine Kerry Roberts. I really don't understand that at all. I mean, I'm not on this case. I'm sort of barely acquainted with, the pretrial stuff and what else is out there besides what we've seen come into the courtroom and everything. But there just seems like a lot on the table to address with her that it just got left. It just didn't even come up. Her own inconsistencies between the way she told things and the way Jen McCabe told things. You can, if nothing else, just point out this is an inconsistency. Somebody I saw asking through the chat, well, but she can still be recalled. Yeah, they can recall her as their own witness, but she's not going to be cooperative. She's not their witness. And when you have her on direct, it's a very, very different situation than when you have somebody on cross. When you have somebody on cross, you get to treat them the way that Yannetti and Jackson have been treating them. You get to push them. You get to put words in their mouth. You get to bully them with documents. You get to tie them down to stuff. You get to lead them. You don't get to do any of that stuff on direct. So if they bring her back, it's really a lot more limiting. It's just a lot more limiting with what they can do in that type of context. Not that they can't still impeach her, but just even being able to get to that point. It's much, much more challenging when you have to open the door for a witness and somehow get them to walk through, because, cross, you can just push them. You can just push them right through where you want them to be. You can't do that on direct. So you're kind of counting on them to set their own traps. And that's not a great position to be in. So I just don't really understand some of that. Really hammered on that taillight today. That close-up screenshot of the taillight. It's probably the best shot that we've seen so far. And definitely from that angle, yeah, that looks a lot more like a busted taillight. Now, does it look like the taillight that we see in the Sally port? Not necessarily. It had what looked like kind of a lump sticking out in the middle. Like maybe, some pieces were gone, or it just, it was sometimes things get out of alignment, and it'll bulge or something like that. It did not look like the entire outer casing was gone the way that it was when we saw it in the Sally port photo. So better look at the taillight. Definitely looks like it's a broken taillight from that angle, but that doesn't help them if it's not the same as it was in the Sally port, because that still just feeds into the defense's theory that they just went and broke out some of this taillight, took it back to the scene and sprinkled it around once they got it in their possession. You haven't ruled that out just by showing me a taillight that kind of looks broken, but it doesn't look like the Sally port. Yeah, I mean, the whole Jen and Karen were in the back of the cruiser. That was the point. That was the point where they had an opening to be able to challenge Jen's version of events about how all that went down. Jen was very clear. It was all 3 of them in the back of the cruiser, and then maybe Kerry had gotten out right when Karen is asking about the, how long to die in cold. do that search. Maybe they've interviewed her and she'll back it up. Maybe the testimony was better than they could expect to get on a challenge. I just don't know. It just does seem like such a strange thing. And what I don't really, I still don't understand. The video shows one way or another who was in the back of the car. It shows me it's either going to confirm that this happened at some point, or it's going to show me it didn't. And so somebody should have shown me that video. Somebody should have shown it to me. If it helps the Commonwealth, Mr. Lally should have shown it. It shows them all in the car. Mr. Lally should have shown it to me. It shows them not in the car. Mr. Jackson should have shown it to me. I don't know why I haven't seen that. It's a very strange omission that I can't make a lot of sense out of. I see a lot of people suggesting that, well, they might be waiting for more of the technical information to come in before they go back to Kerry, before they go back to some of these accounts. That could be, I mean, that's not a bad theory, especially since we know they did get Kerry Roberts' phone. They did do an extraction. There hasn't really been a foundation for any of that. They got it in through Jen and through some of the other witnesses, likely just kind of through stipulation. Like, these witnesses aren't going to fight it that much because they know it's coming in one way or another anyway. And so, do you want to come in and get crossed on it now, or do you want to come in and still be excluded from the courtroom and under the sequestration order and then have to come back during the defense case and go through all this other stuff? With Kerry Roberts, though, she's not affiliated with law enforcement, right? As far as we know, her husband's a heavy equipment operator. She's an executive assistant. They just hung out with John. They were just friends with John. So it's not a situation like with the Alberts, where Brian Albert's obviously a cop. He's going to know a lot about this stuff. Matt McCabe isn't a cop, but he's an IT guy. He's going to know a lot about that stuff too. She is probably less likely to have seen the reports, been questioned about the reports, asked questions about what these reports mean and stuff like that. So yeah, I could see a scenario where they're going to wait until the experts come in and testify about the extractions, and those extractions are actually placed into evidence. Then you go ahead and bring these people back, because you don't have to go through that painful step of trying to get somebody who doesn't know what this thing is to be able to authenticate it and lay the foundation for it for you. So that is not a terrible theory. I have to say, I really hope it's something like that, because otherwise, it wasn't a good day for the defense. It wasn't a good day for the defense. Leave it to Mr. Lally, of course, to, snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by ending the day with these Sullivan witnesses that are such a reach, that seem so pointless in the grand scheme of things. But overall, looking at the day, it wasn't good for the defense. Kerry Roberts pretty much backed up what Jen McCabe had to say. Kerry Roberts was a lot more believable than Jen McCabe was. She was a lot more likable than Jen McCabe was. She was just able to express herself in a way that is much more relatable. She was willing to make those concessions when she didn't remember, willing to kind of be corrected about stuff. Obviously, the memory of the tail light wasn't wrong because she saw the video. She's able to incorporate that and update, her version of reality based on what we can all see for ourselves on the video. So she came across pretty good. She came across pretty damaging, and they didn't even throw anything at her. Nothing at all. It got left completely unchallenged. That's not a great day for the defense. So yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, next up we get Brian Higgins, and I know it's kind of similar, I think, to Jen McCabe, where the expectations are gonna be really high. The expectations are sky high, and it's because of this point of the proffer. No question about that. Somebody who's involved in a federal proffer, we talked about that many times. That implies you had to cut a deal to save your own skin. You're involved in some kind of deal. But we don't know if it has anything to do with this case or not. I know there's high expectations. Well, Brian Higgins is flipped. Brian Higgins is going to, he's gonna reveal the hoax. He's gonna reveal the conspiracy. I mean, I guess there is some reason to think that. Proffer certainly makes that possible. If he's no longer friends with Brian Albert, which I seem to remember from the testimony, that's, possible reason to think that too. But surely Lally wouldn't be calling him if that were the case. I can't believe even Lally would be that incompetent that he's going to call a witness who, blows apart his theory. You would make the defense do that. So, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Lally has obviously done stuff that doesn't make any sense to me from a strategic standpoint. He blew his own witnesses on credibility, showing her the video of her going straight into John O'Keefe's house without ever looking at the taillight. That didn't seem to bother him, but it certainly didn't seem to bother her either. So, I mean, this is going to help us with that $1 million question of, is he even really trying to win here? Is he just going through the motions? Because, yeah, if Brian Higgins comes out and he's got stuff that's damaging to the Commonwealth, if he's talking about the shady stuff that was going on behind the scenes, he's talking about, stuff going on at 34 Fairview but that nobody else is testifying to, well, yeah, that kind of makes it look like he's just decided to throw them all out there on the stage, give them the court process they wanted, and let the chips fall where they may. Not so much I'm here to win it. I'm here to build a case that looks really good, that looks strong. But if Brian Higgins comes out and he's got the same version of events as everybody else, well, then it may not be the best strategy that Mr. Lally is following, but it's not obviously a losing strategy. So, gonna learn a lot. Gonna learn a lot on Friday. Well, guys, Haas Long to Dying Cold. Really the biggest takeaway of the day, other than the dirty martini with the blue cheese stuffed olives, that I'm never gonna forget now. I'm never gonna forget that drink. I never want to have it. Never want to have it, but I'm not going to forget it. One of those seems like they were really good for the case, and one of them does not. So, I mean, the defense definitely got that in. That is a good point. It is a point that landed. I just fear that they may not have done enough to get around the explanation of it to really land. If that's a lie, I would have liked that really hammered home, because otherwise we're just going to get into a battle of the expert situation. This expert says it means this thing. This expert says it means something else. Those just aren't great situations for a jury. That is very much conducive to this situation that we just talked about, where you just go with who you like. Who do you like better? And that's really not a way you should be deciding cases and technical evidence and stuff like that. But if that's all they have, to work with, that's what they're going to get. So you never know. I mean, sometimes the disparity between the witnesses is really obvious. You have a Dr. Spiegel versus a Dr. Curry. I mean, those kinds of things do happen. So we'll see what we get from the Commonwealth's experts there, and we'll see what we get from the defense's experts as well. But by and large, they got to hope that Haas Long to Dying Cold carried the day, because otherwise the rest of the day, just telling you like it is, didn't go very well for the defense from my standpoint. So we'll see what they have on Friday, guys. I'm going to go ahead and check out. It's been a little bit of a long day today. My dog finally stopped snoring. He's still sleeping, but not snoring quite like he was. So hopefully he wasn't lulling any of you into his state. It's hard enough with Mr. Lally doing what he does. But I'm sure having that snore mic going didn't necessarily help. But we'll get him some sleep. I'll get some sleep. We'll be back tomorrow for Brian Koberger. We'll be back on Friday for what we expect to be Mr. Higgins. See if this case takes any significant turn one way or the other as we close week 4 of the case. See if we get any closer to having any idea what happened here. We'll see. All right, guys, I'm going to check out. So thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for having fun in the chat. I'm getting a little bit better at following and keeping an eye on stuff that's going on. And I just really like seeing that there are quite a few different opinions here. You know, people don't always agree on stuff. I'm not trying to be an echo chamber. I just, you know, that doesn't get you anywhere, you know, telling people just what they want to hear or what you think they want to hear or anything like that. I like to be a place where people can say what they really think. And so I feel like I see that when I check in. Really appreciate all you guys. Appreciate your support. You too, our writer. Thank you so much for your support for the channel. Thanks for becoming a member. Welcome. And guys, if you check in with me tomorrow at 2:30 Pacific for Koberger, I will be here. Otherwise, I'll see you bright and early on Friday. Take care.